Mitigating Maeve. A sweet southern romantic comedy. Written by Susanne Ash. Chapter 1. Maeve. I'm here. I'm here. I dash into Amy's bedroom. Traffic was insane. I'll be ready in 10 minutes. I throw my bag and my maid of honor dress on the small twin bed. I'll help her. You sit and take a few deep breaths. You look beautiful, honey. Pam, a family friend and waitress at the Tipsy Cow, says and turns to me. Thank you. Amy is sitting at her dressing table looking way too calm, cool, and collected for someone about to get hitched. She's right. You look stunning. Leo is going to lose it when he sees you walk down the aisle. I toss my jeans and t-shirt on the bed and grab the dress we picked out a few weeks ago during a late-night wedding planning chat session. He better not. Where's Charles? Amy asks. Out of the picture, I say. Pam holds her hand out for the dress and helps me shrug into it. Don't ask. We're not talking about it until you're back from your honeymoon. Today is all about you. I turn to stand behind Amy and refresh my makeup. It's a hot mess after the long drive up from Wilmington. By the time the proud father of the bride knocks on the door, I'm as ready as I'm going to be. A twinge of regret goes through me when I see the joy and love in his eyes. It's been a long time since my own father has looked at me like that. Let's say I'm a bit of a disappointment for the rest of the Alden family. I shake my head to dispel the thought. Today is about my best friend who's getting married to one of the hottest and nicest guys I've ever met. I walk behind Amy and her father through the house that holds more happy memories for me than my own. We stop long enough in the kitchen for Amy's dad to give her a small box. Your mom would want you to have this, he says, his voice rough with emotion. I can't take this, Amy says, holding up the emerald necklace I remember her mother wearing. Yes, you can. And you will. Your mother always meant to give it to you on your wedding day. Your grandmother gave it to her the day we married. It's a family tradition. He takes the necklace and fastens it around his daughter's neck. The stone brings out your eyes, I say softly before the three of us make our way across the drive and down to the barn. Ready to do this? I ask, turning to Amy. When she nods, I take my place behind the bridesmaids and wait for our cue. The music starts, and we walk down the aisle. I'm surprised to see Amy's younger brother, Max, standing on the small platform beside Leo. I didn't realize the two had grown that close. The ceremony goes off without a hitch, unless you count the moment when Max panics and fumbles for the rings in his suit pocket. Congratulations. I wish both of you all the happiness in the world, I say quickly after the preacher pronounces them husband and wife. A long queue of well-wishers is lining up behind me. I'm grateful for Max, who offers me his arm and escorts me to the main part of the barn where Pam and Gus are busy rearranging tables and chairs for the reception. I was starting to think you weren't going to make it. You had my sister worried. He pulls out a chair for me before taking the seat across from me. Traffic, I explain, pulling my phone out of the small clutch I'm carrying to snap a few pictures. Right. You're a big shot now, who couldn't make it the day before the wedding. He shakes his head and stretches his legs out from under the table. Look who's talking, cowboy, I say, pointing at the boots he's wearing under his suit and drawing out the pause between cow and boy. He is a good year younger than me and Amy, after all. We can't all be famous, he says with a shrug. I guess I should ask you for an autograph or something now that you're a big shot. Oh, I know. How about a selfie? Remind the world about your humble roots. Could be good publicity. Max takes my phone out of my hand and scoots up next to me, holding it out in front of us. I haven't been so grateful for my lock screen in a while. In your dreams. I take the phone and scoot my chair back. You'll have to take a picture with me later. It's the rules. And we get to dance. He grins, and I groan. What's Max doing now? Amy asks, walking up to our table and putting a hand on his shoulder. Being his usual self. Don't worry about it. But why did you have to move back here? I asked my friend. We'd made it. We'd gotten out of this one-stoplight town. And then Amy had turned around and moved back home. At least she wasn't running a farm like that brother of hers. Amy laughs. Because my life is here. Wanna help me step outside for a minute and get some fresh air while they finish setting up? Of course. I get up, glad to get away from Max and his teasing for a few minutes. Don't worry, I'll save you a seat, he calls after me. Bloodsuckers gotta ruin everything, I mutter under my breath when a mosquito bites me the moment we step out the door. What's that about bloodsuckers? Amy asks, closing her eyes. I forgot how bad the mosquitoes are around here. There will be more when the sun goes down. Worse than at that fancy marsh house of yours? I have no idea. It has a screened-in porch. It's my favorite part about the entire house and the reason I made a deal I'm not sure I can uphold. I can't wait to see it in person, she says. You better come for a visit soon. It's the place we always dreamed of. I lean against a spot on the wall of the barn that doesn't look like it'll leave a permanent stain on my dress. I'm sorry. Amy stands next to me and puts her head on my shoulder. You found true love. I just can't believe the two of you decided to move back here. It's what makes us happy. Showbiz is your dream, and from the sound of it, you're rocking it. Amy raises her head and puts her arm around my shoulders. I don't know about that, but I'm getting there. I have this small part in a new doctor show, and the pay from Southern Charm was decent, even if we didn't get renewed. I really thought it was going to be the next Big Bang Theory. Sounds like you're in talks for a couple of movies too, right? Leo thinks your career is about to take off in a big way. I'm so proud of you. She steps back and holds her hands out for me. I let her pull me back into the barn. Don't jinx it. We'll see how it goes. At least that show got me out of our old apartment. That it did. And we have a party to get to. It's about time I get to dance with my new husband. She grins, looking so happy I can't help but feel the joy myself. Even if I'm about to get my toes trampled by the best man. Who's Max's date? I ask Amy when we get back inside. That's Rose. You remember her? She was a couple of years behind us. She and Max have been a thing since junior prom. Amy looks around the room, no doubt searching for Leo. Rose Baker? She cleans up nice. I can't believe the stunning woman walking in wearing a black sheath dress and 4-inch heels is the same lanky high schooler with braids and braces I remember hanging out at the Lawrence house. She's outgrown that awkward teenager stage for quite some time. As did my brother. Max? He's still the annoying hick he's always been. Amy punches me in the shoulder. You secretly like my little brother. Besides, you two better get along, or my wedding is going to be pretty awkward. Your wedding? Leo walks up and pulls his bride into his arms for a kiss. Our wedding. You know what I mean. I am kinda the big deal around here today. Amy grins, before giving Leo another kiss. This time, a quick one. We need some music. Maeve? On it, I say, and sway over to the DJ who is finishing setting up, making sure every pair of eyes in the joint is on me. The maid of honor dress I've chosen and my high heels do the trick. Let me guess? Here for the party. Max appears out of nowhere and leans against the large speaker standing on the platform where Amy and Leo exchanged their vows moments earlier. The man looks good enough to eat, and on anyone else, I'd dig that stubble. You know it. We have got to get these people moving and in the mood to celebrate. It's dead in here. I look around, taking in the people I've known my entire life. This right here is the reason I left this town in the first place. Same old, same old. Each one of them knows exactly where they'll be 5, 10 years from now. At the Tipsy Cow down the road on a Friday night unless they can't find a sitter. Looks plenty lively to me. Everyone's talking and having a good time. Max walks off, toward the bar from the looks of it. Rose is sitting with a group of people I recognize from high school. It'll be about 10 minutes before I'm up and running. If it's okay with Amy, we'll start with a little something special for the first dance, the DJ says. I don't recognize him. I nod and make my way back to Amy and Leo to relay the news. Great. That gives me a chance to get off my feet and get something to drink. Amy lowers herself onto the fold-out chair Leo pulls out for her, careful not to mess up her dress before the first dance and the obligatory pictures we're supposed to take close to sunset. It's too quiet. No one is dancing, I complain. Don't worry, they will once they get a few beers in them, and it's plenty loud to me with everyone chatting. Sit, have a drink, talk to me. Amy motions to the chair across from her and Leo pulls it out for me. I talked to you all afternoon. I sit down. This is not the reception I envisioned. We should be celebrating this beautiful couple. We should be dancing the night away. We should have had this shindig in Wilmington or at least at a proper venue in Greenville. Stop pouting and drink up. Amy waves at a high school boy who's carrying a tray of champagne glasses over and grabs us each a glass. I'm going to need something a little stronger. I take a sip. Sparkling wine won't do it if I'm stuck here talking to people I went to school with or who babysat me all night. I've got it. Gin and tonic with lime? Leo gets up and looks at me. I'm surprised he remembers my drink of choice. Yes, please. What's going on with you? You've been off since you got to town. Amy scoots closer. I'm fine. I miss you, that's all. I can't wait for you to see the house I'm renting, though. You'll love it. We'll come for a visit as soon as we get a chance. I'm surprised though. How can you swing that all by yourself? Or is there a roommate you're not telling me about? Amy wiggles her eyebrows the way only she can. It never fails to make me laugh. It doesn't today either. What's so funny? Leo asks, putting my drink in front of me. I take a sip. It's perfection. Not that I expected anything else from Mr. Handsome. My best friend won the lottery in the relationship department. I sigh. Your wife. She has zero confidence in me and my ability to live by myself. That's not true, and you know it. I do, however, know how much rent is for those houses. You made me look into it a week after we moved into our old place, remember? They must be paying you better than I realized for that new TV show of yours. Amy raises her glass and takes another sip of the champagne. I take another swig of my own drink, feeling the alcohol coursing through my veins. They're not. I got a good deal on the house. It's been empty for a while, and I promised the guy to take care of stuff in and around it. Grass and stuff. Maeve, you have no idea how to do that. I had to show you how to hang a picture frame, and I'm pretty sure you've never touched a lawnmower. Amy sits up, looking at me worriedly. I shrug. I'll figure it out. And soon too. The grass and the shrubs around the place are getting a little out of control. Please tell me you have a plan. Amy reaches over and takes my hand. I notice Leo smirking out of the corner of my eye. I'll rent a mower or something when I get back. And there's got to be some contraption to trim hedges and stuff. I've got this. I know how to use YouTube. I use my acting skills to sound more confident than I feel. Truth is, I didn't think this through and am in over my head. There's a leak under the bathroom sink, and I hope the bucket I shoved under it won't overflow before I make it back. You're in over your head, aren't you? Amy asks, her voice soft and compassionate. Maybe a little. There's a leaking sink, and I told Mr. Kuntz I'd paint the place inside and out if he'd rent it to me for $500 a month. And you plan on doing all that stuff yourself? While filming a TV show? Leo looks concerned. As a former TV producer, he knows how grueling the schedule can be while you're filming. I'd been lucky to get the 2 days off to come up here for the wedding. That's the plan. If all else fails, I'll hire a handyman or something. I shrug. It's not in the budget, but a girl's gotta do what a girl's gotta do. What's that about a handyman? Max asks, taking the seat next to Amy and putting an arm around his older sister. Maeve's living in a bit of a fixer-upper that needs some work, Amy says before I can send her the secret signal to keep her mouth shut. You bought something down there? Max sounds impressed. I'm renting. Got the place cheap as long as I take care of it. Renovating it is more like it. And taking care of the yard, Leo adds, helpful as ever. Now that you're all caught up on the mess that's my life, why don't you go check on that pretty girlfriend of yours? I say, glaring at Max, who has that annoying smirk on his face. The man knows how to push my buttons, and has since he was 10 years old.
Chapter 2. Max. I look around for Rose. I finally spot her out on the dance floor with Caleb. She's all smiles as he twirls her around in between tables and a few other couples dancing. Looks like your plan worked. It's a party, I say, looking at Maeve. She looks stunning in the tight dress that hugs all her curves. And boy, does this woman have curves. I swear she looks better now than when she and my sister left 2 years ago to make it as actors in Wilmington or die trying. Maeve's words, not Amy's. My big sister is too sensible for that. I swear, the only reason she moved out there was to make sure Maeve would be okay. Never fails. If there's one thing I know how to do, it's how to get a party started. Ask your sister. We went to a couple of fun ones back in the day. She looks at Amy, and I swear my sister's face turns several shades lighter. I'm sure you did. I heard about some club, too. Good thing you weren't in charge of planning this thing. I'm guessing it would have had a much darker vibe. It would have been more glamorous than this barn, I'll tell you that. Not that this isn't lovely. She shakes her long dark hair. It's been midnight black since her freshman year in high school. I'll never forget the first time I saw it. I thought it was the coolest thing ever. I try to picture her with the soft brown that's her natural color and fail miserably. Maeve is always dressed to the nines, not a hair out of place with her face made up. Not that she needs it. I've seen her without makeup when she stayed over at the house, and she's just as beautiful without it. Her lipstick tonight is a deep, dark red, and I want nothing more than to kiss it off those plump lips of hers. But she's Maeve, and that's never going to happen. Having fun? Rose's arms, warm from the exertion on the dance floor, wrap around me. I pull her around me and have her sit on my knee. I am. How about you? Enjoying yourself? Immensely. I'm parched. Do you mind? She grabs my beer before I get a chance to answer and takes a long swig. We've got this girlfriend-boyfriend thing down pat. Putting my arm around her, kissing her cheek, dancing with her at all the school functions is as natural as breathing. We fool everyone except my sister. Not that she's ever said anything. Here's a crazy thought, my new brother-in-law says, looking at me. Why don't you go to Wilmington for a couple of weeks and help Maeve out? That's a great idea. You've been talking about wanting to get out of Linden for a while. Amy sits up straight, giving me her full attention. I'll be fine. I don't need anyone from here to plan a rescue mission, Maeve says, leaning back and crossing those long legs of hers. I have stuff to do on the farm. I can't just take off and leave Dad. That comment earns me a kick from Rose. Thankfully, no one else notices. Dad will be fine. It's always slow this time of the year, and Leo and I can help with anything that comes up. We'll only be gone for a couple of days for our honeymoon. You should go. You'll like Wilmington. I'm sure Maeve would be happy to provide you with free room and board at that beautiful house with a marsh view in exchange for your handyman skills. Amy shoots her best friend a pointed look. Think of it as a vacation. You always say you want to get out and see more of the country. This is your chance, Max. Rose turns and looks at me, challenging me to agree to this harebrained plan. I can help your dad around the farm, and trust me, Maeve could really use your help. Shooting a TV show is insane. Leo turns to look at Maeve. Honestly, I don't know how you expect to take care of an entire house and yard while shooting. I had to get someone to come clean my house and order all my meals when I was in the middle of a show. He shakes his head. Yeah, but you were the producer. You had to be on all the time. I figured it wouldn't be a problem with the part one got. Except they keep moving my shooting times around. There's wardrobe and makeup. But it barely gives you enough time to sleep, let alone do anything other than work, shower, and pass out. Leo finished for her. Not quite that bad, but it's been so hot out. I've been afraid I'd get a sunburn, and the show is supposed to be taking place up north in the fall. Don't ask me why they decided to shoot down here in the summer. She shakes her head, her long black hair moving all over the place. She blows a random strand out of her face. See, Maeve needs you. You should go. At least for a week. Get that sink of hers fixed, cut the grass, trim the bushes, and go check out Wilmington. If you don't like it, you're only a few hours away from home, and the farm isn't going anywhere. Trust me, I know. Rose hops off my lap and smiles encouragingly. All right, I'll come take a look. When do you want me there? I ask Maeve. I don't need your pity or your charity, Maeve shoots back, not looking as excited as everyone else around the table at the prospect of having me play handyman. It's not. I could use a vacation, and unlike you, I won't be working from sunup to sundown. I get enough of that on the farm. Right. I'll think about it and let you know. And, Max, I do appreciate the offer, Maeve says. I need to steal Rose for a bit, Lily, her younger sister, says, grabbing her by the arm and dragging her off to the other side of the bar. And I am in the mood to dance with my husband. What do you say? Amy holds her hand out to Leo. The couple walks over to the center of the barn and dance to an upbeat song I don't recognize. Which leaves me sitting at the table with Maeve. Her foot is tapping to the fast-paced rhythm of the music. I have to force myself to take my eyes off the bright red painted toenails peeking out. Would you like to dance? I ask when the stillness between us becomes too much. I thought you'd never ask. Maeve's smile is huge and infectious as she drags me to the dance floor. My heart is beating a mile a minute, and it isn't just from the quick pace at which I twirl her around. She's an amazing dancer, never missing a beat. You're good, she says when the song ends. So are you. I take a step in the direction of our table when her hand grabs mine. Not so fast. She pulls me back as the next song starts. It's a slow tune by Adele. Before I can think better of it, I pull her into my arms. Her warm body presses against me as we slowly move around the dance floor, making our way around the other couples. Out of the corner of my eye, I spot Rose, deep in conversation with her sister and Caleb. How are you feeling? Rose asks when she calls me first thing the next morning. Fine. I barely had anything to drink. I was the best man and promised Amy to be on my best behavior, remember? I walk back from the barn where we keep the young calves. The sun was blaring down on me. It would be another scorching hot day, and I make a note to ride out and check the main herd's water supply. I do remember. That's not what I'm talking about, and you know it, she says. She's right, of course. This is about Maeve. I hold back the groan that's threatening to rise from deep in my chest. Guys don't groan. And they don't pine over their big sister's best friend. Did you talk to her this morning? Rose asks. No, Dad and I were the only ones up when I left the house this morning, and I haven't been back since. My stomach is growling, but I keep finding things to keep me away from the house and a certain raven-haired beauty. I figured after that dance number she'd be asking you to move in. Horses neigh, and Rose sounds a little out of breath. She hasn't. What are you up to this morning? Working out that mare of yours or mucking the horse stables? I ask, hoping the distraction works. Asking Rose about Buttercup usually does the trick. Cleaning stalls. And don't think I don't know what you're doing. We were talking about you and Maeve. When are you going to make your move? This is the perfect opportunity. Besides, haven't you been telling me all year how burned out you are and how much you need time away from this place? Rose huffs and grunts as she works. I did, but she clearly doesn't want me there. I try to shrug it off and stop by the hose, running cool water over my sweat-covered face and head before grabbing a quick drink of the cold well water. Oh, please. That woman needs you. Can you imagine Maeve Alden on a lawnmower? I don't have to see Rose to know she's rolling her eyes and shaking her head. It wouldn't end well, that's for sure. But seriously, she doesn't want me there, and I'm not going to force myself on the woman. Force yourself? She was hanging all over you last night on the dance floor. I keep telling you, there's something between the two of you. Don't give up hope. It probably doesn't help that she thinks I'm with you. I run my free hand through my hair, pushing most of the water off and getting it out of my face. It's about time for my summer buzz cut. We can break up, if that would help, Rose says, hesitation in her voice. Of course not. This little ruse of ours has served both of us well over the years. Everyone in town thinks we've been dating since our freshman year. I don't want this to hurt your chances with Maeve. If you need to come clean with her, go for it. Rose has been my best friend for as long as I can remember, and I don't expect anything else from her. That doesn't mean I'll make her life more complicated by officially breaking up with her or admitting that us dating has been a ruse we've kept up for years. Not with all the pressure she's under from her family to get married and take over the Oaks farm. I appreciate it, but that's not going to happen, I say when I realize I've been standing here staring holes in the sky. All right. But if she asks you to come, promise me you'll say yes. I can't promise you that, I say when I see Maeve step out onto the front porch, a large cup of coffee in hand. Spending time alone with her, hours away from home sounds like a terrible idea. She waves at me. I have to go, I say, ending the call with Rose. Good morning. That was some party last night, wasn't it? Maeve asks as I make my way up onto the porch. She's sitting in one of the old wooden rockers my grandfather made when he built this house. It was. I'm surprised you're up. Any fun plans for today? I ask, making conversation and taking the rocking chair next to her. Nothing really. I figured I'll try to go see Amy before I head out. Unless there's something you need help with out here. She looks off across the fields and toward the barn. Dad and I have it covered. I figured you'd want to go see your folks. Spend some time with them. I'm surprised at the expression that flashes across her face. It's gone too quickly to make out what it was. Fear, panic, surprise? I don't think so, she says, getting up to head back inside. That question was a mistake. Hey, Max, she asks, the front door already pulled open. Yes. If you're still game, I could use help in Wilmington for a few days.
Chapter 3. Maeve. And action. Tom Dixon, the director for the pilot, calls and I stroll into the doctor's office, sweating like a pig in the wool coat and winter boots I'm wearing. At least I'd been able to talk Tom out of the ugly wool hat he wanted me to wear. Only the thread of hat hair made him relent. He did cast me for my looks after all, and neither he, nor I, or anyone else on set for that matter, pretends otherwise. I'm here to pick up my grandmother, Agatha Myers, I say to the actress playing the good doctor's receptionist. Helen from my acting class got the part, and she has more lines and screen time than I. She's with Dr. Horton. She'll be out in a minute if you'd like to take a seat. She points to the waiting area. On a whim, I decide to take off my coat and take a seat, crossing my legs and flipping through a magazine. Tom lets me get away with it. The cameras are still rolling. Thank you, Doctor. I will bring over that pie in the morning, Madeline Sands, the older actress playing my grandmother, says. I remember her from a soap Amy and I used to watch in junior high. The woman has skills, turning from an attractive older mom to a believable doting grandmother in a small town in the blink of an eye. Hi, Grandma. I rise and speak one of my few lines, walking up and taking the woman's arm. Scarlett, you made it. Madeline's eyes light up like I'm actually her beloved oldest granddaughter, whom she hasn't seen since Christmas. Let's get your coat on. It's chilly out there, I say, improvising an extra line. As I help her into her own thick coat, I shoot a look at the good doctor across her shoulder, hoping to convey interest and concern in equal measures. Cut. Tom calls and both Madeline and I shrug out of our coats, fanning ourselves to avoid any sheen across our noses. Maeve, can you come over here for a minute? Tom calls from the fold-out chair he occupies next to a set of screens. I walk over, mentally preparing myself for a dressing down in front of the entire crew. I know better. Scarlett is a minor character who's supposed to stay in the background and look pretty. Sorry, Tom. I don't know what came over me. Don't. It was great. And that look between you and Josh, pure magic. Here, look. He pushes a button and motions for Josh to join us. On the screen, I see the small one-sided smirk Josh, Dr. Horton, gives my character in response to my improvised look. Let's lean into that for a minute. Are you two comfortable with a little banter? Some light flirting. See where this goes? Tom turns to me. Happy to. I couldn't keep the grin off my face if I tried. Josh nods his agreement. Off-screen, he's a man of few words. I can do that. What if I express my concern and try to get some info about my grandmother's condition? I like it. Let's give it a go. Everyone. Positions. The scene flows like water, and even a blind guy could sense the chemistry between me and Josh. We're feeding each other lines, playing off each other, with Madeline injecting just enough to keep us from going overboard. When Tom finally calls cut, I'm exhilarated and emotionally drained. I'm glad Tom didn't make us put these things back on, Madeline says, tossing her coat to an assistant waiting in the wings. And girl. You were on fire. Nice work. I feel the warmth creeping into my cheeks. Thank you. Great work. I have to take this. Josh walks off, phone pressed to his ear. He's speaking softly, like he's trying to keep his conversation private. That was good work, Maeve. I like how you think on your feet. I can't promise anything, but we might see about increasing your lines, provided that works with your schedule. Tom looks at me, his assistant standing by his side, phone poised, presumably to take notes. Of course. That would be wonderful. My schedule is wide open. I don't realize how quickly I come to regret those words. My days go from a breezy 4 to 6 hours on set and a half-hour prepping at home for my lines to grueling 16-hour days as my part morphs from side character to provide a bit of interest into the main love interest for the good doctor. I swear, I have more lines than Madeline. Hang in there, girl. It gets easier with practice. You'll get used to these in no time flat. The older actress waves the latest script update as we both walk out of the studio. I'm dead on my feet. I don't check my voicemail until I make it home and pour myself a glass of wine. I run a bath to help me unwind, hitting play on the 3 messages while the old clawfoot tub fills up with warm water and bubbles. The first is a congratulatory message from my agent. He's excited and ready to shop me around for more shows and movies. The second is from Amy, checking in on the wedding stuff. The last is from my landlord, Mr. Kuntz. Miss Alden. I have been patient and realize you are a working girl, but a big part of our agreement was that you would take care of the grounds. I've received a note today from the Homeowners Association about the state of the lawn. Please address this immediately. He doesn't say the or else, but it's implied. Don't you realize I haven't been home during daylight in forever? I mutter under my breath, reaching over to check the temperature of the bath. It's scalding hot and filled to the ridiculously low overflow drain. Drats. Leaving the water too cool enough to get in without risking second-degree burns, I grab my phone and make the call I've been trying to avoid all week. "Hey, Max. It's Maeve." "I can see that," says the gravelly voice at the other end. I glance over at the clock in the kitchen. "Sorry, did I wake you?" Farmers like Max get up at the crack of dawn and are down and out with the chickens. Almost midnight is way past his usual bedtime, if I had to guess. "No, you're fine. What's up?" The creaking proves he's at least in bed. Though he did answer on the second ring, and who doesn't silence their phone when they go to sleep? If I did wake the guy, that's on him. "Are you still interested in coming out here for a while?" I ask. I hate asking for help. "Sure." He's not going to make this easy for me. "Do you know how to use a lawnmower?" I ask. Max laughs, the sleepiness gone from his voice. "Yes." "Do you have one you could bring?" "Sure." "Great. I'll see you the day after tomorrow. I'll text you the address." I pull the phone away from my ear, my finger hovering over the red E&D button. "Maeve?" I could barely hear his voice and put the phone back to my ear. "Aren't you forgetting something?" "What's that?" I ask, confused. "You didn't ask me to come out there." Max's voice is dripping with amusement. "Seriously?" I huff. The line stays silent. I'm tempted to hang up and find someone else. But there is no one else. Swallowing my pride, I clear my throat. "Max, would you please come out to Wilmington to cut the grass, fix the leaky sink, and help me paint this house?" I ask. It's acting, I tell myself. "I'd love to. See you Thursday." He hangs up before I can get another word in. As I slip into the hot bubble bath, I try to push aside the mixed emotions washing over me. Relief that I have someone to help. Someone who knows how to use a lawn mower, a hedge trimmer, and the set of paint rollers I bought a few weeks ago. Trepidation about having to ask for help in the first place. I don't like being beholden to anyone. But sometimes a girl's gotta do what a girl's gotta do. And a mix of anxiety and excitement. I don't know where it's coming from and am in no mood to examine it. Closing my eyes, I slip into the warm water, letting it engulf me and melt away the last of the tension of the day.
Chapter 4. Max. Impressive. I let out a slow breath as I pull into the driveway of the house Maeve is renting. Or at least I think she is. It looks like it needs some work, but the place has good bones and the location is stunning. I'm tempted to check the address I plugged into the GPS before I left Linden this morning. It's a lot of house, especially for one person. The red front door opens, and Maeve steps out, wearing shorts and a knotted t-shirt. Her feet are bare. I don't remember the last time I've seen her out of heels. "You made it." Maeve pads down to the circle driveway as I hop out. "This place is nice." I grab my duffel bag and stick my phone in the back pocket of my faded jeans. They show their age, but they're soft and comfortable. Perfect for spending a long day behind the wheel. "Isn't it?" "Where's the rest of your stuff?" she asks, holding her hand out for my bag. I shake my head. "I've got this. It's in the back of the truck." She raises on her tiptoes to peek into the bed of my Ford Ranger. It's got some age to it, but it's served me well since the year I graduated high school. "What's all that stuff?" she asks, looking confused. "Lawnmower, blower, skill saw, and my toolbox." Didn't everyone know what that stuff was? This girl grew up in the country. I know what a lawnmower looks like, and this isn't one. She shakes her head. "And where's the rest of your luggage? You're staying a week or two, right?" "This is it." I hold up the duffel bag that holds the shirts and jeans I usually rotate through, along with a couple of nice button-downs and a pair of shorts. I even threw in a pair of swim trunks in case I make it out to the beach. I feel overpacked. "Seriously?" We'll have to go shopping. Come on in. We can put that yard stuff in the garage later. She turns and heads into the house without waiting for a response. It doesn't surprise me. I sling the duffel back across my shoulder and grab my toolbox. I would have preferred to get the rest of the equipment put away somewhere secure, but let it go. Besides, this looks like a friendly neighborhood. There are people walking their dogs, moms pushing strollers, and kids drawing with chalk on the wide sidewalks. It feels like the kind of place where you can leave your car unlocked overnight. I lock my truck and follow Maeve inside. Welcome to my humble abode. You can put that down anywhere. She spins around, her hands waving around the large open concept living area. A wall of tall windows overlooks the marsh, the setting sun behind us washing everything in a golden light. It's a moment you can't capture on film, no matter how good of a photographer you are. Or at least, you've got to be a heck of a lot better than me and my 2-year-old Android phone. What happened to your hair? Maeve asks, turning around to look at me standing there, taking in the view, still carrying my bag and toolbox. I put the toolbox on the large kitchen table. It's made from reclaimed wood and has plenty of scratches on it. At some point, this place has seen more life than it does now. You can feel it in the walls, the decor, and there's something about it. A comfortable, well-lived feel like the old farmhouses in Linden. Cut it to beat the heat, I say, running my hand over the short stubble. It still feels a little strange. Almost like a soft brush. It startles me every time I step into the shower and wash my head. Makes you look like you enlisted, Maeve says as she moves around the downstairs, showing me around. She spins on her heel and turns to face me. You didn't, did you? Did what? Enlist? Of course not. I've got a farm to run. I shake my head at the ludicrous idea. Even if I wanted to, which I don't, it's not an option. I'm the oldest and only Lauren's son. I'm taking over the farm. End of story. Oh, good. That's it for the downstairs. Not much to it. There's the porch, of course. It's where I spend most of my time when I'm here. We can hang out there after you get settled in. Let me show you the upstairs, and you can pick your room. I follow her up the wooden staircase. A long hallway is lined with bedrooms of various sizes and 2 bathrooms, both of which have seen better days. At the end of the hall, a ladder leads to the attic space. What's up there? I ask, setting down my bag and putting a hand on a rung halfway up. Just some dormitory. A bunch of bunk beds and a couple of windows. Maeve shrugs. I climb up. She's right. It's one large room, covering the entire footprint of the building. The pitch of the roof is steep, making only a small portion along the center of the house tall enough to walk in. Each side is lined with cabinets and shelves. A series of twin beds are lined up in front of them along each side. You can easily sleep 12 up here and have plenty of space to move around. I walk the length of the room, ending up at a window at the end of the house that overlooks the marsh. From up here, you can see for miles. The marsh, the stretch of land that protects it from the ocean, and peeking out between the houses on the beach, you can see the ocean. I'm staying up there if that's okay with you, I say as I make my way back down to retrieve my bag. Seriously? There isn't even a bathroom. Or a closet. Maeve looks stunned. I shrug. I like the extra space. Suit yourself. Get settled in and meet me on the porch. I'll fix us something to eat. She turns and walks away, leaving me space to unpack and get comfortable in the largest bedroom known to man. She's out on the porch by the time I get back. I pull my notepad out of my back pocket and add to the notes I've been taking as I make another round of the downstairs. I jot down everything that needs fixing around the place. It's not bad, but there's plenty to keep me busy. The door to the porch creaks as I open it, causing Maeve to turn and look up at me from the porch swing she's sitting in. Her smile is dazzling. To distract myself, I add a line about oiling the hinges. And the swing could use a fresh coat of paint. The screen needs to be replaced in a few spots. Here, take a seat. Have some crackers and cheese. Wine okay? If not, there's beer in the fridge. I grabbed a 6-pack for you. Her hand is poised over an empty wine glass, a bottle of some sort of white wine in hand. This is fine. I sit in the rattan chair next to her. The view of the marsh is fantastic from here. I see why this is where you spend all your time. There's a light breeze blowing through the open space, the 3 ceiling fans above us adding to the airflow that keeps us cool despite the heat and humidity. It's even better first thing in the morning. You can see the sun rising right over there. She points to a spot to the left, and I promise myself to wake up early and see it for myself tomorrow morning. Cheers. I accept the full glass. The liquid is golden, slightly sparkly, and ice cold. I take a sip and grimace. It's sickly sweet with some fruity undertones. Peach maybe? Maeve laughs. Beer's in the fridge. I'll take this back. I hand her the glass, and she expertly transfers the contents into her own. I'll be right back. I make my way back through the living area and into the kitchen that faces out to the driveway and road. My truck is there, tools still sitting in the back. I grab a beer from the fridge, some low-carb stuff that's not my favorite but far more drinkable than whatever she poured me. I notice a large terrarium on the counter that divides the kitchen from the dining space on the other side. A corn snake is curled up in a corner, paying no attention to me or the dead mouse in its habitat. Better? Maeve asks, watching me take a swig from the glass bottle as I rejoin her on the porch. Much. What's with the snake in the kitchen? That's Alistair. He's my pet. I thought the two of you had met before. She looks at me, caution in her eyes. I shake my head. I think Amy mentioned something about a snake that keeps escaping. He's a bit of an escape artist, but the bigger terrarium is helping. That's not going to be a problem for you, is it? I doubt he can make it up that ladder. She looks at me across the rim of her wine glass, holding it poised in front of her face. It's not a problem. We have plenty of corn snakes around the farm. I feel sorry for him, that's all. I shrug and take another swig of beer. The cool liquid feels great, and I realize how dehydrated the drive out here has made me. Why would you feel sorry for him? Alistair's got it made. She looks genuinely surprised. Maeve, he's a wild animal. He belongs out in nature in his natural habitat where he can roam around, hunt down his dinner, find another snake to mate with. I'm not a fan of zoos either. On the farm, the cows have plenty of space to roam and enjoy each other's company. It's not ideal, but light years better than being stuck in a glass cube. Oh, please. Alistair wouldn't make it a single night on his own. Here he gets to lie around all day, hang out with me, and his dinner is served to him on a plate every other day. Free room and board, no enemies, no predators. Boy's got it made. I guess that's one way of looking at it, I say. What she's keeping as a pet is none of my business. It is. Trust me, he's happy. What's that? Maeve points to the small notepad and pen sitting on the table in front of me. I pick it up and hand it to her. Preliminary list of what needs fixing. Let me know what I missed. She scans the page. Is this what you were doing while I gave you the tour? Making note of everything that's wrong with this place? Of course. That's why I'm here. I won't know what to fix if I don't know what's broken. Did you notice any of the charm and beauty of this place? The old clawfoot tub? The farmhouse sink in the kitchen, the thick slab of oak wood over the fireplace. I wonder where that thing came from. It's got to be ancient. I did. I also noticed that it's starting to rot in one corner. I'll take care of it. We're going to have to work on your living in the moment skills, farm boy, she says. I live in the moment just fine. After the work is done for the day. Speaking of which, I need to put away my tools before it gets too late. I rise, and Maeve follows me out the front door. We put everything into the garage and are back out on the porch before the sun has set completely. I have a fresh beer in my hand and kick off my shoes. Bare feet on the table in front of me, I kick back and let the faint salt breeze wash over me. I sigh and drink my beer, sitting there, taking in the view. Good job, Maeve says, a few minutes later. She's curled up on the porch swing. I realize she's been watching me. Told you I could live in the moment just fine. Sometimes there's just stuff that needs to be taken care of. You can't take a break whenever you feel like it when you have animals depending on you. Or people, she adds, her voice carrying a weight of emotion that surprises me. I guess that's right. I've never been on a film set, but I guess it involves a lot of different people working together to capture a scene. We chat about the town and the show she's filming. I laugh when Maeve brings up how much she hates the thick winter clothes she has to wear. It's much less awkward than I feared, and she was right. This place is stunning. Even working on it will be a joy and a nice change of pace from fixing fences and replacing panels on old barns. What's for dinner? I ask when the conversation lulls. This is it. Maeve points to the plate of crackers and cheese. That won't work. I pull my phone out of my pocket and look for the closest pizza place that delivers.
Chapter 5. Maeve. The sun isn't quite out when I force myself to crawl out of bed. I've hit the snooze button only once, which means I have time to sit out on the porch to watch the sunrise while I drink my coffee and try to wake up. I pull a sweatshirt over the tank top and shorts that make up my summer PJs and head downstairs. I make it halfway down before I hear the banging and smell the coffee. Max, I completely forgot he was here. In my house. Working already. In here. I'll be right out. There's coffee, he calls, his voice sounding muffled. I head straight into the kitchen. If he's anything like my dad, I'm better off not messing with him while he's working on something. I pour myself a large cup, add a splash of half and half, and take my morning treat out to the porch. The air is cool, the breeze coming in off the ocean in the distance, carrying the scent of the beach with it. It's cleaner than the murky and thick marsh air. It smells earthier than the ocean breeze. I curl up in the swing and stare out over the landscape in front of me. I could live here for years and never take this for granted. It's beautiful. Max takes his seat beside me. I didn't hear him come out here. Did you already fix that squeak? I ask, pointing to the screen door that leads out to this space. I had some oil in my toolbox, he says, as if that's an answer. I assume that means he did. That and the fact that he could sneak up on me because it was no longer making that awful creaking noise. You've been busy. I didn't expect you to jump right into work. Plus, this is your vacation. You should sleep in. Live a little. Max grins. I am. And I did sleep in. It's almost 6, and this is only my second cup of coffee. And how many items did you cross off that to-do list of yours already? I ask. I enjoy teasing him. Always have. Just the squeaky door. I need a couple of new fittings for the sink and some wood filler for the oak mantel. I'm thinking of hitting the hardware store once it opens. Wanna go? I wish I could, but I have to get to work in a few. It's a blatant lie. Not the going to work part. The hardware store is the last place I'd want to go. I'm not even sure we have one around here. Not a problem. I have enough here to keep me busy. He pulls his notepad out and crosses an item off the list. I'm guessing it's the door. Do you want me to leave you some money, or can I write you a check later? I ask. I didn't think about supplies. Don't worry about it. Shouldn't be more than a few dollars. If there's something else we need, we can go pick it up when you get a day off. I laugh. We'll see when I get one of those. We might have to hope for rewrites. Thanks for this, by the way. I hold up my cup. It was nice to wake up to fresh coffee. You're welcome. We sit and watch the sun slowly rise over the marsh. It gets brighter on the porch, and I start to feel awake. Neither one of us speaks, and I'm surprised that there's no urge to fill the silence with chatter. It's nice. More restful than the sleep I got. I guess I should get ready. I finish the last of my coffee, forcing myself to leave my happy place. Do you want breakfast? I can cook up some eggs and bacon. Max is up and on his way to the kitchen before I catch up with him. Nothing for me. I've got to be sharp. Lots of lines to remember today. Thanks though. I should be back around 7 tonight. Text me if you need anything. I explain that my phone will be off anytime we're filming, but promise to check messages when I can throughout the day. Stop worrying. I've got this, he says. His confident smile makes me believe him. He's grown up from the gangly teenager that would storm into Amy's bedroom whenever I was staying over. And I stayed over a lot, avoiding my own family as often as I could get away with it. I nod and head upstairs to grab a shower and get ready for work. Max is nowhere to be found by the time I walk back down. His truck is still parked in the same spot in the drive, though. Next to my Mini. I grab my purse and keys and head outside. He waves at me from the garage, busy doing something to the lawnmower he brought. It looks more recognizable now that the push handle is attached to it. I wave back and pull out of the drive, heading to the studio on the outskirts of Wilmington, when my phone rings. Amy, you're up early. Everything okay? I ask, glancing at the clock on the dashboard. It's 7:45. If the traffic isn't too bad, I'll make it to the set in time. Everything's fine. Making sure Max got an okay. He didn't call, and I'm trying not to smother him. She yawns. He got here yesterday. I just left the house. He's already hard at work. He doesn't waste time, that's for sure. Something in Amy's tone makes me sit up and pay attention. Something going on that I should know about? I ask. Not really. Just try not to give him too much of a hard time, Maeve. He's a good kid. Not much of a kid anymore, but I get my best friend's point. I'm always nice. You've always given Max a hard time. You two know how to push each other's buttons. All I'm asking is that you cut him some slack and don't give him a hard time. I make it through a busy downtown intersection, my mind spinning with what she isn't telling me. Max hasn't been happy here in a while. I won't admit it, but I hope this trip will help. Keep an eye on him for me and call me if anything seems off? Amy asks. Something in the tone of her voice makes me agree immediately. I will. And don't worry. I'll take care of your little brother. Again. And this time, Maeve, try to get your lines right. Tom looks as frustrated as I feel. He's losing patience with me. It's my first day shooting big scenes, and I keep stumbling over my lines. You've got it, boss, I say with as much confidence as I can muster. Let's hope so. I've got somewhere to be, Josh mumbles under his breath. We're sitting across from each other at a table in the cafe set. This scene was originally Hannah's, but now that I'm becoming the lead's love interest, it's mine. Unfortunately, it involves long stretches of dialogue that include a fair share of medical terms as we discuss my fictional grandmother's health prognosis. And action! Tom shouts, and the set gets eerily quiet. Thank you for meeting me here, I say, fluttering my eyelashes at Josh's Dr. Horton character as requested. Of course. You have some questions about your grandmother? He leans back and raises the paper cup filled with stale, cold coffee to his lips, acting as if it were the finest Arabica known to man. The guy can act. Yes. I was hoping you could explain this chemo medication to me again and what I can do to support her during treatment. I hide my frustration and hope Tom will let the fact that I forgot the name of her medication slide. Cut. He waves me over. Maeve, what's going on? You assured me you can do this. Did I make a mistake expanding your part? His voice is friendly, but there's something hard and unforgiving in his eyes. I can do this, Tom. I can do better. Can we go again, please? I promise, I'll nail it. He nods, and I return to my spot, feeling the impatience roll off Josh. This time I nail it. We get all the way to the part where he's supposed to grab my hand and tell me that he's here for me, and I can call him anytime. Josh reaches out and takes my hand. Crap. Line? Cut. Seriously? I finally hit every single line, and you can't remember something as simple as I'm here for you. Call me anytime you have a question or need someone to talk to. This is hard, I get it. But we'll give your grandmother the best care possible. Even I know those lines. I rise and kick the chair I've been sitting on. It crashes to the floor with a satisfying thud. I cross my arms and stare at my co-star. You have got to be kidding me. Josh looks at me with such indignation. My temper kicks up another notch. Get it together, Josh, or we'll be here all night, I say and stomp off to get a glass of water. I need a minute to cool my temper and get back into a better frame of mind. Josh follows me. Seriously? You mess up 20 times in a row and give me a hard time for one stumble. You need to take it down a notch or two, Miss Weight Loss Shake. He takes the paper cup I've poured myself and walks back on set, sitting in the chair, legs spread and shoulders squared, waiting for me to come back. Maeve, my office. Tom walks over and takes me by the arm. We leave the studio and enter the trailer across the street. He offers me a seat but no drink. Not even a bottle of water, though he grabs one for himself from the fridge. What was that about? He asks, trying his best to keep his voice neutral. I got a little frustrated when Josh messed up, that's all. It won't happen again. I know I messed up. And I'm in trouble. Tom's taking a chance on me, and I'm letting him and myself down. I get that this is your first day with a lot of lines, but you can't let the pressure get to you like that. Tell me right now, is this something you can do, or should we go back to the original script? He sits down, leaning back on the small built-in couch. I promise you I'll deliver. Let's go back and do one more take. I'll nail it, you'll see. It's just those medical terms that tripped me up. I put on my most confident smile, forcing myself to feel it. Acting confident won't cut it anymore. Tom shakes his head, and my heart drops to my shoes. I swear I can do this. Like you said, it's my first big day shooting. There were bound to be some hiccups. But that's behind us now. It'll be smooth sailing from here on out. I'm more concerned about that outbreak. I won't have you acting like a diva, Maeve. Tell you what. Take the rest of the afternoon off. Go over your lines, and we'll give this another try tomorrow. I nod and turn to leave. And Maeve? He waits for me to turn back and face him. If I see that kind of attitude again, you're done. You're off the show. Understand? Understood.
Chapter 6. Max. I'm making my way through the house, assessing what needs fixing first, and making a shopping list for the hardware store that's a 45-minute drive across town when my phone buzzes in my back pocket. I ignore it, thinking it's another text from Maeve to let me know she won't be home until late in the evening, or how amazing she's doing on set. Alistair, how are you this fine morning? How's breakfast? The mouse in his cage looks disgusting. From the look in his eye, he agrees. The buzzing in my back pocket continues. It's a call. Hi, Rose. My mood instantly brightens when I hear my best friend's voice. Hi, stranger. How are things at Casa del Maeve? She asks. I step out onto the porch that's quickly becoming my favorite spot and sit on the swing that's Maeve's domain. The view from here is even better. You can see the curve of this stretch of waterlogged land and the river off in the distance. Everything's fine. You should see this place, Rose. I try to describe the view in front of me and fall short. That sounds nice. Any big plans for today, or are you going to sit on your butt staring out at the water all day? The sound of water running and grain flowing into a bucket makes me realize she's out doing chores. Not a surprise. Rose works as hard as I do. She jokes that she's the son her father never had. Nothing like that. I'm about to head out and get what I need to fix this leaky sink. The bushes around one side of the place need a good trimming, and Maeve wasn't kidding about the grass. I have a feeling that'll be a full-time job. The lot the house sits on is surprisingly large compared to everything else I've seen around here. Already earning your keep, then? Rose teases. Of course. No wonder this guy jumped at the chance of renting the place to Maeve. Taking care of everything she promised him is going to be a full-time job. Which I'm sure she appreciates having you around for. How's it going so far? Making your moves? The amusement in her voice is hard to ignore. Unfortunately, I know she's serious and wants me to use this chance to get closer to the woman I've had a crush on for as long as I can remember. We had drinks out here on the porch as the sun was setting. Very romantic, I had to please her. Good. And then? Did you kiss her? Tell me you at least held her hand or put your arm around her. Dazzled her with your conversation skills. I laugh. We talked, but there was no dazzling on either part. Then we went to bed. I drove for 6 hours, remember? And she had an early shoot today. You went to sleep? Have I taught you nothing? She huffs in pretend indignation. I don't mention the fact that I can count the hours of sleep I got on one hand, or that it took a lot of tossing and turning before I finally passed out from pure exhaustion. Knowing Maeve was just a few feet away, in the main bedroom suite, a floor below me kept me on edge. As did the strange noises of a house I wasn't familiar with. It was the first night. I'm playing a long game here. Besides, I came here to help and get away from the farm for a few days. Time to change the topic before Rose gets dug in on this Maeve thing. Right. At least tell me you have something fun and romantic planned for when she gets back. I know. Make her dinner. I'll think about it. Hey, this place really is huge. You should come down for the weekend. I tell her about the large dormitory I've claimed for myself and the myriad of other rooms. This place is laid out to have an entire extended family stay for the summer. Or fall. I bet it's pretty around here when the leaves change. Thanks for the offer, but that would be a little counterproductive, don't you think? In fact, you should tell her that we broke up. The whole town thinks we're together. She must have gotten word. Rose talks to Buttercup while I mull over the idea. I don't like lying to Maeve, especially about this. But I can't throw Rose under the bus either. I'll think about it. All right. I've gotta go. Dad's hollering for me clear across the pasture. Make sure you have some fun though and don't end up working the whole time. This is supposed to be a vacation, remember? She hangs up before I can get another word in. And she's right. This is my chance to think and figure out what I want to do with the rest of my life and how I want to go about it. My stomach growls, and I head inside. I dig through the fridge that's mostly filled with juices, yogurt, and more lettuce than the produce section of Lex's farm stand. Finally, I exclaim when I locate a pack of sliced turkey. Not my favorite, but it'll do in a pinch. There's bread, tomatoes, and mayonnaise. Everything I need for a quick sandwich or two. No chips, but there are crackers left from last night that will do just fine. I take my lunch out to the porch. It's getting pretty warm, but the fans help. And nothing is as bad as working out on the pasture, fixing fences in the glaring sun. I clean up after myself and send Maeve a quick text before heading to the hardware store, list in hand. I look at the next few feet of the rhododendron hedge that surrounds one side of the large building. This hasn't been trimmed in close to a decade, I mutter to myself before tackling the next bit, following the line I've created. I'm throwing the cut branches into the bed of my truck when Maeve pulls into the driveway. She's going so fast, I'm not sure she'll come to a stop. Thankfully, my truck is parked off to the side. I step around it. Everything okay? Don't ask. I'm going in. She slams the door of her car, not bothering to lock it, and storms into the house. I take off my gloves, sit them on the side of the truck bed, and follow her inside. The cold air hits me like a brick wall. Don't. Just don't. She's standing in the kitchen digging into a bag of Mandums, holding up one hand as if to stop me. I don't know what she thinks I'm about to do. Bad day at the office? You could say that. The worst. I really don't want to talk about it. I'm going to take a shower and then hole up with some booze and ice cream. She nods to herself, pleased with her plan. That's not going to help. Skip the shower and go change into an old pair of shorts and a t-shirt that you don't mind getting dirty. I walk back outside before she can refuse. I get back to trimming hedges, trying hard not to wonder if she'll join me out here or not. To my surprise, she steps out the side door in a pair of cut-off jean shorts and a graphic tee that's seen better days. Will this work? She asks. I nod before noticing her bare feet. Put on some shoes, and you're good to go. I have a large pile of branches scattered across the walkway that leads around the house and to the back of the property. All right. Put me to work. She walks up next to me and stands there, arms crossed, a grim expression on her face. I can feel the anger and frustration rolling off her. Something she'll have to work off before she's ready to talk. If there's one thing I've learned, it's that people are a lot like cows. There's no sense reasoning with them when they are mad and set in their ways. Wear them out, though, and suddenly, everything changes. You can start by dumping this stuff in the back of my truck. I'm ready for a smart reply, but Maeve doesn't say a word. She grabs the smaller pair of gloves I hand her and gets to work. 2 hours later, we've made serious progress on this part of the yard. The weeds are pulled, the hedges are trimmed, and I use the weed eater on the edges and spots I missed with the lawnmower earlier in the day. Feeling better? I ask, handing her a bottle of water from the cooler I keep stashed under the shade of the lone tree that sits between this house and the next. Maeve drinks half of it and wipes the sweat off her face before answering. Yes. And this place looks great. You do good work. She sounds as surprised as she looks. I'm not sure if it's about her state of mind or my skills as a gardener. Either way, I take the compliment and grin, downing my own bottle of water. It's no longer ice cold, but a welcome reprieve from the heat. Ready to tackle the next bed? I point to a large, much neglected flower bed that runs almost the entire length of the back of the house. It sits right below the porch, and it's been bugging me since yesterday. Sure. What do you want me to do? She looks at the area, looking only slightly worried about the amount of work left to do. Pull everything except this, and this. I point at the handful of azalea bushes that are worth saving. They are past blooming for the year, but with a good trim, they'll be stunning next spring. Not that either of us is likely to be here to see it. Maeve gets on her knees and gets to work. I hand her a bucket to catch the weeds and remnants of what I think used to be pansies that she pulls out before getting to work beside her. I got in trouble on set today, Maeve says a few minutes later. How so? I keep my tone neutral and my eyes on the ground in front of me. Once we're done pulling weeds, I'll work the soil. Maybe amend it with a bag or two of compost. I wish I could have Dad bring a load or two of cow manure down. It would have this bed thriving in no time. Today was my first day with a lot of longer scenes, and I kept messing up my lines. Let's just say nobody was happy. She shrugs her shoulders, shakes her head, and pulls the next clump of weeds with more force than necessary. She falls back and lands on her butt. That bad, eh? I bite my lip, trying hard not to laugh at her sitting there, stunned into silence. Her lips twitch, and she finally lets loose. I join in the laughter, and we both sit there, belly laughing until we can't breathe. Better? I ask, holding out my hand and helping her up. Much. Thank you. It really was bad, though. I lost my temper. Tom, the director, sat me down and basically told me to figure stuff out or I'm gone. She turns to look out over the marsh, hiding her face from my view. I don't need to see it. The set of her shoulders tells me everything I need to know. I'm itching to put my arm around them, pull her close, and tell her that everything will be okay. But that's not my place, not yet at least, and I'm sure the gesture wouldn't be welcome. It was your first big day, right? I'm sure the director didn't expect everything to go smoothly. It takes time to get used to a new situation like that. The dynamics change. I don't know much about the film business. Just the little I've picked up from Amy and Leo over the past year. Seems to me it's not all that different from any other situation where you have a lot of people working together on something new. It takes a little time to figure out what you're doing and to establish a pecking order. People are not all that different from chickens, no matter how much we like to pretend it to be otherwise. I guess, but I really lost it, Max. I kicked a chair and let loose on Josh. She turns, regret painted all across her pretty face. Most of the makeup she wore earlier has come off. Only the faintest hint of lipstick remains. Her words trickle into my mind. You decked him? I ask, stunned. No. It was all verbal. But I owe the guy an apology. And I have to do better tomorrow. With the lines and the temper. She nods, the words more for herself than for me. Maybe I can help. The temper thing is easy. All you've got to do is give yourself some space. Get in the habit of not reacting right away. If you can do that, it usually evaporates before you lash out. Don't ask me how I know, I add when I see her surprise. Okay. As for the lines, why don't I quiz you after dinner? We can go through them until you can say them in your sleep? You do that? Why? She asks, returning to the flower bed and the weeds left to pull. Nothing better to do? I quip. Ha, ha. I'm sure there's something you'd rather do than run lines with a failing actress. First of all, you're not failing. You had a bad day, that's all. Secondly, I can't think of anything else I'd do. I'm new in town, remember? We'll fix that this weekend, she promises. But you don't know what you're signing up for. There's a lot of repetition. Believe me, I know. Who do you think helped Amy learn her lines for Peter Pan your senior year in high school?
Chapter 7. Maeve. Hey, Josh? Hold up for a minute. I rush to join my fellow actor in line for lunch. Nice work today. He moves up a spot, his eyes scanning the offerings laid out by the catering team for today. Thanks. Listen, I want to apologize for my behavior yesterday. It was unprofessional, and I promise it won't happen again. He nods and asks for a plate of grilled shrimp and steamed broccoli. I hope he brushes his teeth after this or something. We have a couple of scenes later, including a kiss that I'm already nervous about. I don't need to add gag because my co-kisser smells like garlic shrimp to the list of worries rolling through my head. Mint. I've got to find some strong mint. I'm pretty sure I have a tin of something in the bottom of my purse. What can I get you, miss? I raise my head. By the way, everyone's staring at me. This isn't the first time the young girl in front of me has asked that question. My face grows hot. Just a salad, please. Which kind? Chicken, grilled shrimp? Chef, she asks, a friendly smile plastered all over her face. Chef salad is fine. What dressing would you like? We have. I raise my hand to stop her. No dressing. Just the salad, thanks. I grab the plastic container along with the fork and napkin she hands me and turn to get away from all of this. Josh is sitting with Tom and someone I think is pretty high up in the studio. Would you like something to drink? A young man asks as I make my way to the exit. I guess you don't have bourbon, do you? I ask, my lip pulling up into a half smile at the shocked expression on his boyish face. What does this catering company do? Hire a bunch of high schoolers? No ma'am. No alcohol on set. We have some energy drinks and coffee strong enough to wake the dead, though. He points to a selection of highly caffeinated drinks behind him. It's the last thing I need with the amount of anxiety I feel building up in my chest. A bottle of water would be great, I say, giving him my most dazzling smile. He blinks and slowly moves to grab a plastic bottle from the cooler at his feet. His hands shake as he hands it to me. It's petty, I know, but it feels good to know I can still make an impression on someone of the opposite sex. Too bad my charms do nothing for Josh. Even Tom seems immune, but at least he's happy with my performance today, for the most part. Anything else? The boy asks, looking like he's trying to muster the courage to ask me for my phone number. I shake my head and stick the bottle in my purse. I make my way across the room to the back door that leads out to one of the few green spaces on the lot. A chain-link fence is less than 10 yards away, but there's grass, a small tree, and, most importantly, an old picnic table that's rarely used. The only other people I've seen here are the lighting crew, and they're usually working to set up the next scene by the time I get around to having lunch. I sit down at the table and pull the water bottle out of my purse, along with the printout for the next few scenes. Shoot. The condensation from the ice-cold bottle, and probably the ice water it's been swimming in all morning, have soaked the pages. Thankfully, the ink didn't smear, but I can barely touch the paper without tearing it. I carefully spread them out as best I can and stare at my salad. My appetite is gone. Sighing, I pull my phone from my purse, making sure it didn't take an unintentional bath either. It's fine and comes on without a problem. Be grateful for the small things, I remind myself. Amy taught me that. Right on cue, a message from my best friend in the world pops up. She must have called while we were shooting this morning. Amaze, what's up? I ask, grateful for the distraction of returning her call. Just checking in and seeing how you're doing. How's the shoot? I didn't interrupt a scene? Amy asks. Not at all. I'm having lunch. I open the salad container and stare at the sad sight in front of me. I should have gotten the ranch dressing. Anything to cover up the limp lettuce and sad-looking vegetables. I don't want to keep you. Just making sure you and Max are both doing okay. You're not keeping me from anything but a poor excuse for a salad. You know, some days, being an actress and having to fit into whatever wardrobe picks out for you is a pain. I want a burger and fries. I sigh. Amy laughs. You can get away with one of those on the weekend. Unlike me, you won't gain 3 pounds from looking at one. I wish. I sigh and spear a bit of lettuce and a few thin slices of ham on the plastic fork that matches the plastic container. Seriously though, everything okay? You sound off. Amy's voice takes on a more serious tone. I'm fine. Work stuff. I don't want to talk about it. But, hey. You must really be worried about your baby brother. This is 2 days in a row that you've called me. I don't hide the amusement at her overprotectiveness. Not that I blame her. Ever since their mother died, Amy has watched out for Max. I doubt it will change any time soon. Especially since she moved back to Linden. Maybe that's why Max was so eager to get out of town for a bit. Not really. I haven't talked to him since he left, but he's a grown man. I'm sure he's fine. He is. He's a machine though. The man already fixed a million things around the house, trimmed the bushes, cut part of the lawn, and had me weeding a flower bed. Can you imagine? I'm starting to think this wasn't the best idea. It's a lie. Asking Max to come stay with me has been the best idea I've had all year, including auditioning for this show. He's gotten more done in one day around the house than I'd hoped to accomplish all month. My landlord will be pleased, and I can stay on that porch for a while longer. That's Max for you. He's never been able to sit still and do nothing. Amy chuckles. He got in trouble in school a lot, didn't he? My memories are fuzzy, but I seem to recall quite a bit of detention, which meant Amy had to either wait around after school or drive back to pick him up. You're not wrong about that. It's why Dad encouraged him to come work on the farm instead of going to college. Not sure that was the right call. Is this what this is about? Max is looking for a different life? Something else to do besides farming? The information comes as a huge surprise. I'd always assumed he'd take over the Lawrence place whenever Amy's dad was ready to retire. Maybe there was more to the farm boy than met the eye. I'm not sure. Maybe encourage him to go out and see the town. Drive out to the beach, maybe even take a trip to the Outer Banks? Sure thing. I bet he'd turn heads at the beach. That man is built. Who needs a gym membership if you have a farm? I'd caught a glimpse of him in nothing more than a towel when he'd gotten out of the shower yesterday. My stomach tightens at the recollection. Max had a six-pack that was something else. Maeve? Something in Amy's tone brings me back down to earth. Yeah? Promise me you won't start anything with Max. He's my baby brother. I don't think my best friend realizes what she's asking. But I'd do anything for the girl. Don't worry. I won't. He's like a little brother to me, too. A very annoying one, but surprisingly good at running lines. He's been helping you? Amy sounds surprised, and for some reason, it irritates me that she thinks Max isn't capable of something as simple as that. He has, and he's very good. He could start acting himself if he wanted. I'd bet he'd have a job like that. I snap my fingers, managing to throw the fork clear across the table and onto the grounds. It lands in a patch of dust, dirt, and cigarette butts. Amy groans on the other end of the line. Don't drag him to an audition, okay? And don't even think about taking him to acting class. I'm quiet for a moment, staring at my salad and the lack of eating utensils. At least I didn't add dressing. Salad might not usually be a finger food, but it looks like today's the day. Maeve? I promise. No acting, no classes, no dating, but show the boy a good time. Got it. Thank you. Amy's voice is quiet, but full of gratitude. Don't mention it. How's everything else? Things going okay with you and Leo? Aren't you supposed to be on your honeymoon? What are you doing calling me every day? Everything's fine. We're having a good time. Heading back home tomorrow. I guess I miss you. And Max and Dad. I miss you too. I'll come for a visit the first chance I get once things calm down on set. I guess it's my turn to elicit a promise. I'll hold you to that. Hey, before I forget, your mom came by the bar. That's the reason I called. Seriously? My mom? I'm stunned. The woman has never set a foot in or even near the tipsy cow or even let a drop of alcohol touch her lips. She'd refuse wine if Jesus showed up and made it from water himself. I was as surprised as you. She asked me to tell you that you need to call her. She didn't go into specifics, but it sounded important. I bite back the groan that bubbles up. I've spent the last few years managing to avoid my folks, even managing not to run into anyone named Alden during my recent trip to Linden. Seems like the jig is up. I'll call her, I promise. Apparently, today is the day to make promises. All right. I'll let you get back to your lunch. Give Max a hug from me and tell him to call me. Amy hangs up before I can mention that me hugging Max may not be the best idea. But then again, she's better off not knowing about that. She'll sleep better at night being oblivious to the fact that the man is growing on me. I like having him in the house, and not just for his handyman skills. Max is funny, considerate, a great cook, and he makes excellent coffee. Mind if I sit and pull you out of whatever beautiful daydream you were having? Madeline sits down, not waiting for an answer from me. Please do, I say, realizing the words don't leave my mouth until long after she's made herself comfortable across from me. Don't let me keep you from eating your lunch. Though I've gotta tell you, their salads always disappoint. Madeline shakes her long gray hair. It's beautiful when it's not twisted up in some sort of tight bun that looks painful. I'm not really hungry, I say, my stomach's loud growl exposing the little white lie. And you're right. It's not quite what I expected. I smile, hoping she won't hold it against me. Try the steamed fish and veggies tomorrow. It's surprisingly good and as low carb as this. She points to my sad plastic container. I will. I sit there, trying to figure out what the experienced actress is doing here. She had to come seek me out. Unless I can head back inside if you need some privacy. Madeline laughs. What? You thought I came out here to make a secret phone call or sneak a cigarette? No, I wanted to talk to you. Now she really had me terrified. To give my hands something to do and in a vain attempt at restoring my ability to speak, I grabbed the water bottle and down half of it. You did well today. Much better than yesterday. Madeline pulls the script pages toward her. In the hot sun and the warm wood of the picnic table, they dried quicker than expected. Thank you, but that's not that much of a feat. I was horrible yesterday. I'm sorry, I made a scene on set. It won't happen again. I cross my fingers and hope she'll at least believe me. Of course it won't. I've been watching you, Maeve. You're a smart cookie, and you have some skills. You can make it far in this industry. If that's what you want. She looks at me with those striking blue eyes of hers. It feels like they penetrate deep into my soul. I do. It's all I've ever wanted. For as long as I can remember. Movies and TV shows have always been my escape. Being a part of creating them is what makes me get out of bed in the morning. Good, then I hope you won't mind a bit of advice from an old pro. She continues to look at me, waiting for an answer. I'll take all the help I can get, I say, trying to laugh and play it cool. Except the laugh sounds like I swallowed a cloud of fine dust. Really? It's more of a cough-choke combo thing. One corner of her perfectly colored lips quirks up, followed by a quick blink that gives me a brief respite from those intense eyes of hers. Don't take this the wrong way. I know you're chomping at the bit to cut your teeth with this role. I don't know if she's waiting for a response or making sure she has my full attention. Either way, I'm terrified. Yes? Are you sure? You don't sound like you mean that. She waves her hand before I can respond. My advice is this. Don't try to do too much too fast, especially when it comes to improvising. You're good. You're quick on your feet, but it makes things a little harder on everyone else. There's a reason they give us these and pay writers to come up with lines for us. It makes things go more smoothly, and that's what the studio wants. When things go smoothly, it takes less time to finish a scene, and we all get to go home a little sooner. What do you think? Can you stick to the script a little more? I clear my throat, forcing my voice to come out stronger and more confident this time. I am an actress, I remind myself. Yes. Let's try that again, and this time make me believe it, Madeline says, the smile now out in full force. Closing my eyes for a split second, I dig deep. Yes. Excellent. I'll let you get back to your lines. And that sad excuse of a salad. It does not look like it's improving with age.
Chapter 8. Max. Pouring myself another cup of coffee, I take it with me and wander through the house. It's early, just a little past 9, and I'm bored. Over the past 4 days, I fixed everything that needed fixing and had more conversations with Alistair, the resident snake, than Maeve. The only thing left is painting, and Maeve wants to wait until next weekend to get started on that. I open and close doors, check windows, and run water in every sink in the house, trying to find something to do. Tightening the leg on a chair in the kitchen is the best thing I find, and that's a 5-minute one-tool kind of job. I almost sigh with relief when the phone rings. Hi, Dad, what are you up to? Everything going okay at the farm? I ask, realizing how desperate I sound for anything to do, even if it's listening to my dad complain about the prices of feed or what fences we need to mend when I get back home. Everything's fine. Believe it or not, the cows are behaving, and so far, that water line we fixed is holding up. He sounds relieved. I didn't realize he'd been worried about it. We'll have to replace the last of it sooner rather than later. If you order the rest of the pipe we need, I'll get right on that when I get back. Hold your horses, son. You barely left and are already making plans for coming back? Don't get me wrong, I miss you, but you stay put and help Maeve. She's a nice girl, and from what your sister tells me, she can use all the help she can get. My dad sits down in the rocking chair on the porch. I can tell by the rhythmic creaking sound and add fixing that chair to my mental list of things to do. Are you sure about that? I have things pretty well under control. I can head back home anytime if you need me. I'm fine. There isn't much to do in the garden in this heat, and the last of the calves were born 2 days ago. It'll be easy going here for a little while. My dad's voice is relaxed. Isn't it about time to move the cows? I ask. Yep. Got that covered. I met this young guy at the feed store yesterday. Nice fella who's interested in starting his own little operation. I guess homesteading is what they call it these days. He's looking for some cheap land and plans to video the whole thing from start to finish. Can you believe that? I do. There's a bunch of homesteading channels on YouTube. It's how I came across that trick for keeping the boerworms out of the squash. Wrapping the stems in aluminum foil hadn't solved the problem completely, but we doubled our harvest before the intense summer heat had killed the plants. Now that you mention it, I remember that. Seems like a lot of extra work, dragging a camera everywhere you go. I don't have to be there to know my dad is shaking his head. Some of those guys make a nice living doing that. Running the farm is secondary, and they don't have to make a profit on what they raise. Some days, it doesn't sound like a bad idea. Making a living from quality, local food isn't for the faint of heart. It's a lot of work, and something always goes wrong at the worst moment. Is that so? Yes. What does meeting this guy at the feed store have to do with moving the cows to the pasture down by the creek? I ask. Oh, sorry. Didn't finish that tale, did I? The creaking of the rocking chair continues. I should record that and put it on YouTube as one of those videos people put on to fall asleep to. You didn't. I bite back a laugh and realize how much I miss hanging out with the old man. Maybe this trip wasn't a bad idea. If nothing else, it's showing me what I'm missing back home. We got to talking, and I told him about what we do out here. I was there picking up some chicken feed, you know. I nod. Not that he can see me. Well, one thing led to another, and I happened to mention that I'll be moving cattle from one pasture to another. He asked if he could help. With you gone, it didn't sound like a bad idea. Told him I couldn't pay much. I sit up, alarm bells going off in the back of my head. What kind of grifter is this guy? You sure that's a good idea? I know what you're thinking. He's good folk. I talked to a couple of the guys when I went down to talk to your sister at the bar. I laugh. You went to have a couple of beers with the guys. You see Amy every day at home. Well, you got me there. Not that she's been by the house much since she got back from her honeymoon. Anyway, stop trying to change the subject. I didn't realize I had. Far from it. But I kept my mouth shut. Like I was saying, I talked to a couple of the guys, and Justin has been helping a few of them. He's trying to learn as much as he can while they save up for a place of their own. Got a pretty little wife named Kay. Imagine that. And he won't let me pay him either. Says he's in it for the experience. Does he plan on filming on the farm? I ask, thinking that's the motivation behind the guy's offer. We haven't talked about it, but I don't think so. I'm sure the fellas would have mentioned something like that. They'd be showing off the videos on their phones. He chuckles. You're probably right there. So he's coming out to help you move the cows this week? That's the plan. If the weather holds, we might do it tomorrow. Doesn't feel quite right though to have him work for free. It's not a quick job getting them all to the back pasture. He's not wrong. It will be at least a few hours of work. Why don't you give him a couple of ribeye steaks and whatever is still growing in the garden? If he's into local food, he'll appreciate that. That's not a bad idea. Thanks, son. I better get going. I should give him a call before I head out to work on the vegetable beds. The screen door opens and closes. Sounds good. Stay out of the heat, Dad, I say before he can hang up on me. I will. How about you? What have you seen of Wilmington so far? Can't say that I ever made it out that way. From the sound of it, he's pouring himself another cup of coffee. To tell you the truth, all I've seen so far are the gas station and the hardware store. The house is pretty, though. I'll email you some pictures. My father's ancient cell phone doesn't do well with images. That'll be nice. Be sure to get out and look around. No telling when you'll get back out there now that Amy moved back home. You're not wrong. All right then. I'll let you go. Take care, son, and behave yourself around Maeve. Yes, sir, I squeeze in before he hangs up. I guess I might as well head into town, I say to Alistair after another sandwich on gluten-free bread that doesn't quite hit the spot. Need anything? As usual, my companion is the silent type. A flick of his forked tongue is the only response I get. I get in my truck and head downtown. Managing to grab a parking spot right in the center, I get out, determined to go exploring while not trying to look like a tourist. Can I help you find something? A kind woman pushing a baby stroller asks me 5 minutes later. No, thank you. Just out for a walk. I run my fingers through my hair, still not used to the shortness of it. Beautiful baby girl, I add. My mother and sister raised me right. He's a boy, but thank you. The woman grins, and I step into the closest store, my face burning. It's one of those antique stores with overpriced teacups and picture frames. Not my thing, but I'm not leaving until I'm sure mother and child are back home. Or at least a mile away from me. Can I help you? An older lady asks. I don't have the heart to tell her I'm using her premises to hide out. Just browsing. If that's okay. Of course. You might want to head to the back. You'll find my husband out there. She points toward the back of the store. It looks tiny from the front but is surprisingly long, stretching the entire space to the next street. With nothing better to do, I follow her advice. A half-open door to the left, not far from the back wall, holds a sign that promises engines and equipment. Curious, I pull the door open and step into what must have been an old warehouse. The place holds several old trucks, engines, and more outdated farm equipment than I've seen since the estate sale of old Alec's place. She's a beauty, isn't she? An old man dressed in a wool suit and walking on a wooden cane walks up and steps next to me. She is. We both admire the red row crop tractor. It's a 1935 Alice Chalmers WC. Not too many of those left around. There's pride in the old man's voice. I think my great-grandfather had one of these. I recognize it from pictures. You come from a farming family? The man's eyes light up with excitement. I nod. We have a place up in Linden. Couple 100 acres. Been in the family for 4 generations. Not too many of those left either. I'm Bill Harris. He holds out his hand. It's calloused and covered in bruises. I shake it as gently as I can. Max Lawrence. Nice to meet you. We talk specs for a while, and Bill tells me about his love for bringing old vehicles and equipment back to life. I'm surprised to see something like this here. Not what I expected to find in what I consider to be a bit of a tourist town. It's pretty unique, he says, followed by a belly laugh before motioning for me to follow him deeper into the warehouse space. That it is. I try to take it all in. The place is full of any type of old machinery and tool you can think of. Hand tools, power tools, tillers, if it's been used to build or grow something, it's here. We came out here for my wife. She does pretty good out there. This is more of a hobby. He turns a corner, and we walk up on a row of old plows, rakes, and everything else you can pull behind a horse, ox, or tractor. Is that a sugar cane mill? I walk up to get a closer look at the heavy piece of equipment that looks like something out of a steampunk graphic novel. Sure is. Bought it from an old farmer down in Georgia. His folks used to grow a bit of sugarcane and sorghum. That's something else. It's a shame none of this is in use anymore. I shake my head. Sure is. When I was younger, I'd get this stuff running again. Today, all I do is piddle around here and there. My hands can't take the manual labor anymore. We walk the rest of the perimeter of the warehouse, and I spend a pleasant 2 hours talking shop with Bill. We're fast friends by the time I decline his wife's invitation to join them for lunch and make it back outside. I stroll through the streets of downtown Wilmington and take a few pictures on the boardwalk that runs along the Cape Fear River. An old battleship is moored on the other side. In search of something more substantial than the ice cream cone I picked up before I hit the Riverwalk, I turn down one of the side streets. I think I'm out of luck and am ready to turn around when I spot an establishment with a sign hanging above the front door. No way! It's the River's End Tavern. The bar my sister used to work in. It's early, but since I'm here, I might as well see if the place is open. The front door is unlocked, but the place looks abandoned. Half the chairs are still on top of the tables, and a few lights light up the space. Soft music comes from the direction of a jukebox. Something country, I think. Anybody here? I call, turning around to take it all in. Amy has spoken of this place on more than one occasion. We're not open yet. The swinging door behind the bar opens and a middle-aged man with an impressive stomach covered by a white apron walks out. He's half bald, and sweat's already pouring off the side of his face. That's okay. I just thought I'd check the place out. My sister used to work here. Who's your sister? He asks, stepping up to the bar and cleaning the spotless top with a white cloth. Amy Lawrence. Well, Amy Sullivan now. She got married. You're Amy's brother? Max? Come over here, sit down. What can I pour you? His smile is huge, like he's actually excited to see me. Some water is fine. Or sweet tea if you have it. The man shakes his head and pulls 2 beers out of the cooler to his left. I can do better than that. I'm Tony. Take a seat and tell me what that pretty sister of yours has been up to.
Chapter 9. Maeve. The sun has set by the time I finally make it out of the studio and back to my little mini. I get out my phone and send Max a quick text. What sounds good for dinner? I'm buying. When he doesn't reply, I call him. Hi, Maeve, you're never gonna believe where I'm at. Max sounds strangely happy. At a bar? I guess from the background noise that the phone picks up. Yes, but not any bar. I'm at River's End Tavern. That place Amy used to work at, remember? I remember. I was there 2 weeks ago. I'd been talking to Tony. Nice guy. He really misses Amy, Max says. I'm sure he does. How much have you had to drink? I ask, fearing for the worst. 2, 3 beers, I think? Do you want to come on over here? This place is almost as fun as the Tipsy Cow. Hey, Tony calls in the background, sounding upset about the comparison. I'll be right over, I say, grinning at the prospect of Max and Tony getting into who runs the better bar. Max is sitting at the bar, deep in conversation with Tony, while Henri runs around clearing tables and pouring drinks. Alice, the new waitress, also an aspiring actress, is busy taking orders and carrying large trays of drinks through the place. She's good, I say to Tony, taking my seat next to Max. He's not as drunk as I'd feared, sticking to beer by the look of the bottle of Budweiser in front of him. Not as good as Amy yet, but then, whoever will be. Tony sounds nostalgic, like he's had a couple of drinks himself. Looks to me like you're managing all right. Kitchen open? I keep my fingers crossed. If it isn't, I might have to have something delivered. It is. What can I get you? Tony pulls a small notepad from the pocket of his apron. You're good with having dinner here? I ask Max. Sure. What do you have? He asks Tony. Mostly burgers, fries, bar food type stuff. I have a menu around here somewhere. The cheeseburgers are good, I say, trying to keep this simple. And fast. Did I mention I'm starving? Burger sounds good to me. 2 cheeseburgers and 2 orders of loaded fries. And can I get a beer? Anything light. I've got a dress I need to fit into tomorrow. Not that the burger is going to help with that. You know what? Make mine a grilled chicken sandwich, hold the mayo. You've got it. Tony puts in our order and hands me a bag of pretzels along with my beer. You know me well, I say, grinning at the snack to tide me over. I know how you get when you don't eat, girl. I thought they fed you guys on those fancy movie sets. He shakes his head, still looking out for me. They do, in theory. There just isn't always time for a meal. We're on a tight schedule. Gotta stay close to budget for this one. At least that's what I've been picking up on from the talk between Tom and his assistant. How'd it go today? Max asks. Please don't bring up the fact that I've been struggling with my lines. We were up until close to midnight going over them and I did okay, but this isn't something I want to discuss in a bar. You never know who's listening in a place like the River's End Tavern. Back when Amy and Leo were the talk of the town, journalists tracked them down here. I look around, seeing if there's someone I don't recognize as a regular. Don't worry. No press here tonight. I'll give you a heads up if I see someone walk in, and the 2 of you can make your exit through the back. Tony winks, and Max looks confused. Inside joke. Amy and Leo had a run-in with a journalist when they were trying to keep their relationship on the down low. Thanks to Tony here, they were able to pull it off. The guy had no idea the 2 of them had been making up and making out behind the bar. I grin at the memory of Amy sharing that particular story. Please, I like to pretend that Leo and my sister have a strictly platonic relationship, Max groans, taking a large swig of his beer and motioning for Tony to get him another. You do realize those 2 are married and just got back from their honeymoon, right? I say, biting my lip to keep from laughing about how uncomfortable he looks. Don't. Just don't. Max puts his head in his hands, and I don't bother trying to hold back the laughter. What's so funny? Tony asks when he returns from taking an order farther down the bar. Max hasn't quite warmed up to the idea of Amy being married and everything that entails, if you know what I'm talking about. I wiggle my eyebrows. Maeve, please. That girl is like a daughter to me. Don't say stuff like that. He shakes his head in disapproval, earning him a grateful look from Max. You too. I don't even know what to say. I'm pretty sure neither one of you has nor will have any scruples when it comes to that kind of activity involving you. I'm going to go take care of that jukebox. Call me when the food is here. I jump off the bar stool and realize I don't have any quarters for the machine. I turn around and before I can say something, Tony has the cash register open and hands me a handful of coins. Thanks. I give him my most dazzling smile and waltz off to pick something a little more uplifting than the sad love song that's currently playing. I have the place hopping and people dancing by the time Max walks up to tell me our sandwiches are ready. One dance? I ask, grabbing his hand and giving him my best puppy eye stare. Those fries smell pretty good, and that's a nice-looking sandwich waiting on the bar. He motions to our seats. The moment I see the food, my stomach growls, and I remember how hungry I am. Food first. Then we dance. Max nods. Sure. Whatever makes you happy. I don't realize how smart of a move this was until I pop the last of the fries into my mouth. I shouldn't have eaten all that. You skipped the bun, Max points out. It's about the only thing I didn't eat. I'm stuffed. Uncomfortably so and in no mood to dance. Another beer? Tony asks. Can I get a club soda with lime instead? I still have to drive. So do I. My truck's parked somewhere over there. He vaguely points in the direction of the door. I don't remember seeing it when I came in. We might have to get it tomorrow. I'll give you a ride on the way to work in the morning. In that case, Tony cracks open another beer and hands it to Max before fixing my club soda. There's a table open back there if you're tired of sitting at the bar. The place has gotten increasingly busier, and I can take a hint. I grab Max, and we make our way through the crowd, drinks in hand. It's a little quieter back here. You can actually hear yourself think. This is better. Max sprawls out on the solid wooden chair, one leg stretched out under the table. Not much of a party boy, eh? I take my seat and a sip of my drink. Cool, sparkly, with a hint of tartness from the lime. And best of all, 0 calories. Not really. He looks around, looking slightly out of place. I'm curious. What's your idea of a fun Friday night? I ask. This is Monday. Humor me. I cross my arms and look at him, losing myself in those pretty green eyes of his. Hanging out in the garage, rebuilding an engine, Max says without hesitation. I have to blink to break the pull that comes out of nowhere. Forcing myself to sit back and look at the table between us, I think about what he said. That's a thing? Rebuilding an engine? Your dad never worked on his cars or equipment? Max asked, surprised. I have no idea. Not something I ever paid attention to. I spent my time holed up in my room, listening to music my parents didn't approve of, and got out of there the first chance I got. Yes, it's a thing. You have to pay attention to detail. I'm not sure how to describe it. Meditative, I guess? Interesting. And I'm guessing it makes the engine run better? That's the general idea. He grins and raises his beer bottle to his lips, those eyes of his drawing me in again. If it was up to me, that's what I'd be doing all day, every day. Why don't you? I ask. Can't really make a living tinkering with old machinery. Besides what? Someone's got to take over the farm, and it ain't going to be Amy. I'm going to hit the men's room and then grab another beer. Do you want anything? Max asks. I glance at my watch, surprised that it's only 9:30. I'll take another club soda with lime. I do my best not to stare at his backside, but who am I kidding? The guy looks fine, even in a pair of box store Wrangler jeans. Heck, for all I know, they sell those at the feed store. I make a mental note to take Max shopping this weekend, when I notice someone in a group of men at the front of the bar pointing at me. Great. This is going to be fun. I look for Tony to send up the bat signal that I need help getting out of this one, but he's nowhere to be found. You're that mauve chick from Southern Charm, aren't you? You're hot. I can smell the bourbon on his breath. I am, and thanks, but I'm here with someone. I'm sure you understand. I tuck my legs under my chair and plaster a friendly smile on my face. Yeah, right. Anyway, I told my buddies over there I'd talk you into a dance. I know you've got the moves, baby. He steps closer, all 5'10" or so. I'm pretty sure I'm taller than him in my heels, but he's a hefty boy. Besides, the last thing I need today is to make a scene at Tony's place. Sorry, I'm not in the mood to dance tonight. Long day. I shrug and turn my back to the guy. Don't be like that. The man has the audacity to grab my arm and pull me up. I wasn't expecting it, and stand, my self-defense training kicking in. He's about to get a knee to the groin and a hand up his nose when I hear it. Let go. Max is standing behind the guy, his arm around the poor guy's neck like he's going to choke him out. His voice is deep and menacing, unlike everything I've ever heard come out of his mouth. The guy turns as white as a sheet. Let him go. He's about to pass out or wet his pants, and I don't need to see either, I say, keeping my tone flippant. I'll be right back, Max spits out. He moved his arm from the guy's neck to around his shoulder and escorts him away. What's going on here? Tony demands, stepping out from behind the bar, his deep voice carrying across the music and the chatter. I can't make out what Max says, but I can guess from the way Tony stares first at him, then at me, before escorting the guy out of the bar. I guess I don't have to worry about him again, I say, feeling slightly breathless at all this male gallantry. Not in here, you won't. Does this happen often? Max demands. Not really. Thanks for the assist, but I could have handled it. I sit back down and finish my drink. You're welcome. Max takes his seat across from me, but doesn't touch his beer. Let's give it a few minutes to make sure he's gone, and we can get out of here. Max nods and looks at his watch. Exactly 10 minutes later, we leave the tavern. He's quiet on the drive home, and I'm too lost in trying to figure out what just happened to come up with topics of conversation. Thanks for having dinner with me, I say and blush. We've had dinner together every night he's been here. The only difference is that this one was in public. He nods and unlocks the front door, relocking it behind me. We both head upstairs, him following behind me. I can feel the heat radiating off his large body. He's close, but not close enough. This is me, I say, keeping up the embarrassing one-liners. I need to take a page out of his book and for once keep my mouth shut. Good night. His one word rumbles through my body. Good night, I breathe. He doesn't move, and neither do I. My eyes are locked with his, feeling the magnetic pull between us. My heart skips a beat or 5 when he leans in closer. I feel his breath across my face. His lips are about to touch mine when an image of my best friend flashes in front of me. I can't do this. It's all I want, but I made a promise, and this is one I have to keep, no matter what. I take a step back and fumble behind me, trying to find the door handle. Just when I start to panic, my fingers touch it. Sorry. I open the door and rush inside, needing as much distance between us as quickly as possible while everything inside me is screaming to get back to that moment. That feeling. That connection. Physically and emotionally exhausted, I shut the door behind me and lock it to keep myself from rushing out and throwing myself back into his arms. It's the hardest thing I've done.
Chapter 10. Max. I turn to glance at the bright screen of my phone. 2 a.m. I'm still wide awake, unable to get that almost kiss out of my mind. I'd been so close. South close to finally pulling her into my arms and tasting those luscious lips of hers. South close to experiencing the kiss I'd dreamed about since I was 15 years old. I couldn't begin to figure out how many times I've kissed Maeve in my sleep, and I can't shake the feeling that the real thing would have been 1,000 times better. I shut off my phone and get back to staring at the moon that's been visible in the window by my bed for the last half an hour or so, willing my mind and body to relax, to rest, to fall into the oblivion that is sleep. It doesn't happen. It's not going to happen. Groaning, I finally give up and get out of bed. Maybe a snack will help, I mutter as I pull a random t-shirt from my bag over my head and head downstairs. Hey, you're up late. I almost run into the breakfast counter, startled by Maeve's voice. So are you. What are you doing up? Don't you have work tomorrow? Today? I correct myself. Couldn't sleep. You? She asks, motioning to the seat across from her. Same. What's that? I point at the large mug with an owl printed on it. Lavender tea with a touch of honey. It's supposed to help you sleep. I can make you a cup. She rises, but I put a hand on her arm before she does. I'm good. Is it working? I ask, leaning over to get a whiff of the pale purple liquid. It smells a bit like old lady's perfume. Not something I'd want to drink. Not so far. The wry smile on her face and the dark circles under her eyes suggest sleep is eluding her as much as it is me. Have you tried warm milk with honey? My mom used to swear by that. Talking about my dead mother is good. It helps distract me from the fact that she's wearing nothing but a long t-shirt. Too many calories. I went over my limit at dinner. Tea or sleeping pills are my only option, and it's too late for the pills. I'll feel like a zombie if I take one of those. I stare at the fridge, my stomach grumbling at the mention of the delicious burger from the tavern. Go ahead. Get something to eat and fix yourself some warm milk. It won't bother me. Maeve lifts her tea to her lips and takes a sip. Are you sure? I ask, already walking to the fridge and pulling a plate from the cabinet. I'm positive. There's some stuff in the freezer too. The good stuff's in the back. She grins and motions with her head for me to look. I take a deep dive into the freezer drawer that makes up the lower third of the appliance and strike gold. You've been holding out on me. Maeve laughs. More like hiding it from myself. Those are for film breaks and dire emergencies only. If you ask me, this qualifies. Sure you don't want any? I turn on the oven and hold up the bags of tater tots and breaded chicken strips. I'm sure. I won't be wearing that big puffy coat tomorrow for a change, and if I eat anything else between now and then, rumors are going to fly that I'm pregnant. She shakes her head. Seriously? That's sick. I got a small taste of how annoying reporters and paparazzi in particular can be when Amy had to come home to hide from them last year. Oh yeah, and there's always someone hanging around the studio, hoping to get a shot that they can sell to one of the gossip papers or blogs. So far this year I've been pregnant, had cancer, and was obviously working while running a high fever. I raise an eyebrow at the last comment. My makeup artist was working with a new blush. Let's say it didn't work out. Thankfully, that scene never saw the light of day. It was before this new show, she adds. I arrange a few different chicken strips and a couple of handfuls of tater tots on the baking sheet. On second thought, I add another handful. If Maeve's anything like Rose, I'm about to lose some of those tots. Some strange female logic about calories from someone else's plate not counting. About earlier. Don't worry about it. I look around, trying to find something to occupy my attention when her hand touches mine. It sends a shiver up my arm and down my spine. It's not that I didn't want to, she says. I look up, staring into those dark eyes of hers. I can't. Not with everything going on in my life right now. I understand. It's fine. It's not, but what can I say? We shouldn't. It could never work out between us. She shakes her head, looking like she's trying to convince herself as much as me. It would complicate things, I agree. What I don't agree with is her decision not to give this a shot. But my pride keeps me from saying so. I can't shake the feeling I might regret that later. It's not like we could have a future together. You on the farm. Me here, or in Savannah, or LA, moving from project to project. The wistful tone in her voice breaks my heart. The oven beeps, letting me know it's done preheating. Saved by the bell, I mumble under my breath before turning my back to the woman who's had my heart for as long as I can remember. Ready to go? Maeve calls up the stairs. I run my hands through my damp hair and pull on my socks and shoes. Coming. Maeve is standing by the front door wearing a white sheath dress and nude heels that make her legs look even longer. A pair of black sunglasses and a small handbag complete the outfit. She looks like she's jumped out of one of those fashion magazines that Jeannie, the one and only hairdresser in Linden, has in her salon. Hurry up, farm boy. I can't be late. Her foot is tapping a quick staccato on the tile floor of the entryway. Ready to go. I snatch my keys and phone from the counter, shoving both of them in my pocket before rushing out the door. I manage to get past her to pull open the driver's seat door of her ridiculous little Mini Cooper. "You don't have to do that," she huffs, getting in and shutting the door in my face. "I know, but my mama raised me right. And thanks for the ride, last night and this morning." I barely get a chance to shut my door when she tears out of the driveway. We're halfway down the street by the time I manage to find and buckle the seatbelt. "Looks like I'm going to need it." "Hold on, I really can't be late," she says before stomping the gas to make it through a light that's more red than yellow by the time we cross the line. I can see that. I make a mental note to wear a helmet the next time I ride with her. Just in case. Clutching the door handle until my hand cramps, I'm able to hold it together until we make it to the center of town. "Where exactly did you leave your truck?" Maeve asks. "Good question." "Here is fine," I say, recognizing one of the streets I wandered yesterday. "Are you sure?" We come to a stop at a red light and Maeve is glancing at the clock on the dashboard. "Positive." "I'll see you at home." I unbuckle and jump out before she can take off on me. "Hey, Max. Why don't you meet me over in the studio lot around lunchtime? We'll grab something to eat, and I'll show you around. Most of my scenes should be done by then." I nod and shut the door when the light turns green, and she's off, almost sideswiping a cyclist trying to make his way across the busy intersection. Shaking my head, I make my way down the street, hoping I remember where I parked my truck. This city is more confusing than tracking down where Grandpa Lawrence laid the original water lines for the cattle. Twists and turns that don't make sense and dead ends everywhere. After a few wrong turns, I see it parked where it was, a piece of white paper stuck under the windshield wiper, happily waving at me. "You've got to be kidding me." I pull the parking tickets, not one, but two of them, off the windshield. "Better not mess around with those." "I wish you told me. You could have kept your truck in the lot beside the store." Bill Harris walks by, shaking his head and patting me on the shoulder. "Actually, I was hoping to talk to you." I follow behind him as he makes his way down a block to the store. "Move your truck and meet me inside," he says in a gruff voice, not bothering to look back. He's so much like my dad, it almost makes me laugh. "Yes, sir." Bill is waiting for me by the front door by the time I'm parked and walking in. His wife, Claire, is busy with a customer one aisle over. From what I can make out, they are discussing the value of a set of blue and white teacups that have seen better days. "Can we talk in the back?" I ask, taking the lead and not stopping until I reach the Alice Chalmers. "What's going on?" Bill asks, looking concerned. "I need something to do. I can't sit around in the house waiting all day for her to get back. I fixed everything I can." I know I'm not making much sense, but Bill seems to get the gist of it. "What can I do?" he asks. "Give me a job. I can get this thing running and probably a couple of other things around here. Do the stuff you aren't getting around to doing. Heck, I'll sweep the shop and carry purchases out for customers if that's what it takes." Bill rubs his chin. "You really need this, don't you? We're not making a big profit with the store. I don't actually need you to pay me. I have free room and board and a farm to get back to in a few weeks," I assure him. "That wouldn't feel right. Wait here for a minute." He shuffles off into the main part of the store. I look around, eager for something, anything, to do. I see an old push lawn mower, the kind without an engine, and a small toolbox beside it. Bill must have been working on it before I ran into him on the street. It doesn't take me long to figure out what he was doing. It's an easy fix and will turn something that wouldn't have been fit to put in the garden as a decoration into a functioning novelty item that I'm sure will fetch a much better price. I talk to Claire. "We can't pay you much, but if you're fine with minimum wage, we'd love to have you for a few hours a week." He walks over, brows knitted together, when he sees what I'm doing. "I didn't mess it up, I promise. Finishing up on what you started, that's all. A few hours suits me fine." I'm sure I can stretch it into hanging out longer if I need to, and there's got to be a way to keep him from paying me. We're open from 8 to 6 Monday through Saturday. When would you like to come in? He pulls a notepad from his back pocket along with a small stump of a pencil. Any chance we can keep it flexible depending on Maeve's schedule? I ask. I did promise her that we could start painting inside of the house this week. Can you let me know the day before? He asks. Of course. I can do that. Well, in that case, welcome aboard. When would you like to start? Bill asks, holding out his hand. I shake it. How about today? I'm here already. If there's something I can do to help you, I'd love to stick around for a couple of hours. Looks like you already did. Finish that, and then we can take a look at that tractor you're so fond of, if you'd like. There's something wrong with the fuel pump, but I think we can get the old gal running again. I don't know how long we've been working on the tractor, but it finally cranks up when Claire walks in. Anybody ready for lunch? She walks up and kisses her husband on the cheek. You bet. Will you look at that? We got her running again. Sounds good as new. He proudly walks around the tractor we pulled close to the garage door that makes up the backside of his shop. You did good, but would you mind shutting it off? I can smell the exhaust all the way to the front. I jump up and cut the engine. Sorry about that. I'll open some windows. With a little cross breeze, we'll have it cleared out in no time. Thank you, young man. Would you like to join us for lunch? It's nothing fancy. Homemade potato soup and ham sandwiches. You're welcome to join us. There's plenty to go around, she says. My Claire is an excellent cook. It takes me a second to figure out what the nagging feeling in the back of my mind is. Lunch. Maeve. Meeting Maeve for lunch. I glance at my watch, surprised to find that it's already 1:30. I appreciate it and that sounds delicious, but can I take a rain check? I promise to meet someone else for lunch. I'll be back tomorrow when you open, I promise, before rushing out the door. Off to see his girlfriend, I guess, I hear Bill mutter behind me, but there's no time to clear that up. It'll have to wait until tomorrow unless I want Maeve to be furious at me. She's not the kind of girl that appreciates being stood up.
Chapter 11. Maeve. My phone buzzes. It's a text from Max. Pulling into the parking lot now. Sorry I'm late. Finally. What's that, dear? Madeline asks. We're both watching Josh and Helen wrap up a scene in the doctor's office. Nothing. I finally heard from a friend who's stopping by for a visit. Will you excuse me? I make my way off the set, across the lot, and to the front gate. Max stands there, talking to the guard. There she is, he says before grinning widely when he sees me. I wave and speed up, getting my heel stuck in a manhole cover. The last thing I see before my face hits pay dirt is the shocked expression on Max's face. Are you okay? Max crouches down, his hands running over my back and shoulders before helping me up. I'm fine. A few scrapes, and this hose is toast. I can grab a new pair in wardrobe. My hands took the worst brunt of it, but there's almost no blood. With a little luck and some antibiotic ointment, they'll be good as new by morning. I take a step, and the heel of my left shoe snaps away. Oh no, this isn't good. Max barks out a laugh, and I stare at him angrily. You fall and could have gotten seriously hurt, and that doesn't faze you. But a broken heel? He points to my shoe and chuckles. It's scraped too. I have a scene in an hour and these shoes are a big part of it. Come on, we've got to get this fixed. I stride off, as best I can, with one heeled and one heelless shoe, dragging Max behind me. Miss? You need to sign him in, and he needs a visitor badge, the guard calls after me. Bring the pass to wardrobe. I'm Maeve Alden. Forge my signature if you have to, I call over my shoulder and keep going. This is serious, isn't it? Max asks, keeping up with me without a problem. Of course it is. Why did I insist on using my own shoes? They are in the shot this morning, which means they have to match this afternoon. Tom is going to kill me if we have to reshoot everything. We won't get out of here until midnight. My stomach hurts thinking about the possibility. I stop and take both shoes off. It's impossible to walk in this, and my hose is already ruined. Give that to me, Max says, taking the damaged shoe from me as I take off speed walking to the building that holds makeup and wardrobe. Almost there, I huff, slightly out of breath from my midday misadventure. Do they keep superglue around? Max asks. I have no idea. I pull the door open and look around for someone to come to my rescue. If you find me some glue, I can fix this. Anybody here? I call when I don't see a single soul in the space. Maybe they're at lunch? Max is walking around, eyes roaming the place, no doubt taking in the various costumes and accessories piled into a space the size of a large bedroom. I need to get makeup to do something about this, I say, pointing to my hands after pulling a fresh pair of hose from a drawer. Go. I'll find you when this is fixed, he says with confidence, making his way to a table that holds a variety of sewing and mending tools. Are you sure? I ask. When he nods, I explain that the makeup room is right next door. He can't miss it. Thank goodness you're here. Tears of relief are threatening to fall when I see Marissa, my favorite makeup artist, sitting at one of the ready tables, eating what looks like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. What happened? She jumps up and drops it into the nearest trash can. You didn't have to do that, I say before holding up my hands. I tripped and fell. I have to shoot in less than an hour. Is there anything you can do to make this disappear temporarily? Of course. But not until we clean it. Trust me, you don't want to risk getting it infected. There's only so much I can do about redness and swelling. She pulls me over to the sink and gently cleanses both palms with warm water and soap. It stings like crazy, but I clench my teeth and let her do what she's got to do. Are you sure you don't want to have medical check this out? Marissa asks, carefully patting my hands dry with a clean cloth. No time. Besides, it's not that bad. I promise I'll clean off the makeup the minute I get home and put some ointment on. She nods and insists on running a bit of rubbing alcohol over both hands before getting to work on making my hands appear like nothing happened. Do you want to go grab a quick lunch? I ask Max and Marissa when I'm as good as new. Do we have time? He asks. If we make it quick, we do. I look at Marissa. Sorry, I can't. I have someone from the other set coming any minute now. I feel bad about the sandwich she tossed. I'll bring you something back from catering. Any requests? Whatever looks the most appetizing and won't give me food poisoning, Marissa says, turning to clean up her workstation. Is there something I should know about the food? Max asks as we make our way to what Tom calls the mess hall. Don't expect anything fancy and stay away from the seafood and the chicken. What's wrong with the chicken? He asks, his voice going up an octave. A few times it's been undercooked, and a few people claim to have gotten food poisoning. I usually stick to a salad. Great, more healthy food. I don't have to turn to see Max roll his eyes. I can hear it. I'm sure you can find something else. Just be careful, I caution, opening the door. The scent of greasy food and pickles hits me, making me instantly regret the decision to bring him here. This is great. Max grabs a plate and proceeds to pile it with everything the catering team has prepared. I should buy you more food. People must think I'm starving you. I grab 2 more sad-looking salads, setting one aside for Marissa. We take our seats. The room is surprisingly calm. Most of the actors and crew must have come through earlier, and the dinner rush has yet to start. I can't wait to dig in. Max looks excited at the mountain of food in front of him. Go ahead. I open my salad and poke around the limp lettuce and sad-looking veggies. Don't mind if I do. The man actually cracks his knuckles before picking up his silverware. I'm glad I haven't taken a bite when I see the shocked expression on his face. He chews some more, and finally swallows, shaking his head as he does so. Max takes a sip of water and pushes whatever he had been eating, Salisbury steak, maybe, aside and tries something else. The reaction isn't much better. I should film this, I say, my hand reaching for my phone. Don't, he chokes out before another forceful swallow. I think I'm done. Here. I push over my salad, but he shakes his head. I'll find something later. He sits back, sipping his water and watching what's going on in the room. I take a few bites of my salad and am ready to leave when I notice Max getting interested in the conversation between two production assistants at the table next to us. Excuse me, but would a 1935 Alice Gomer's WC work? Max asks. I kick his leg, trying to get his attention, and shake my head when he looks up. Too late. Both men give my best friend's little loudmouthed brother their full attention. Does it run? One of them asks, leaning forward. Sure does. Like a dream. Cranked it up this morning myself. A flash of excitement lights up Max's entire face. You have an old car? At my house? I ask, dumbstruck. Max shakes his head at me impatiently. It's a tractor, Maeve. And not just any tractor. An Alice Chalmers. I'm Frank, the first guy says, holding out his hand. Max shakes it. And I'm Peter. Any chance you would let us use it on a shoot? It would be perfect. The second man gets up and pushes his chair closer. For how long? Max asks, turning his back to me. 3 days. 5 max. We'd need it by Monday, though. How much are you willing to pay? Max asks, sitting back and crossing his arms. How does 1,000 sound for the week? We'll cover any gas we burn, too, of course. Peter leans forward and looks as excited as Max. What if something happens to the tractor while it's in your possession? Max asks. It wouldn't leave the lot. You have my word. We'd run it for a few scenes and move it maybe 20 yards total once it's set. That doesn't answer my question. I've seen enough of this place to notice that you have a lot of large equipment moving around. And some of these buildings don't look the most stable. What happens if something goes wrong and the tractor is damaged? What would you like to happen? Frank asks. You break it, you buy it. At 10% above fair market value, since we would no longer be able to auction it off. Max's voice is determined. Where did the man learn to negotiate like that? It's a deal. I'll have our lawyers write it up this afternoon. Any chance we can see the tractor tonight? Maybe take some shots for the rest of the production team? Shouldn't be a problem, but I have to clear it with the owner first. You don't own it? Peter asks, sitting up. It belongs to a friend of mine. I never claimed I owned it. And like I said, it shouldn't be a problem. Give me your number, and I'll call you once I have the okay. It's right here in town, so seeing it tonight shouldn't be a problem either. As long as it isn't too late. The two exchange phone numbers, and I'm left poking around in my salad, more confused than ever. You made a friend in town? With a tractor? When? I ask when we walk back to the makeup department to deliver the second salad. Yesterday. Like I said. We got it working this morning. You can meet him when you're done here. Max says. The tractor? I ask, knocking on the door before pulling it open. No. The owner and his wife. Bill and Claire own an antique store not far from the River's End Tavern. Maybe we can grab dinner thereafter. His stomach rumbles, and I dig around my purse, handing him my dire emergency granola bar. I hope these hold up, I say, looking at my shoes as we walk to the soundstage where I'm filming my last scene for the day. Shouldn't be a problem. And if it does, I can fix it. Max pulls a tube of superglue from his jean pocket. To my relief, it holds through the scene, and we get it in the can after 3 takes. It's barely after 4 by the time I'm done for the day. I'm ready to get out of here, unless you'd like a tour first, I say, walking to the spot where Max has been waiting quietly in the shadows. That was something else. You turned into an entirely different person, he says, his voice rough and raspy. Who's your friend? Helen asks, joining us. Max Lawrence. Max holds out his hand and shakes hers. Any relation to Amy Lawrence? Helen asks, blinking those long fake eyelashes of hers. I snort. As if that would work on someone like Max. She's my sister. He turns slightly away from me, giving her his full attention. What the? I put my arm into his. Sorry, Helen, but we have to go. We have a date with a tractor. I start walking, pulling Max along with me. What was that about? Max asks. You promised to introduce me to what's his name and his tractor, remember? I do. It couldn't wait 5 minutes? Helen seemed nice. Max lengthens his stride, making me break into a half jog. In questionable heels. Trust me, she's not. Ask your sister. I spit out. Where did this intense feeling of jealousy come from? What about my sister? Max pulls both of us to a stop and turns, causing me to bump into his massive chest. It takes me a minute to get my bearings and get over the amazing scent of him. It brings back memories of the kiss we almost shared last night. Maeve? What is this about? He asks. Let's just say that Helen wasn't too happy when Amy got the role on the Moonlit Inn and was not afraid to show it. It's old news, but don't go fawning over her, okay? I'm not fawning over her. I was making polite conversation with a coworker of yours. Max shakes his head, and we continue to make our way to the parking lot. Pick a different coworker next time, okay? I click the button on my key and unlock my car. All right. Follow me. The place is downtown. Max waits for me to pull up behind his truck and we make our way across town until we pull into a small parking lot not far from the tavern. The drive gave me a chance to cool down. He'd only been talking to her. It was Helen who'd made eyes at him, and I knew how to stop that. It wouldn't be the first time we'd butt heads, and mine was harder than hers. Maeve, I'd like you to meet Bill and Claire Harris, Max says when we walk into an adorable antique shop I missed somehow in all the time I've spent walking these streets. It's nice to meet you. This place is amazing. I wander through the hodgepodge of treasures, Mrs. Harris following behind me, keeping up a constant chatter about the items that catch my attention. Meanwhile, Max explains about the studio wanting to rent Mr. Harris's tractor for a week. And they are willing to pay me $1,000 for that? To borrow it? I would have let them have it for free. The old man shakes his head in disbelief. You're providing them a great service. To be honest, I think I lowballed it. Next time, we'll get a better deal. Max puts a hand on the man's shoulder. He's a good kid, that one. Mrs. Harris steps up next to me, catching me watching Max and her husband. He is. Chapter 12. Maeve. You haven't done this before, have you? Max asked. Have to. I use a rag to wipe off the small bit of window frame I'd accidentally painted. Sure about that. The grin on his face goes far too well with the paint splatters in his hair and the drips of the eggshell color on his well-worn jeans. Yes, I'm sure. It's bad enough that you woke me up at the crack of dawn to do this. Now you're insulting my painting skills? Amy and I repainted every wall of the apartment we lived in. Granted, Amy had done most of the work, but I'd helped. Crack of dawn? It was bright daylight by the time I finally lured you out with coffee. The grin on his face widened. That helped. But 7 a.m. is early for a Saturday. At least for me it was. Max, on the other hand, must have been up for hours, putting down tarps and taping up every window, door, and power outlet. I warned you last night that we'd need to make an early start if we want to get 2 to 3 coats of this done. He shrugged and went back to painting the ceiling. My own arms were sore from all the furniture we'd moved last night after we called it a wrap for the week on set. Now it seemed I'd be spending the weekend performing more manual labor. I think we can get away with 2. This first one is looking amazing already. I point to the finished back wall and the ceiling he's working on right now. You'll feel differently when this dries. Trust me, we need at least 2 coats. Which means you need to get back to finishing the trim around these windows so I can roll the walls. Let's go. Bossy much? I mutter under my breath, pushing a strand of hair out of my face. You remember that we're doing this for you, right? Max's voice is heavy with emotion as he turns back around to stare at me. I know. It's just not how I imagined we'd spent the weekend. I shrug and give him my best apologetic smile. What did you imagine? He's giving me his full attention, almost like he actually cares about what I like to do on a random summer Saturday. Shopping, napping, watching movies. Something that isn't work or chores. I watch the paint from the roller drip down to the grip and onto his hands, waiting for him to realize what he's doing. We'll have plenty of time to do that after we're done here. Right. Not likely, though, if you keep dripping paint everywhere. I point at his hands. Shoot. He puts the roller down, leaning it against the tray that holds his paint. He turns to look around for a rag or something, finally resorting to wiping his hands across the back of his pants, right below the pockets that usually hold his wallet and phone. I swallow hard at the sight and shake my head. This is Max Amy's little brother. It takes me a minute to remember what we were talking about before the paint incident. I have a feeling I'm going to be too tired to do anything but nap after this. And I'm definitely going to need a shower or 2. I'm sure we can work in takeout for dinner and a movie. Anything you've been wanting to watch? He asks, rubbing the last of the paint on the front of his pants. I'll think about it while I paint around this window. I still don't entirely get why I need to work with what's basically a paintbrush if he could just roll across the wall and tape. Sounds much more efficient to me, but then I'd be relegated to using a roller myself, and from the looks of it, that's a messy affair. And from the look of his flexed arm and shoulder muscles, it's quite the workout, too. My mouth goes dry, and I do my best to focus on the work, softly humming the chorus of Redneck Woman. I have no idea why that song is stuck in my head today. We're down to the last coat of paint 5 hours later, and I'm exhausted. My feet hurt, my legs ache, and it's all I can do to raise my arm with the small paintbrush that weighs next to nothing. How are you holding up, Speckles? Max asks. Speckles? I turn around to stare at him and his paint-covered hair. Yeah, you've got a couple of smudges and specks. This one looks pretty fresh. He takes the rag he'd stuck in his back corner during one of our short breaks, locates a fairly clean corner and rubs it ever so gently across my cheek. That's better, he says, his voice raspy. It reverberates through me to my core. This can't be happening. I can't be getting feelings for Max. I desperately try to conjure the image of a snot-nosed little boy barging into his sister's room, but it's not working. All I see is a handsome man with broad shoulders in a tight black t-shirt covered in paint splatter. Thanks, I breathe, hoping to keep it together until we're done and I can grab a cool shower. You're welcome. He returns to rolling across the back wall for the last time. 20 minutes later, I'm done with my section and walk across the room to tear off the masking tape. Stop. What do you think you're doing? Max calls, his roller stopped halfway down the wall. Pulling these off so we can call it a day. I put my hand on my hips. My emotions are raw from the physical and mental exhaustion of working in the same room with Max all day. I hope he realizes that it's not in his best interest to test my patience right now. Not until the paint is dry. It'll smear. No, it won't, I say with as much confidence as I can muster. Sometimes, being an actress pays off in the most surprising ways. Yes, it will. He gets back to rolling the wall before the paint starts to stick, and I'm determined to show him just how wrong he is. To no one's surprise, that doesn't end well, but Max, being the handy guy he is, patches it up. It would take a magnifying glass to see the imperfection. Sorry about that, I say and order him his favorite extra-large pizza while he's cleaning up. Only 3 more rooms to go, he says when we're settled on the couch that evening. I groan, before feeling my eyes grow heavy as I try hard to keep my attention on the movie we're watching.
Chapter 13. Max. Hand me that wrench, will you? I think if I open this valve, Bill Harris mutters, holding out his hand for the tool. I drop it into his outstretched fingers. Sure you don't want me to do this? I ask for the 3rd time. He doesn't respond, working away and dropping the tool more than once instead. Working with Bill is a lesson in patience, but I wouldn't trade it for anything. He's a good guy and fun to hang around when he doesn't get stubborn about doing something despite his age. Crank her up, he yells at me, most of his upper body still stuck under the engine. Not happening, Bill. I lean against the tractor and wait, my arms crossed. A red-faced Bill crawls out, dusts himself off, and straightens up. What's wrong with you, boy? Didn't you give me a big speech about safety first this morning before we started working on this? I did. Because you need it. I know what I'm doing. Now crank her up so I can get this adjusted. He turns and gets back down on his knees. His back cracks, and he tries to muffle the small moan that escapes his mouth. Don't bother trying to talk him out of it, Claire says, walking by and patting me on the shoulder. She's dropping off a box that I hope holds the new hoses we've been waiting on before returning to man the front of the store. All right, Bill. It's your funeral, I say loud enough to make sure he hears me. When he mutters an unintelligible response, I take a seat on the old tractor and start the engine as requested. It sputters and spits, black smoke blowing out of the exhaust that's lined up with the open garage doors since Bill refuses to work out in the parking lot. A moment later, the wrench drops on the floor and the engine hums along the way it's supposed to. Bill appears in my line of vision, eyes blazing with excitement, dirt, rust, grease, and who knows what else covering his hands, face, and the old button-down shirt he's wearing. Eureka! Told you I'd get it running. He's beaming from ear to ear, wiping sweat from his face, which smears the dirt across his forehead. He looks more disheveled and happier than I've seen him since we met. It feels like I've known him and his lovely wife for ages instead of days. You sure did. Only thing left is to replace these hoses to make sure it keeps ticking along. They should be here by now. I shut the tractor off. Claire brought them in while you were busy. I'll replace them, and we can take this over to the lot. And how exactly do you plan on doing that? Bill asks. I assumed they'd send a truck or trailer. I stand there, dumbfounded. Turning my attention to the hoses, I busy myself unpacking them and checking each one. I'm going to clean up while you figure that one out, Bill says, heading off into the direction of the shop and the steps leading up to their apartment above the shop. He's not back by the time I've replaced them, and I'm no closer to a solution. I reluctantly pull out my phone. Hey, Maeve, quick question for you. Do you know if the studio has some sort of trailer or 18-wheeler they could send over to pick up the tractor? I ask when she answers the call on the first ring. I have no idea, but wasn't the plan to get it running? She sounds rushed, voices chatting loudly in the background. We did. It's running like a champ. Not quite like new, but what can you expect from a piece of farm equipment that's close to 90 years old? I look proudly at the old girl. What's the problem, then? Maeve asks, her tone impatient. Someone calls for her. What do you mean? It's a tractor. Drive it over here. It's less than 3 miles. I doubt it would take that long. Gotta run. She hangs up before I can get in another word. What's the plan, young man? Bill asks, striding back into the shop. He's sparkly clean, his damp hair pushed back, and sporting a clean pair of dress pants and a fresh button-down shirt. The plan is to drive her over to the lot. Would you mind following behind me, so I have a ride back? I ask. Take her for a spin across town. I like the way you think. Let me get my keys. He practically runs off, suddenly looking 20 or 30 years younger. Be careful, you too, Claire says as she waves us off. If it wasn't quite so hot and if I was a few years younger, I'd flip you for making that drive, Bill says before getting into his Oldsmobile. We are quite the sight, working our way across town at 15 miles an hour. Bill stays close. Sometimes a little too close for comfort, like he's worried about getting stuck at a light behind me. We attract a lot of attention in this strange-looking tractor. Children wave, little boys and grown men alike stare, and there are plenty of angry honks from people in a rush to get somewhere. I'm surprised we don't get stopped by the police for hindering traffic. Yet somehow, we make it through one intersection after the other. I think we're in the clear when flashing lights appear behind Bill's car. I'm sure the sirens are on as well, but there's no way I can hear them over the sound of the engine. License and registration, please, the female police officer says when she exits her vehicle and approaches the tractor. I pull my wallet out of my back pocket and hand her my license. Here you go. No registration on the tractor as far as I know. May I ask what you're doing driving an antique farm vehicle through downtown Wilmington? She asks, looking over my license. Yes, ma'am. You see, they need this old lady on a film set at the studio over there. My friend and I rented her out to them for the week. When I promised they could use her in a few shots, I didn't even think about transportation. Driving her over there since we got her running seemed the easiest thing to do. And who is this friend of yours? The woman asks. I'm guessing she's in her mid to late 40s. That'd be me, Connie. Bill walks up and shakes hands with the woman. Her demeanor changes in an instant. Are you telling me this is the same tractor you've had sitting in the back of your shop for the last 5 years? The one you've been trying to get to run? I sit up on the tractor, watching and listening to the two of them catch up on what's been going on in their respective lives until Connie lets us off with a warning and a request to call us for an escort when it's time to bring the tractor back to the shop. I didn't realize you had friends in high places, I say to Bill after she gets into her cruiser and drives off. Oh, Connie? She's a long-time customer. Loves those teacups almost as much as my Claire. Now stop your gossiping, and let's get this tractor delivered. There are people waiting for her, he says, as if he had not spent the last 10 minutes chatting. At least this road had little traffic on it, and we weren't blocking any of it. You've got it, boss. She cranks up on the second try, and it doesn't take us long to pull into the studio lot. Frank and Peter are waiting for us, eager to take possession. Do you know where they are filming Horton's Cove today? I ask before we leave. Studio 3, I think. Right over there. He points to the same building where I've watched Maeve do her acting thing before. Mind if we check in on a friend? Maeve, the woman I was with in the cafeteria? I ask. Shouldn't be a problem. The guard gave both of you an access pass. Just make sure you sign out on your way out and don't go wandering around. I might get into trouble. He waves and jumps on the tractor. Bill doesn't look happy when the two men drive off with the Alice Chalmers. She's in excellent hands, I promise. And if not, Bill will have enough cash to buy another fun toy to tinker with. Let's go see Maeve in action. He follows me to the set, and we stand quietly in the shadows, watching her work. By the look on her face, things aren't going well and haven't for a while. The director asks for take after take, everyone around getting more and more frustrated. He needs to let her catch her breath, I whisper. I catch Bill nod out of the corner of my eye, but it's too late. You know what? I quit. I am done. Maeve throws the script he keeps pushing into her face to the ground and stomps off. An assistant I don't recognize tries to go after her at the bequest of the director. I hold my hand out to stop him. I've got this. Who are you? He looks at me with the indignation only an underling can muster. A friend of Maeve's. Let me go talk to her. He looks over at the director, who nods his approval. All right, but if she's not back on set in 20 minutes, she's done. And not just with the show. Her career is over. No one wants a diva on set. He stares at me, spins around, and returns to the side of the director, doing his best to look important and failing miserably. Good luck, Bill says as I walk off in search of Maeve. She didn't go far. I can hear her screaming and banging on the wall of the ladies' room a few yards down the hall. I knock on the door. Maeve, it's Max. Can I talk to you? Go away. I can't deal with you right now. Maeve, please. I just want to talk. I push on the door. It's locked. I have nothing to say other than that I'm done. With all of it. This acting thing is for the rest of her words are lost in more banging, followed by another toe-curling scream. I give her a few minutes to cool down and try again, to no avail. I'm not leaving until you open this door, I say in the best impression of my mom. All I get is softer screams and more banging, followed by running water. All right, if you don't unlock this door in the next 10 seconds, I'm going to bust it open, I say when the running water stops. I count to 10 in my head, hoping she's come to her senses. No such luck. I'm a man of my word, and one look at the flimsy door frame tells me this won't be a problem. Step back, I warn her before bracing myself and pushing the door with my shoulder, one hand at the handle, the other bracing the wood. I can hear the door frame creak. The bolt moves. One more push. I hear the click of the lock a split second too late. The momentum carries me and the door into the room. I have the presence of mind to let go of the handle and the momentum flings me into the small lady's room. I hit the sink and then crash into Maeve, who tried to sidestep the swinging door. Oof. The sound she makes as I take both of us down to the tile floor makes my blood pressure shoot through the roof. Are you hurt? Did I crush you? Did anything break? I push myself off her slight frame and run my hands over her body. Her eyes are closed, and she doesn't seem to be breathing. I'm turning around to scream for help when I hear her gasp. I turn and see her eyes wide and panicked looking, her mouth desperately trying to suck in the air. I must have pushed the air out of her lungs during our fall. What? Why? She stammers before I can hush her. Don't try to talk. Give yourself a minute to catch your breath. Are you hurt? I can hear people entering the room, but Maeve has my undivided attention. She nods her head, then shakes it. Not helpful. Fine, she finally gets out, pushing herself up. I help her rise and Maeve leans into my chest, covering her face. Everybody out, I bark. I still don't know who's here, but we don't need an audience. We stand there, my arms wrapped around her, her head pressed into my shoulder. Her breathing slows, as does my heartbeat. Thank you, she says, pulling away from me and wiping her tears. For what? Crashing into you and knocking the breath out of you? You're welcome. I grin half-heartedly. It becomes more genuine when it makes her smile. For coming after me, but mostly for making everyone leave. You're welcome. I wet a large piece of rough paper towel and hand it to her. Maeve cleans off her face, makeup and mascara smearing everywhere. I don't say a word. Of course, she'll notice at the moment she catches a glimpse of her reflection in the mirror over the sink. She laughs, and I can see the tension melting away. Maeve steps up to the sink and groans. I'm a mess. Nothing you can't fix. I've seen you put on makeup in less time than it takes me to brush my teeth. There had been several mornings where she'd rushed off to get ready at the last minute. That's true. But I need Marissa. Maeve reaches into the neckline of her dress and, before I can avert my eyes, she produces a phone and starts texting. That's where you keep it? I ask, trying not to stare. No pockets, she says, hitting send. I'm not sure what else to say, but I'm glad she has the phone on her. Want to tell me what happened? I ask as much to fill the silence in the room as from genuine interest. Maeve shakes her head. It's been one of those days. Everything's been going wrong. I know I overreacted, and Tom's probably busy calling the producers and finding someone to replace me. I hate how ashamed and defeated she looks. It's never quite that bad. It just seems like it in the moment. I don't know about that. This isn't the first time Tom has warned me about my temper and trying to push myself into a bigger role. It just didn't make sense for me to say those lines. You should see the changes the writers made from what we went over last night. Maeve leans her back against the tile wall and slides down until she's sitting on the floor, legs tucked to the side. I crouch down beside her, a sharp pain piercing my side. What's wrong? Maeve asks, reaching out and putting a hand on my knee. I'm fine. A bruise, I think. It's worse than that, but she has enough to worry about. Did you guys have chickens when you were growing up? Of course. Mama always keeps a flock. Why? Maeve looks surprised. Did you ever watch them when a new hen comes in? Sure. They have to establish the pecking order, and she has to find her place in the flock. Maeve nods. That's pretty much what's happening here. You're not new to the set, but your role was expanded substantially, so it's basically the same thing. The dynamics changed. The expectations changed. And it takes a little time and a little pushing back and forth to get that figured out, I guess. And it's up to you to decide if you want to ruffle feathers and draw some blood, or if you want to take a deep breath and try a gentler approach. Like? She's paying attention. Oh, I don't know. Going along with what the director and writers want until they figure out that it's not working as well as they'd hoped. Then offer a suggestion. Or making small tweaks here and there and seeing what you can get away with. I grin, knowing before I see her reaction that she likes the second option much better. She's quiet, nodding, and hopefully taking in what I've said. If nothing else, she's calmer by the time Marissa walks in the door. Thank you, Max, she says as I get up to leave. You're welcome. I'll see you at home. I close the door behind me and hope Bill stuck around so I can catch a ride back to my truck at the store. Nice work, the underling says as I pass him.
Chapter 14. Maeve. That's a wrap. Tom says 2 hours later. I don't know how I held it together, but I did, taking Max's advice. Nice work, Maeve. Madeline squeezes my arm before stepping out of the studio ahead of me. Thank you. It wouldn't have happened without Max. I have no illusions about how this day would have played out if he hadn't been on set. I'd be unemployed right now, that's how. On a whim, I pull into the grocery store I pass on my way home. Max has been complaining about the lack of what he calls solid food in the house. I still have no idea exactly what that means, but I'm determined to find it as I push the cart through the aisles. What would I eat if I was a 6'5", 250-pound guy? I ask the large cardboard display on the end cap of aisle 5. Back when we were kids, Max would eat anything and everything in sight, and he'd finish it all off with a large bowl of ice cream. I throw bags of chips, cookies, beef jerky, and chocolate bars into the cart. Meat and potatoes. That's what guys like. At least that's what my mom had always said. I try to remember what I've seen Max eat. Lots of eggs, burgers, fries. Maybe she wasn't far off the mark. If she were me, she'd be cooking him a pot roast or a beef stew with homemade biscuits. Except I'm not my mother, so a few hungry man meals and some frozen burger patties will have to do. I top it off with a pound of bacon. The hardest decision is the ice cream. I can't for the life of me remember what flavor he liked. Can I help you find something? A young stock clerk asks. What kind of ice cream do you like? I ask. He laughs. Is this a trick question? There isn't one I don't like, except for this fake sugar stuff. Really? You eat a lot of it? He's as thin as a rail. No comment. Alright. If you had to pick one or two, what would you choose? I ask. I need some help here. Rocky Road and peanut butter fudge, he says without hesitation. Alright, that settles it. I grab one of each, throwing in a carton of vanilla, to be safe. Oh, my gosh, the guy looks at me and drops an entire box of ice cream bars. They scatter across the floor, some of them landing under the freezer cabinets. I look up and down the aisle. So far, no one has noticed what's going on, but it's only a matter of time. And if there's one thing I don't have time for tonight, it's an autograph session. I put my finger over my lips. You're Maeve Alden, aren't you? He whispers, steeping closer. I loved you. Shoo. Yes, I'm Maeve, but can we keep that between us, please? Sure. Of course. So sorry, ma'am. He turns and crouches down to pick up the bars. I can see the tips of his ears turning flaming red. It's okay. I'd just like to get out of here before the ice cream melts. I bend down and grab a few of the bars. You don't have to do that, he says, turning to take them from me. I know. Hey, would you like to take a selfie together? I ask, feeling sorry for him. Really? The stunned expression on his face is priceless. Really? Wait until I'm checked out to post it though, okay? I take the phone he's pulling out of his back pocket and turn to stand in front of him. I snap 3 pictures, all of them keepers, and hand it back to him. Thank you, he calls after me, as I push my filled cart to the checkout line. Thankfully, no one else recognizes me, and I make it back to the house in record time. What the? A strange car is parked in my driveway, taking up the space where I usually park and then some. It's an old cream-colored Oldsmobile, and I wonder if my landlord stopped by to check on the progress of the house. He better be happy, I mutter as I dig around for my keys. The door opens before I find them. I thought I heard your call pull up. Come on in. We have guests, Max says, pushing me into the living area before I get a chance to put down my purse. Mr. and Mrs. Harris. How nice to see you. The old couple are the last people I expected to see in my house tonight, but the car makes sense. Please, call me Claire, dear. It's so nice to see you again. When Bill and Max came back to the shop, I insisted on coming along and making some dinner, with Max hurt like that. She shakes her head and wipes her hands on an apron I don't remember ever seeing. You're hurt? My eyes search for Max, who is standing to my right. It's nothing. The tightness around his eyes that I didn't notice a moment ago tells me what I need to know. I wouldn't call that nothing. I'm pretty sure 1 or 2 of those ribs are broken. I really wish you would have let me take you over to urgent care. They're bruised at most, and there's nothing they can do for me. Trust me, this isn't my first rodeo. When you work around cows, you end up with some cracked ribs. He turns to walk to the couch, and I notice the grimace on his face. Men. Claire shakes her head and takes the grocery bags from me. I have a few more in the car, I say. Max tries to step out, but I stop him. I've got this. It's 2 bags. I can manage. Go sit and rest. I take a moment outside to process what's going on. Max is hurt, and it's my fault. If I hadn't thrown a tantrum. If I hadn't locked myself in the bathroom. If I hadn't unlocked the door at the worst possible moment. Maeve? Where do you want these frozen food packets? Claire calls from the doorway. The freezer. I'll be right in. Taking a deep breath and doing my best to breathe out the feeling of guilt, I grab the few remaining plastic bags, close the trunk, and head back inside. I hope you like tuna noodle casserole, Claire says as we put away the cold and frozen items. It's been a long time since I had that. My mom used to call it tuna noodle surprise. Like giving it a fun name made it tastier than it really was. How fun. I'm going to have to remember that. My grandchildren would love that. Except for Trad. He is not a fan. Her conspiratorial look makes me laugh. Well, I may not have had it in a while, but I'm no Trad, I assure her. Good. You're a nice girl and good for him. She nods in the direction of the living area where Max and her husband are busy trying to find something to watch on the large screen TV I rarely use. I prefer to do my binge watching in bed with my tablet. I don't know about that. I hide my face by putting away the non-perishable snacks in the large pantry next to the fridge. I do. And if I were you, I'd wrap those ribs for him before he goes to bed tonight. And talk him into seeing a doctor tomorrow, Claire says. They are a nice couple, I say when Claire and Bill leave an hour later. They are. It was nice of them to make us dinner. Sorry about the tuna, though. I know it isn't your favorite. Max leans back on the couch, adjusting his position. You do? Of course. You'd always beg my mom for anything else when we had tuna sandwiches for lunch. He leans forward and pushes a pillow behind his back. The ribs must be hurting more than he's trying to let on. I can't believe you remember that. I get up. I think there's a first aid kit somewhere. It might have some bandages in it. To wrap your chest, I add when he stares at me. That's not necessary. He fidgets again. That's a lie, and you know it. Stay put. It doesn't take me long to find the kit. It's large and includes several cloth bandages that should do the trick. I take a moment to watch a video on my phone on how to do this correctly. The last thing I want to do is do more damage or cause Max any more pain. Thankfully, it looks pretty straightforward. Where do you want to do this? I ask when I return. Here is fine. He takes his shirt off, and I have to close my eyes for a second. Okay. My hands suddenly turn ice cold. I can do it myself, Max says, holding his hands out for the bandages. Not a chance, but you can hold this one for now. I hand him one of the fabric rolls and take a moment to rub my hands together, using friction to get them to warm a little. He still flinches when I touch his torso. I step closer, my arms barely reaching around him, as I wrap the bandage over itself, securing it in place. The heat from his body seeps into me, and I lose myself in the scent of him. So familiar and yet so intoxicating at the same time. My fingers skim across his abs, the skin here soft and sun-kissed. No farmer's tan for Max. An image of him working out in the fields or the garden without his shirt flashes in front of my eyes. My hands shake, making it hard to complete the task I've set myself. I work my way around him, staying closer than necessary. I'm close enough to see his chest rise and fall with each breath he takes. See the vein on his neck throb with each heartbeat. Both speed up, in tune with my own racing heart. I work my way across his broad back, fingers skimming across the bandage, smoothing it out as I go before using a piece of tape to secure the end. I hold my hand out for the second roll, and almost drop it when our fingers touch. Continuing to work my way around his body from chest to back, over and over again, I feel like I'm in a trance. A world where nothing and no one but the two of us exists. Easy, he says, loud enough to return my attention to the task at hand. Sorry. I loosen the bandage and refasten it, making sure it's secure. I'm relieved when he pulls his t-shirt back on. Thanks. His eyes linger on mine a little longer than necessary, before dropping a few inches lower. I'm not letting you sleep by yourself tonight, I blurt out. His eyes snap back up to meet mine. Why not? I've been doing it since I was 2 years old. Not with a broken rib, you haven't. I want to keep an eye on you. I told you it's bruised, cracked at most. It's not broken, or I'd be over here, gasping for air. There isn't even bruising. Yet. And until we've had you checked out and x-rayed, I'm keeping an eye on you. Choice is yours. I can take a bunk in the attic, or you can sleep in the bedroom across the hall from mine. Max shakes his head, looking resigned. And tired. Probably in more pain that he's letting on. I'll take the bedroom across from you. Good. I'm getting your stuff and a couple of painkillers, and then we'll try to get some shut-eye, alright? He nods and makes his way to the stairs, taking them gently, confirming my suspicions about how much he's hurting. It's going to be a strange night.
Chapter 15. Max. What are you doing here? You should be resting, Bill says when I walk into the shop late the next morning. I wave him off. It's nothing. Did you see a doctor? Claire walks out from behind the register and looks at me the way my mom did when I was in trouble. I did. Maeve insisted. It had been a waste of time. Boy, it's like pulling teeth with you. What did he say? Maeve dragged me to urgent care this morning. I told her there was no need, but she sounded about like you too. Disapproving stares from both. They checked me out and said my ribs were bruised, possibly a crack or two. Nothing to do but to keep doing what I've been doing. Wrapping it and letting it heal. I shrug. That was a mistake. Did you look at the x-ray? Bill asks. There was no x-ray. The doctor had palpated my abdomen and sides, told me to take it easy and sent me on my merry way. What kind of place did you go to? Bill's eyebrows are drawn together, and Claire doesn't look happy either. The urgent care place by the hospital. I'm telling you, there's nothing they can do unless it's broken and piercing a lung or something. I shake my head at those two. What if it is? Claire asks, the concern on her face gone up a notch or two. I'd be in a lot more pain and gasping for air. I promise, if it gets worse, or if there is extensive bruising, I'll go back. Now, can you please give me something to do? I beg. Bill shakes his head. You need rest. I can't believe you drove all the way over here. How are those ribs of yours supposed to heal with all that moving around? I'm telling you I'm fine. This isn't my first cracked rib. When you work with cattle, it kind of comes with the territory. Accidents happen no matter how careful you are when you're loading a bull or mucking a stall around a cow and her calf because you don't want to force them out into the cold winter air. You're not working. At least not for the rest of the week. Call me on Monday, and we'll talk. Bill turns his back to me and walks off. Since you're here, you might as well have breakfast. I'll make you some bacon and eggs. But after that, you're going home. And don't make me call that pretty girlfriend of yours. She'll make sure you'll stay put. Claire calls Bill back, putting him in charge of the store while she cooks me a full southern breakfast, complete with grits and biscuits. Thank you. I haven't had anything this good since I came out here. I ate so much I am getting uncomfortable in my bandages. You're welcome. Now head on home and call me when you get there. Claire walks me back down and out the door, Bill following close behind. Put on a ball game or one of those old westerns and stay put on the couch. Give those bones of yours a rest. You'll thank me later, he says, putting one hand on my shoulder. I will, I promise. At least I'll try. We'll see how long I last. And call us if there's anything you need. Claire grabs my hands and squeezes them. Looking at these two makes me realize how much I miss my dad and Amy. Maybe I'll spend a little time talking to both of them while staying put. Anybody home? Maeve calls, walking in the door carrying 2 plastic bags and a scent that makes my stomach growl. In here. I raise up and toss the remote on the coffee table. My entire body is stiff from a day spent lounging on the couch. Or maybe it's the injury catching up with me. Either way, I look a bit like a robot as I make my way into the kitchen. How are you feeling? Maeve asks, concern written all over her face as she pulls the takeout containers out of the bags and places them on the breakfast bar. Like it's time for a couple of a leave. I grin in a faint attempt to lessen her worry. It's not that bad. A little stiff. I've been sitting around too much, doing nothing. She huffs, pours me a glass of water and hands me the pill bottle. Thanks. What's for dinner? I ask. It smells good, but I can't quite make out what it is. Indian. Hope that's okay. I got some butter chicken and some paneer tikka masala. I don't think I've had either, or anything Indian, but it smells delicious. I try to sit on one of the bar stools. It's doable. Not comfortable, but I don't plan on staying here all night. Let's take these into the living room. The couch is comfier, Maeve says, handing me a plate and fork. I look at the containers. Both dishes look strange but smell amazing. Do we share, or am I supposed to pick? We can share. Try some of each and see what you like. I can order a pizza if this isn't your favorite. Maeve grabs a couple of spoons and starts piling rice onto her plate, topping one side with a yellow mix of chicken and sauce, and the other with what I assume is the second dish she named. This doesn't look all that appetizing, I say, staring at it. What are those white chunks? Tofu? Paneer. It's a cheese, I think. It doesn't taste like much of anything. Pretend it's chicken. She says that like it's possible. I shake my head and fill my plate before we both head into the living room. You've been watching Southern Charm. I can't tell if she's surprised or embarrassed. I have. You're good. And it's better than I thought it would be. I tried looking for sports, but there isn't much of anything going on today. I shrug gently, but my ribs still ache from the movement. I've scrolled through every possible channel and streaming service, trying to find something to hold my attention. For some reason, this one stuck. Thanks, but do you mind if we watch something else? Not a huge fan of seeing myself on the screen. Maeve kicks off her shoes and sits crisscross on the couch, balancing her plate on one knee. No problem. I can finish it tomorrow. I hand her the remote. Pick something. Anything? You don't know what you're getting yourself into here. She scrolls through the shows that are streaming, landing on something that looks like an oversaturated historical show with handsome men and women in fancy ball gowns. What is this? I ask, taking a first cautious bite. Watch. You'll like it. She digs into her food. The chicken is good. Savory with spices I can't quite make out. I'd eat this again. Not so sure about the second dish until I try it. This isn't bad. Much better than it looks. I thought you might like it. Her eyes are glued to the screen, the fork moving up to her mouth and back down. I try to get into the story of balls, gentlemen, and rides in some park. It's not my thing, but it's making her happy. Ready for another episode? She asks, taking our empty plates to the kitchen. Sure. I make myself comfortable, sitting in the corner of the large sectional. Maeve takes her seat, grabs a blanket off the back of the couch and hits play. My new position makes it easy to watch her. It turns out to be more entertaining than the show that drones on in the background. Maeve looks more relaxed than I've seen her all week. Thank you for dinner and checking up on me throughout the day, I say when the end credits for the next episode roll. You're welcome. Can I get you anything else? She asks, turning to look at me. I'm fine where I'm at. Though, I raise up and scoot closer. Close enough to push a strand of her raven black hair behind her ear. Though, she echoes, her voice barely a whisper, her eyes locked with mine. There's something I've been thinking about all day. For days, actually. My fingers brush across her bottom lip, giving her time to pull away, savoring the fact that she doesn't. What's that? She breathes, raising herself up so we're eye to eye. This. I close the small distance between us, my lips finally touching hers. They are soft and warm, better than anything I've felt before. Better than what I've been dreaming about and imagining for years. I deepen the kiss and lose myself in the feeling of being this close to the girl I've wanted for as long as I can remember. the woman I've come to know in these few days of sharing a home with her. The person I admire for what she's built for herself. Maeve. All conscious thought flees my mind as we kiss until we're both breathless. That was, Maeve brushes her hair back when we finally part. Nice? I ask, resisting the urge to pull her close. The 10 inches that separate us now feel like too much. I want her next to me, tucked into my side. Or wrapped in my arms, her lips touching mine. Yes, very. Her cheeks turn the loveliest color of pink. Good. I guess we're going to have to restart this. I point to the TV where the characters are attending yet another fancy ball. This time, there are wigs involved. We do. She grabs the remote and scoots closer, nestling into my side and covering both of us with the blanket. I could get used to this, I say, putting my arm around her. 2 episodes later, she's fast asleep in my arms, and I'm about to drift off, feeling happier and more complete than ever.
Chapter 16. Maeve. Ms. Alden? A young man I've seen around set, usually carrying a large tray of takeout coffee from the bakery down the street, walks up to me. Yes? These came for you to the mailroom. Your agent asked me to bring them to you. He hands me several envelopes and leaves. Look at you, getting fan mail, Madeline says. She's in her grandma garb, ready to film our next scene. I guess so. I flip through the letters, recognizing the handwriting of one of them. This one definitely isn't from a fan. Are we ready to film the kitchen scene? Tom calls. It's my cue, and I tuck the letters into my purse before stashing it under my chair. Things don't go well. I know my lines, but Tom isn't happy with my delivery. Try looking. I don't know. More in love. But not in a dopey way. I try my best, but he isn't happy. 2 wardrobe changes and several dozen tries later, he finally gives us a break. I grab my purse and head outside for some air and privacy. Thankfully, the picnic table is deserted. I call Max. What's wrong? He asks the moment he answers the phone. What makes you think something's wrong? Because you wouldn't call from the set if there wasn't. Tell me. How has this man gotten to know me so well in the few days we've been together? Rough day filming. Did they change the lines on you again? Max asks. They did, but it's no big deal. I've got them down. I just can't please the man, no matter what I try. And it's not just me. I shake my head. More pecking order stuff going on? Max asks. I can hear the smile in his voice. Not quite, though it does feel like a chicken house around here today. Let's just say one of them is being, well, a rooster, if you know what I mean. Bossy, pushy, and a little overbearing? Max asks. I swear I can hear him chuckling. Pretty much. Add patronizing, and you get the picture. Ah. How are you holding up with that going on? He asks. Honestly, I feel like I'm about to lose it. That's why I called the first chance I got. Any wise words of farm wisdom for me? I take a seat at the table and pull up my hair, tucking the phone between my ear and shoulder. Did I ever tell you about Penelope? He asks, acting as if we'd been swapping stories about our lives for years. I don't think so, I say, playing along. I like this whole couple thing we've got going on here. Penelope was one of my mom's favorite hens. She had spunk, but there wasn't much she could do about the rooster. He would always be above her in the pecking order. I can see where this is going. No, you don't. The rooster would push her around and keep her from doing what she wanted to do. Scratching the ground, finding a tasty weed or worm. You know, being a rooster. What did Penelope do? She'd wait until he wasn't watching, and then she'd make her way out of the run. She had a spot where she could squeeze out of the fence. She'd do what she wanted to do and then sneak back in before he noticed. The rooster never even realized she was gone. Smart chicken. Yep. Max is quiet, waiting for me to figure this out. I guess I'm Penelope. And I need to accept that Tom is the big rooster in the coop. I should listen to him and then find some other way to express myself. Maybe take on an indie film project on the side or get back to creating art. That's one way of looking at it, he says. What's the other way? I ask, my interest piqued. You do what he wants you to do for a while. That's what I have been doing, Max. I know. Keep it up a little while longer. And then when he lets his guard down, you get a little creative. Push the boundaries, but be nice about it. See if you can get out of this what you want while giving him what he needs. You know, do what you did to get them to expand your role in the first place. The door to the studio opens. One of Tom's assistants motions for me to come back in. I'll try. I have to go. They are ready to get back to filming. This helped. Thanks for listening. All right. And Maeve? I'm proud of you for calling. Realizing what's going on and doing this instead of blowing up is a big step. Let's see if I can keep it together for a few more hours, I say with a wry smile. You've got this. I'll see you when you get home. How did it go? Max is waiting for me at the front door when I pull in. Better than expected. I don't know if it was our little chat or the break, but things were flowing beautifully after that. And guess what? I got more lines. I pull the new pages out of my purse and wave them in front of his face. I knew you could do it. Proud of you, he mumbles, while lowering his face to kiss me right here in the doorway. It's almost like you missed me, I joke, running my fingers through his dirty blonde hair. It's grown a fraction of an inch since he arrived, feeling softer. That I did. Bill still won't let me come in. He bends down and picks up the envelopes I've tried so hard to forget. They must have slipped out when I grabbed the script pages. Fan mail. I grab them and walk inside. It's not really a lie. There just happens to be one letter in there that I don't want to open in front of Max or anyone else. Some things you don't need an audience for. I don't get a moment to myself until after we've eaten dinner. Max made grilled chicken, couscous, and a mixed salad. The perfect summer meal. I'm going to grab a shower and change into PJs. Want to pick something for us to watch? I ask, putting our dishes in the sink. Sounds like a plan. It's quickly becoming our evening routine. I take that shower and change, trying to avoid the inevitable for as long as I can. When I can't put this off any longer, I sit down on the bed. My mother's letter is in front of me. Guilt washes over me. I called the house twice after Amy told me about her visit to the Tipsy Cow, but if I'm honest with myself, I didn't try as hard as I could to reach her. I didn't leave a message and didn't keep trying. And I may have called when I was pretty sure no one was home. Taking a deep breath, I tear open the letter, trying to prepare myself for the lecture I'm about to receive. Tears pool in my eyes, making it hard to make out the lines of perfect penmanship scrawling across the paper. I was wrong. No lecture. This is a plea for me to come home. Because my father isn't well, and Mom needs me. It takes me a long time to regain my composure and get over the shock that my father, a bear of a man with the strength of an ox, is in the ICU. Everything okay up there? Max asks from the bottom of the steps. Yes. I'll be right down. I walk into the bathroom and wipe the condensation off the mirror. I look like a hot mess. Eyes red and swollen, lips puffy. Tear streaks running down my cheeks. I pull my damp hair into a ponytail and splash cold water on my face. Not perfect, but better. What's wrong? Max asks when I walk into the living room. The TV is on and there's a glass of wine waiting for me on the coffee table. One of those letters wasn't fan mail. It was from my mom. I lean against the wall for support, using every ounce of strength I have to keep it together as another wave of guilt crashes over me. What did she say? His lips are tight, his eyes never leaving mine. It's my dad. I choke and a small cry escapes my lips. I feel the hot tears running down my cheeks again, and there's nothing I can do to stop them. Come here. He holds out his arms and takes a step toward me. I rush into them, burying my face into his chest as the tears continue to flow. I've got you. Max rubs my back and holds me. No questions, no expectations. I haven't felt this protected and cared for in a long time. And didn't realize until this very moment how much I need it. When I finally calm down enough to risk letting go, the shoulder of his t-shirt is soaked. At least I didn't put makeup and mascara back on. Sorry, I mumble, attempting to crack a smile to let him know I'm okay. Or at least going to be okay. Don't worry about it. Do you want to tell me what's going on with your dad? He keeps one hand on my shoulder as we stand 2 feet apart. I nod. He waits patiently for me to get myself together and figure out what to say. He's in the hospital. Heart attack. Mom says it doesn't look good. She's asking me to come home. Is that what you want to do? Go home? Max asks. Again, there's no judgment in his eyes. And there wouldn't be, no matter what I told him. I know deep in my heart that he wouldn't judge me if I decided to stay here, ignoring the contents of the letter. It's that realization that makes the decision easy. Yes, I want to go see him. I want to go home.
Chapter 17. Max. Do you want to try calling again? I ask, pushing the car a little harder and inching further past the interstate speed limit. It's well past midnight on a Friday night, and I'm counting on the fact that the police officers will be otherwise occupied. What's the point? She's sleeping or at the hospital. Maeve is curled into a ball in the passenger seat of my truck. You're right. We'll be there in a couple of hours, and you can check in on them yourself. You still have a key to the house, right? I glance down at the dash. I'm burning gas fast. We'll have to stop and fill up before we get home. I don't. Something in the tone of her voice makes me look over. A single tear rolls down her cheek. I didn't realize it had gotten that bad between you guys. I threw it on the kitchen table when he told me not to bother coming home if I moved to Wilmington. She wipes it away angrily. Don't take this the wrong way, but why was he so set against you becoming an actor? I don't get it. My dad wasn't happy when Amy left, but he wouldn't throw her out over something like that. Not if it was what made her happy. He thought I was wasting my time, throwing my life away. He wanted me to marry someone from Linden. Someone like you. To take over the farm when he was ready to retire. She shrugged. Seriously? He was mad you were leaving because he wouldn't have a successor for the farm? That was ridiculous. Except my dad was hoping for the same thing, and then there was Rose. Let's just say I wasn't what he expected, and with no other kids, he had to come up with some contingency plans. At least, that's what he told me. He and my grandparents worked too hard to build something for me to throw it away. Like I owe them my life. She digs around her purse and produces her makeup bag. Lowering the visor, she sits up and uses the mirror to apply her makeup. For the first time, I realize it's more than a way to get her signature look. It's her armor. Feeling better? I ask when she's finished 10 miles later. Yes. Maybe. Maeve looks at herself, and I can see her fighting to put her usual confident expression on. I take her hand and squeeze it. It's okay. It's going to be okay, and I'll be there the whole time. If you want me to. She squeezes my hand in return, and a small smile appears on her face. Thanks. Do you mind if we stop soon? I need to use the ladies' room. Next gas station that doesn't look like we'll get mugged is ours. I need to fill up, and I don't know about you, but I could use a cup of coffee. It's been a long day, and it doesn't look like either of us will get to sleep anytime soon. What do you want to do when we get there? I ask when we walk out of the gas station 20 minutes later, each of us carrying a tall coffee. Maeve also had the bag of junk food we've chosen to get us through the last 2 hours of the drive. I don't know. I can take you to the hospital. He's at Greenville Memorial, right? I unlock the truck and get in. I think so, but I doubt they'll let me in to see him this time of the night. I take a moment to think this through. The letter was several days old. We have no idea what shape her dad is in and if her mom is home or by his bedside. I'm guessing you don't want to bang on the door to your house in the middle of the night. She shakes her head and opens the pack of Twizzlers she's chosen. Strawberry. She offers me one. I shake my head. I don't turn down a lot of food, but that's one thing I can't stomach. I guess you'll come home with me. You can crash in the guest room. With Amy and Leo staying in the apartment above the bar since Gus moved away, the room is empty. You don't think your dad would mind? She asks, taking a bite of her candy. Are you kidding? My dad loves you, and Amy will be ecstatic to see you. I sent her a text that we were coming up before we left. Oh, okay. I didn't realize. How much does she know? Just that we're coming up for a quick visit. I didn't know if she knows anything about your dad, but you're welcome to call her. I'm sure she's still at the bar. I don't want to bug her while she's working. Maeve hands me the Snickers I picked up at the store, tearing the wrapper for me. Thanks. I'm sure she'll be waiting for us when we get to the house. Maeve nods. I never asked. What did Tom say when you told him you needed time to go see your father? I ask, making conversation to kill the time. He said if I'm not back on set bright and early Monday morning, ready to get to work, I'm out of a job. Maeve smiles wryly. He's such an... She holds her hand up before I can finish. He did offer to email me any changes to the script and push the scene I was supposed to film this weekend until early next week. We just can't stay long. I hope that won't be a problem. Of course not. We can leave whenever you're ready. And I have no problem dealing with Tom or anyone else from the studio if that happens to be past Sunday. All right. How much longer until we get there? She asks. About 2 hours. Maeve yawns and takes a big gulp of her coffee. It's been a long day for both of us. I thought you two would never show up. Amy rushes out the moment we pull into the driveway. We made good time. I give my sister a quick hug before feeling her pull away. She rushes to Maeve, wrapping her arms around her best friend. He drove like a maniac to get me up here, Maeve says, and I'm not sure I want her to come to my rescue. It earns me a disapproving look from my big sister across Maeve's shoulder. Let's get you inside, and then you can explain what caused this surprise visit, my sister says, walking off with Maeve and leading me to grab our overnight bags. What's wrong with coming to see family for the weekend? I call over my shoulder. Amy waves me off. I'm not surprised. By the time I make it inside, she is busy making hot chocolate. Want one? She asks. I nod my head. I can use the sweet treat after the long drive. Maybe it will calm me down enough to go to sleep before the sun comes up in a few scant hours. Here you go. She puts a mug in front of Maeve before handing me mine and taking a seat next to my sister. Thanks. And thanks for letting me stay here. I didn't know where else to go. Maeve looks so lost. Amy puts an arm around her shoulder. Ready to tell me what's going on? Why you're here? Don't get me wrong, I'm happy to see you. Both of you. She looks up at me, concern in her eyes. I don't know where to start, Maeve says, her voice barely a whisper. I lean against the kitchen counter and sip my hot chocolate, doing my best to blend into the background. I guess it has something to do with your mom stopping by my bar the other day, Amy says. Maeve nods. I tried to call the house a couple of times but didn't catch her. I got busy. Of course. I know how crazy it gets when you're filming. I'm sure your mom knows that. She doesn't. She wrote me a letter. Send it to the studio, because I never bothered giving her my new address. Or my cell phone number. I'm I should have at least done that. Amy tightens her arm around Maeve and pulls her closer as tears start rolling down Maeve's face again. You had your reasons. My sister looks at me for an explanation. I hesitate for a moment, not sure how much Maeve wants me to share. He's in the hospital. Maeve gets out in between tears and sobs. Her father had a heart attack. He's at Greenville Memorial. That's all we know. It was too late to go by there, so I brought her here. I'm glad you did, Amy says, before returning her attention to her best friend. I'm so sorry, honey. Let's get you upstairs. You can try to get some rest, and I'll take you to the hospital first thing in the morning. I'll set an alarm and promise to get you up, okay? Maeve nods and the two of them walk out of the kitchen before she turns to look at me. Thank you, Max. For everything. You're welcome. Get some sleep. I'll see you tomorrow. I watch her walk upstairs before carrying my cup into the living room. I haven't been gone that long, yet it feels strange to be back in the house I grew up in. To look at the portrait of my mother and the furniture that's been here for as long as I can remember. This is where I grew up and where I always thought I would end up living with my own family. Dad and I had talked about it over more than one cup of coffee. Of him building a little place of his own on the other side of the property or pulling a trailer back in there. Leaving the house and the farm to me. It had all made sense. Until I started wondering if there was more to life than Linden, South Carolina. I like Wilmington. I love the house on the marsh. And I enjoy working with Bill, restoring old tractors and farm equipment. I even enjoy spending time in the studio. I remember a text from Frank, one of the production assistants, and pull out my phone to read over it. I'd only glanced at it when we'd stopped on the road earlier. Any chance you could find us something like this? Attached is a picture of an old harvester. Something similar to what old Fred has sitting in the hay barn of his. I send a quick text message back, not expecting a reply until the morning. Does it need to run? I'm surprised when 3 dots appear almost immediately. It just needs to look pretty. I'll see what I can do. I'll get in touch tomorrow or Monday. I turn my phone to silent and make my way through the house, making sure all doors are locked and everything is turned off. After that, I sit at the kitchen table and think about my future and Maeve's place in it. Staying here means giving up any chance of being with her. Being with her means giving up on the idea of running the family farm. And where does that leave my dad? When has my life gotten so complicated? I knew the answer to that question, and it had everything to do with the raven-haired beauties sleeping upstairs. At least I hope Maeve is getting some rest. It takes me a long time to calm down enough after today's events to head upstairs and try to get some sleep. When I do, I realize how much I've missed my bed and my pillow. Within minutes, I can feel sleep pulling me under and give into sweet oblivion.
Chapter 18. Maeve. Ready? Amy asks as we pull into the parking lot of the hospital. It's early, but I hope they will let us in. We stopped by my house on the way. No one answered the door. I'm hoping my mom is here. As ready as I'll ever be. I put on another coat of lipstick and get out of the car. I'll find out what room he's in, Amy says, walking off to the information desk. I'm grateful for her help and check my phone. Tom emailed me the latest script pages late last night along with a note saying he hopes my dad is feeling better. He's in intensive care. We can go up to the waiting room and have a nurse get your mom if she's with him, Amy says when she returns. I nod and let her take the lead. We take the elevator to the 4th floor and follow the signs to the ICU. A nurse points us in the direction of the waiting area. Maeve? I turn and see my mom stepping out of a room, carrying a cup. Is it really you? She asks, touching my arm as if to make sure I'm not some mirage. I'm here. I got your letter. It's lame, but I don't know what else to say. Why don't we step in here? Amy suggests, opening the door to the empty waiting area. I take my mother's hand and pull her into the room. I should have tried to call more often and given you my cell number. How's Dad? My mom throws the paper cup she's been holding in the trash and takes a seat, patting the chair next to her. She takes both of my hands in hers. He's had a massive heart attack. I wasn't sure he would pull through, but things are looking up. They are waiting for him to regain enough strength to make it through bypass surgery. She looks worn, tired, and much older than the last time I've seen her. I try to think when that's been. 3 years ago? We ran into each other in town when I was back with Amy, barely acknowledging each other. How had everything gotten so out of control? Have you seen him? Can I see him? I ask, holding my mother's hand, trying to give her strength. I'm not sure that's a good idea, honey. The way the two of you left things, she pulls her hand from mine. Nothing has changed. She still blames me for leaving. Even though it was my dad who kicked me out and told me not to bother coming back. If that's what you want. I rise and look for Amy. She catches my eye and gives me a sad little smile. Maeve, why don't you go get your mom a coffee from the cafeteria downstairs? She looks like she could use it. I nod. It's something I can do for her. How about something to eat, too? My mom shakes her head. Coffee would be nice. I head downstairs and grab the coffee and 3 danishes that look at least edible. When I return, Amy and my mom are sitting next to each other, their heads together. Here. You should try to eat something. I hand my mother a coffee and a pastry. Amy grabs hers, and all 3 of us sit there, eating and drinking in silence for a moment. Let me talk to your father. Maybe it is time the 2 of you talked. My mother finishes her coffee and rises. I'm glad you're here. It's good to see you. I give her a quick hug before watching her walk out the door. What did you say to her? I ask Amy. Nothing special. I asked her how she would feel if something happened to your dad without the 2 of you coming to some resolution or at least giving you a chance to see him again. Thank you. Until this moment, I didn't realize that I wanted to see him. He's my dad, no matter what happened in the past, and I would like to see him. No matter what happens down the road. Miss Alden? A nurse in a starchy white uniform with a friendly expression on her face pokes her head into the waiting area. Yes? I rise and hand my coffee to Amy. Your father is ready for you. He's not well. Try to keep it short and don't upset him. She leaves before I get a chance to respond. I'll be here when you get back. Amy gives me an encouraging smile, and I walk the short distance from the waiting area to his room. My mother calls me in when I knock on the door. The sight in front of me is not what I was expecting. Dad looks pale, almost gray. His eyes are closed, and he has lines and cables attached to him everywhere. Dad, it's Maeve. I came to check on you. Heard you gave Mom quite the scare. I walk up and stand next to his bed, not sure what to do. His eyes open, and he stares at me blankly. Can he understand me? I ask, turning to my mother for help. She nods. How are you feeling? I ask, brushing my fingers over the hand laying on the white sheet that covers his frail body. Fine. What are you doing here? The words are a raspy whisper. I wanted to see you. Mom told me what happened. I'm fine. He pulls his hand away and closes his eyes, his expression never changing. Maybe you better go, my mother says. I look down at the figure of my father on the bed, looking helpless and frail. So unlike the man who had spun me around and carried me on his shoulders as a child. Nothing like the person who had taught me to drive and scared every boyfriend I brought home. Nothing like the man who would work from sunup to sundown to put food on the table. I hope you get better. I love you, Daddy. No reaction, not even a twitch of the eyelid. My mom walks me to the door. It isn't until we're out in the hall that she whispers something about being sure he was glad to see me. I'll be in town until tomorrow afternoon. Call me if there's anything I can do. I dig around in my purse for a scrap of paper and scribble my cell phone number down for her. Thank you. Don't take what happened in there to heart. Your dad is in a lot of pain. This hasn't been easy for him, she says. I'm sure. Call me. Anytime, okay? I give her a quick hug and turn before she can see the tears pooling in my eyes. I make it to the waiting room before I break down. Better? Amy asks, handing me a tissue when the sobs finally stop. Not really. This is hard. Harder than I expected it to be. I know, honey. You can do this. You're one of the strongest people I know. Want to tell me what happened in there? Is he that bad? She asks, rubbing soothing circles on my back. He's not great, but he's always been as strong as an ox. He'll make it. At least I hope he will. Amy doesn't say anything. Doesn't probe, doesn't judge. She sits there, giving me the silent support I need right now. He barely looked at me. We didn't say more than a handful of words to each other. He basically told me to get out. Again. The rejection stung, even after all these years. That. I don't know what to say, other than you don't deserve this. You never did. Why is he so stubborn about this? Amy shakes her head, taking my hand and squeezing it. I shouldn't have come. It was a mistake. I get up and grab the purse I'd slung to the ground when I walked back in here. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. Amy tosses the remains of our hospital breakfast into the trash can and gets her own bag. What's that supposed to mean? I ask as we walk down the corridor to the elevator. Would you regret not seeing him if he ends up not making it? Amy asks as we step in. I play through the scenario in my mind, trying to imagine a world without my father in it. I think maybe I would. I felt guilty for not knowing about it the moment it happened. It was good to see him and tell him I love him. Even if he didn't respond, choosing to act like I wasn't there. Then I'm glad you came. Besides, your timing couldn't have been better. Guess what came in the mail yesterday? Amy puts her arm around my shoulder and walks me out of the elevator and through the hospital lobby to the exit. I have no idea, I say, grateful for the momentary distraction. Wedding pictures. I haven't looked at them yet. Since I knew you were coming, I figured I'd wait. I shake my head and get into Amy's car. Are you sure you don't want to open those with Leo? It was his wedding too. I'm sure. He won't appreciate them the same way you will, and besides, he can see them when I get back home. Amy pulls out of the parking lot, and I have to try hard to push down the feeling of jealousy rising in my chest. Amy has a family who loves her and a husband who adores her. Me, on the other hand? I have Alistair. And maybe Max, the little voice of hope in the back of my mind adds. I hope she's right.
Chapter 19. Max. Good morning, sleepyhead. Looks like you're the last one up. Coffee? My father holds a cup out to me when I stumble bleary-eyed into the kitchen. Where is everyone? I take the cup, grateful for the dark liquid inside, and fall into the closest chair at the kitchen table. Amy and Maeve took off for the hospital around 7. I've been out feeding and watering. What time is it? I turn around but can't quite make it far enough to see the clock on the wall. Almost 9. What time did you get in last night? My father takes the seat across from me, sipping his coffee. Sometime after 2, I think. No wonder you look like you've been up all night. Drink up, and you can help install a new gate at the far pasture. He raises his cup. You've got it, Dad. Give me a couple of minutes to wake up. 24 ounces of strong farmhouse coffee later, I feel awake enough to face the day. I follow my father out into the pasture. To my surprise, a young man is already busy working on putting up posts for the new gate. Justin, I'd like you to meet my son, Max. He's the reason I'm running late. He's turning into city folk. Dad chuckles and puts a hand on the man's shoulder. It's nice to meet you. I've heard a lot about you. Justin pulls a glove off his hand and holds it out to me. I shake it, taking a moment to take him in. He's young. Probably a year or two younger than me, and I don't remember seeing him around town before. Likewise. What brings you to Linden? My wife and I are starting a homestead. This town looked like a good place for us. We have family down in Charleston. Your dad here was nice enough to show me the ropes. It's been a steeper learning curve than I first thought. I nod. There is a lot that can go wrong on a farm, and sooner or later it will. Being able to think on your feet is one of the most important skills. We get to work, and the sun is pretty high in the sky when we hang the gate. The coffee has long worn off, and I'm ready for food. Why don't you come join us for breakfast? My father offers, but Justin shakes his head. I'd love to, but Kay is waiting for me. We're going to look at a used trailer she found on Facebook Marketplace. My father nods. Let me know if you want me to come look at it. Don't sign anything until I do, alright? Justin nods and takes off on a small dirt bike. Good kid, that one. Let's go get some food for you. You look like you're about to keel over. He puts his arm around me. I'm fine, but I could eat. I've been spoiled by early morning smoothies with Maeve, followed by bacon and eggs when I make it to Bill and Claire's. Will you look at that? Dad walks into the kitchen, picking up a note on the table. The place smells amazing. Biscuits and bacon are sitting out on the table along with a dish of butter and a jar of homemade jam from the Clark place down the road. Who cooked? I ask. Your sister. She and Maeve are upstairs, looking at wedding pictures, I think. We're not to set foot up there until we get the all clear. He opens the oven and pulls out a cast iron pan full of scrambled eggs. I grab 2 plates, and we both dig in like it's the last food we'll see all day. I like Justin. He seems like a good kid, I say when I finally come up for air. That he is. He's green, but he's got a good head on his shoulders. His wife is a sweetheart. I hope they'll come around tonight so you can meet her too. My father gets up and pours us another cup of coffee. You're getting pretty close to both of them, aren't you? Alarm bells are going off in my head. I didn't get a bad vibe from Justin while we worked, but it's not like my dad to pick up strays. That's always been more my mom's thing. There's something I've been wanting to talk to you about, son. He sits back down and spends too long to doctor up his coffee. What's that? I ask, taking a sip and burning my lip on the hot brew. Are you happy in Wilmington? He asks. This conversation is not where I thought it was going. I hope it isn't turning into something about the birds and the bees or needing to find a wife and settle down. I'm enjoying it. I like working with Bill. We have a neat little thing going on where we find and restore old farm equipment and rent it out to the film studio. Something you could see yourself doing long term? My father asks, carefully watching me. I honestly don't know, Dad. I've only been gone a couple of weeks. You're right. And maybe I'm making assumptions here, but I can't shake the feeling that taking over the farm the way it is now wasn't what you had in mind. Probably not, no. I say, still not sure what's going on here. So I've been thinking. I'm not getting any younger, and it's all getting a bit much to handle by myself. Why didn't you say something? I can move back. He holds up a hand. Stop interrupting and let me finish. I don't want you to rush back. And I don't want you to spend your life doing something you don't love. Not out of a feeling of obligation or tradition. That said, I want to keep this place in the family. Something you or Amy can pass down to the kids. He nods his head like this is something he's been pondering a lot. Never mind that neither of us has any kids or any plans to add them anytime soon. At least I don't think my sister does. I give up trying to figure out where this is going and try to be patient. Not my strong suit, but what else can I do? Justin and his wife are trying to get into homesteading. I think I told you about that. They're doing some kind of YouTube thing and have these big plans of growing most of their food and raising their kids in a place like this. Can't say I blame them. And I wouldn't mind giving them a hand. The alarm bells in my head are now a 3-alarm fire. Are you sure that's a good idea? It's not what you're thinking. It's something I think will benefit all of us. We have that stretch of land down past the back pasture that we're not using. There's a creek out there, and Milton Lane runs right by it. Wouldn't take much to put in a gravel driveway and flatten the ground enough to put up a foundation for a trailer. Heck, you and I could do that in a couple of days. Now, they don't have much money, but I was thinking about one of those rent-to-own deals. I'm sure John Burns could draw something up. Justin could help around here, and once they outgrow those 10 acres, we could talk about taking over the back pasture. With the idea of them taking over the farm completely down the road? I ask, trying not to shut it down in its tracks. I know my father well enough to realize this isn't a spur-of-the-moment idea. Not all of it. Half at most. It would leave us with enough to run a small operation or turn the land into hay fields if neither of you want to work it. It would help with property tax and upkeep, and you two would still have your home, even if something were to happen to me. Nothing's happening to you, Dad. You've got a good long while before your retirement age, and to be honest, I can't imagine you ever getting to the point where you'll sit on the porch drinking tea all day. I grin. I don't know. There are days where that sounds pretty appealing. You'd last a day. 2 max. You're not wrong. But I'm no spring chicken, and I can see the writing on the wall. You don't really want to work this farm full-time the way I have, do you? He asks me point blank. Not really, no. If Wilmington and working with Bill Harris has taught me anything, it's that I don't want to spend my whole life here in Linden. Then this might be a good solution. And I have to tell you, it's been nice to have him around. That extra pair of hands comes in handy. You're sure he's not trying to take advantage of you, Dad? I ask, still not convinced by all this. Are you kidding me? So far, I've been getting by far the better end of the bargain. I send meat and produce home with him like you suggested and get half of it back as meals Kane made the next day. Sometimes it's soup, sometimes a roast. The other day, it was a peach cobbler. The girl can cook, I tell you. I trust your judgment, and if it works out, it doesn't sound like a bad idea. I make a mental note to talk to my sister about all this. She's an even better judge of character than Dad. He has some ideas, too. Talks about regenerative agriculture and soil health all the time. We're moving the cows every week now, and we will run the chickens there 3 days later. They love it, and it's been cutting down on the bugs and pests. Never would have thought you could teach an old dog new tricks, but here we are. And it sounds like he's learning quite a bit from you too. We talked while we worked earlier, and Justin had been nothing but praise for my dad and what he'd learned by spending time on the farm. I guess so. I should get to work in the garden. If I don't take care of those beds and get that okra in the ground, there won't be anything to harvest later this summer. I sit at the table a little while longer before taking the dishes to the sink to clean up. While the water heats, I wonder what my future will hold. It feels strange not being my dad's chosen successor anymore. Almost like I've been replaced by a kid with a camera and a plan. I've also never felt so free. I suddenly have options I didn't think were open to me.
Chapter 20. Maeve. What do you think? Amy holds up the large print of her, Leo, Max, and me that the wedding photographer shot outside the barn on the day of their wedding. It's very pretty. You should get that one framed. Did we get any shots of just the two of us? I'd love a copy if those turned out okay. It would be a way to have her close even when we're miles apart. While she's looking through the stack of prints, I walk around the room I've spent many a night in when we were both in school. Anytime I got into an argument with my dad, I'd come here. Looks like it's still that way now. I smile, looking at this space. Not much has changed since we were in high school. It's almost like the Lawrence family hit pause in the house the day Amy's mother passed away. I will never forget the call, or the look on everyone's face when I got here. We knew it was coming. Betty had been sick for months. But when the cancer finally claimed her, none of us were prepared. What do you think about this one? Amy asks, holding up a picture of her and Leo with her dad. It's beautiful. You were the most stunning bride. I'm sorry I didn't do a good job the day of telling you that. Thank you. Amy blushes and pushes her hair behind her ears. Her fingers touch the picture almost reverently, lost in the memories of the day she said, I do. Do you regret having the wedding and the reception out there in the barn? I ask, when I walk over to the bed and look at the pictures she has spread out across the worn quilt comforter. Of course not. Why would I? Amy looks up at me. You don't regret not having something a little more formal, a little fancier? At least for the pictures. If you do, I'm sure we can find a fun location and retake them. My mind is spinning with places from Greenville to Savannah where we could stage a wedding photo shoot. Of course not. This is where I wanted to get married. I can't imagine having it anywhere else. She smiles at me with a confidence and certainty that leaves no question it's what she's wanted all along. The barn really was all about your mom, wasn't it? I ask. It was. I knew she couldn't be there, no matter how much I wanted her to, but this way it felt like she was there in spirit. The hitch in her voice tells me everything I need to know. I put my arm around my best friend and pull her close. I miss her too. Betty Lawrence had been a second mother to me anytime I couldn't take being at my own home. I wonder what she would think about me and Max. Enough about me. What's going on with you? Max behaving himself? Amy asks, sitting up and scooting over to create enough distance between us to look me in the eye. I'm in trouble. I promised her not to start anything with Max. Yet here I was, not just starting something, but kissing the man and, if I'm honest with myself, falling for him. Maeve? What's wrong? I don't know what you're talking about. I stand up and walk around over to the dresser, moving picture frames and jewelry boxes around. You're acting like you're hiding something. What aren't you telling me? Amy is sitting on the bed, arms crossed, staring at me when I turn around. I put my hands behind my back and try to think of a way to break this to her gently. Max has been great to have around the house. Not just for fixing stuff. We talk. He's helping me with lines. He broke into the bathroom to save my job the other day. What? Confusion is written all over my friend's face. I'm counting on it to help me soften her up. It's not as dramatic as it sounds. I was having a rough day on set. He was there and talked me down with some story about your mom's chicken flock. But that's not the point. What is the point? Her voice is sharp, and I know the jig is up. I like Max. A lot. I know I promised you nothing would happen between us. But I'd broken that promise with the kiss that had changed everything. I can't believe you. I asked you for one thing. Don't go after my brother. Amy is up on her feet, walking toward me. I know. I wasn't planning on it. It sort of happened. He can't go back with you. Max is staying here. You're telling him. We can stop this right here, right now. I can't tell if that's a challenge in her eyes, or if it's a threat. I guess it's the latter. That's his decision. I'm not telling Max what to do. Ask him to go back with me any way I can, absolutely. I'll beg if I have to, and not just for my sake. But tell him what to do. That's one thing I won't do to another person. Well, then I will. Amy storms out the door and heads downstairs. I'm 2 steps behind her, whisper yelling at her not to do this. Max and his dad are just outside the kitchen door, working on weeding the squash beds. I can hear them talking the moment Amy opens the side door. Something about beds needing to be refreshed in the fall. Max. Is it true? You and Maeve? Amy waves her arms around. What about me and Maeve? Max asks, looking at me. You two are getting closer? Don't make me spell this out, Max, tell me. Seriously? I don't think it's any of your business, Max says, his own tone as stubborn as that of his sister. It is when it's my best friend and my little brother. I don't see why this is anybody's business, but Max's and mine, I say, realizing a split second too late that this would have been one of those moments where I should have kept my mouth shut. I'm not good at those. Never have been, and if this is any indication, never will be. We'll see about that. Dad, tell Max that he's staying here. Maeve can find a ride back to Wilmington. I'll help you pack. Amy turns and pushes past me to get back into the house. I'm driving back to Wilmington this afternoon, Max says, and his low voice sends shivers down my arms. He walks up and puts an arm around me. Probably not the best move either. Dad? Amy looks at her father for help. Your brother is a grown man. He can go where he pleases. Besides, I don't see a problem. Maeve's a nice girl. Your mother always liked her, and Max has had his eye on her for years. What? 3 pairs of eyes focus on Mr. Lawrence. Oh, please, don't tell me neither one of you two knew? Max's father shrugs and gets back to pulling weeds. You knew? I ask. What about Rose? Amy looks as stunned as I feel. Even Max looks surprised. Rose and I are friends. The boyfriend-girlfriend thing made stuff easier for both of us. Max's attention is entirely focused on me. And you liked me this whole time? I feel like I should be stunned or something, but all I am is flattered. And happy. Since junior high. Max smiles, and it melts my heart. See, this is what I'm talking about. He's not rational when it comes to Maeve. You can't let her drag him back there, Dad. She'll break his heart. I haven't seen Amy this upset in a long time. Is that what you think? I'll use him and lose him? I can't believe my best friend has such a low opinion of me. You don't exactly have the best track record with dating, Maeve. Amy says. Amy. Max shoots his sister a warning look. And you do? Before Leo, I mean? I haven't been around the block the same way you have. Amy's cheeks turn bright red at the accusation. I don't know what you're trying to insinuate, but if you think I'm sleeping around, you're dead wrong. And here I thought you were my best friend. The person who knew me. Who got me. I guess I'd counted on the wrong Lawrence to be my best friend. Amy, you're starting to sound a lot like Maeve's dad. Max turns to me. Why don't we get out of here for a bit? Give my sister a chance to cool down and to get used to the idea. I nod and take the arm he offers me, like we're some English gentry couple exiting a fancy garden. I'm running over to see old Fred about an antique harvester. We'll be back in a bit to pack up and leave. Max says before walking me around the house to the drive where his truck is parked. You really didn't know, his father asks Amy. We're too far gone to hear her reply.
Chapter 21. Max. Are you okay? I ask, holding the truck door open. Maeve looks a little shaken. Sure, why wouldn't I? My best friend basically just broke up with me and called me a harlot. I'm guessing that means I can tell Tom I'll be back in town to shoot tomorrow. She hops into my truck and pulls out her phone. I take it from her. Don't be hasty. Give her a little bit to get used to the idea. This has got to be weird for her. Is it weird for you? Maeve asks, holding her hand out when I get into the driver's seat. I give her the phone back, and it disappears in the back pocket of the designer jean shorts she's wearing. Only Maeve can get away with wearing those around here and not looking like Daisy Duke. Is what weird for me? I ask. Being with me. She's staring at me. I don't need to turn to see it. I can feel her eyes on me. I crank up the truck and back down the driveway. It's not embarrassing me, if that's what you're asking. And it's not like we've been all over town announcing that we're boyfriend and girlfriend. Is that what we are? Maeve asks softly. We kissed and we basically lived together, but if you want me to write you a note with boxes to check yes or no, I can. I pull into the road and hit the gas, emotions rolling through my body and mind. I don't need a note. She puts her hand on my thigh and keeps it there as we make our way down the familiar country road toward old Fred's place. Good. Glad that's settled. I pull down onto the small dirt road that leads to a pretty spot overlooking the creek and the meadows of the Clark farm. It earns me a look from Maeve, but she doesn't say anything. She keeps quiet as I pull under an old oak and shut off the engine. Walk outside with me for a minute? I ask, unbuckling and opening my door. She's still in her seat but has taken off her own seatbelt by the time I make it around the back of the truck. What's this about? She asks when I open the door and hold out my hand for her. Humor me. She takes my hand and hops out. I lead us to the front of the truck. The view of the valley is stunning. I knew it would be. I've loved this spot since I was a young boy. My dad would take me fishing here whenever things were slow on the farm. Some of my best memories are from this place, and I plan to add another one to the collection. I'm glad my dad and Amy know. It's been strange not having them in my day-to-day life. Amy isn't happy about it, Maeve says, her voice tinged with sadness. It surprised her. She has this idea in her head of who I am and what I'm going to do with my life. Give her a little time to adjust. I'm sure she'll come around. And if she doesn't, I will lose my best friend. Maeve puts her head on my shoulder. I turn to face her, pushing a strand of her hair out of her face. It won't come to that. She loves you. You're like a sister to her. Family fusses and argues sometimes. That's part of the deal. But at the end of the day, she loves you. Both of us. And she'll come around to the fact that I love you. I watch her face, fascinated by the transformation taking place right in front of me. The sadness that morphs into disbelief, then surprise, and finally acceptance and happiness. It's the only answer I need to know. I pull her closer and lower my head until my lips capture hers. I feel the heat of the sun on my back, hear the gurgling of the creek, and birds chirping in the trees in the background. I smell the clover and grass in the air. Feel the wind on my skin. But mostly I feel and smell her. The way her hair gently brushes across my cheek. The way the scent of her perfume wraps around me like a thin cloak. I hear a heartbeat and a soft intake of breath, too far gone to discern if it's hers or mine. There is only us and the kiss that seals what we are to each other. By the time we leave the creek and get back into the car, the sun has moved much closer to the old oak tree. I've lost track of time, and there's much to do before we leave for Wilmington. I take her hand as we make our way back to the road, reluctant to break whatever this is between us. I'm glad they know too, Maeve says. Old Fred's place is within sight, and I'm going to have a hard time wiping the grin off my face before we get there. Good. And Max? I love you too. Do you mind if we make one more stop before we pack up and leave? I wouldn't mind seeing Rose. I don't mention the fact that my best friend will rip my head off if I leave town before stopping by to say hello. Of course I don't mind. Tell me about her. You two have been pretending to date since what? High school, she asks when we leave old Fred's place. Frank and Peter will be happy to hear that I'm the proud owner of a 1930s harvester of undisclosed origin. I'm sure I'll be able to find a manufacturer's tag and model number on there somewhere once I have time to clean it up and work on it. Junior high, I reply, forcing myself back into the moment. There's so much to figure out, including getting the machine to Wilmington and finding a place to store it. I'm not sure Bill has room for it in his shop. Why the ruse? Maeve asks. I'm not sure how to answer that question without breaking a promise I made to Rose a long time ago. She was in a place where it was easier for her if everyone thought she was taken. It kinda stuck, and it made it easier for me, too. To hide the fact that you were secretly in love with me, she asks, a smile on her face. In love is a big word. I barely knew you. I'm too big a man to point out that she barely gave me the time of day until I came to Wilmington. And I didn't really know you. I had this picture in my mind of Amy's annoying little brother. But that hasn't been you in a long time, has it? I'm not sure it was ever true. Maeve reaches over and takes her hand in mine. I'm glad you see it that way. Do you mind? I pull my hand out of hers. Mind what? Keeping your hands to yourself until I get a chance to talk to Rose? She suspects, but the rest of her family doesn't need to know this has been a ruse. If I can buy my friend a little more time, I will. I don't mind at all. I look forward to meeting her. I laugh. You've known Rose for years. I've known of her. This is different. She's important to you. I'm not sure what to make of that as we pull into the drive of Two Oaks. I breathe a sigh of relief when her father's truck is nowhere to be seen. The place is quiet, but the door to the large horse barn is open. I park near it and hop out. Rose? I call, my voice carrying across the barnyard and out into the pasture where a group of horses graze. In here. I step into the dark barn, Maeve following close behind me. Rose is brushing Buttercup, her back turned toward us. There's someone I'd like you to meet, I say. Rose spins around, a huge smile on her face. She rushes over and pulls a stunned Maeve into a tight hug. I'm so happy for the two of you. You knew? Maeve asks. Of course. Max has been talking about you for years. I can't tell you what a relief it is to finally see the two of you together. You are together, right? She asks, looking from me to Maeve and back again. Maeve's smile takes my breath away. Yes, we're together. She takes my hand and squeezes it. Good. It's nice to see you so happy. Both of you. Rose returns to brushing Buttercup. Thank you. You should come out to Wilmington for a visit. We have tons of space, and you and Max can go explore the city, hang out on the beach. We can go shopping, and there's this amazing restaurant you'll love. My turn to squeeze her hand and hope she gets the message. I'd love to. I'm not sure when I can get away though, Rose says, working on Buttercup's flank. It's an open invitation, Maeve says with a smile. Give me a minute? I ask. Maeve nods and walks farther into the barn. She stops in front of one of the other Maras and starts talking softly to the horse. Lavender likes her, Rose says, handing me a brush. Sure looks that way. I step around Buttercup and get to work brushing her other side. I meant that. I'm glad you two are together. It's nice to see you this happy. What about you? Your dad? I ask. I'll figure something out. Don't you dare worry about that. She looks at me across her horse. I know you will. Maybe I can buy you a little time. Nobody outside of my family knows about us. I'll see what I can do about keeping it that way a little while longer. Give you a chance to figure something else out. Thanks, I appreciate that. In that case, you two better get out of here before the rest of my family gets back, she says, glancing out the door and down the drive. I hug Rose and a few minutes later, Maeve and I are in the car, heading back to the house. It doesn't take either of us long to pack up, and my dad isn't one for drawn-out goodbyes. Your sister isn't here. She's back at the bar. I think you two should go talk to her. Make this right, he says before we walk out the door. I will, I promise, watching Maeve hug my father. Try not to worry about Amy. She'll come around. And as for you, he steps back and takes Maeve's hands in his. I'm happy you're dating my son. But whether you are or not, you'll always be a part of this family. He kisses her on the cheek, tears in his eyes, before ushering us into my truck. Are you okay? I ask, glancing at Maeve as we make our way down the drive. I am. Your dad is one of the sweetest guys I know. I reach over and squeeze her hand, knowing she's thinking of her own father, laying in a hospital bed in Greenville, fighting for his life. Do you mind if we stop by the bar? I want to at least try to talk to my sister. Of course. But I think you've got a better shot at it if I stay in the car, she says. Are you sure? I ask as I pull into the parking lot of the Tipsy Cow, right next to Amy's car. Yes. It's better this way. She gives me an encouraging smile before pulling out her phone to look over the new script pages Tom has sent her. Hey, Max, what brings you in? I thought we were having dinner at your dad's place tonight, Leo says when I walk in the door. My sister is standing behind the bar, washing glasses. She takes one look at me and leaves for the back. I don't think that's going to happen, Leo. Maeve and I are heading back to Wilmington today. I stare at the wooden door that shuts behind Amy. Give me a second. Leo disappears as well. I walk over to the dartboard and pull out the darts, throwing them until I hear Leo return. She doesn't want to talk to me, does she? I ask without turning around. Give her a little time to get used to the idea of the two of you dating. I think it took her by surprise. I turn to look at my brother-in-law. I don't understand why this is such a big deal for her. Me neither, man. I'll keep talking to her. Maybe we can come by for a visit in a couple of weeks and work this out. I nod and throw the last of the darts, a bullseye, before walking out of the bar.
Chapter 22. Maeve. We're close to the hospital. We could stop if you want to talk to your dad again, Max says as we fly along Interstate 85. I'm not sure I can handle any more rejections today, I say, trying to keep my tone light, but the pain is real. I'm used to it from my parents. From Amy, not so much. It might not come to that, and if it does, I'm here for you. But it's your call. Max takes my hand and squeezes it. I don't know what I want. Seeing my dad like that and having him ignore me was hard. I'm not sure what good it would do to try again. What about your mom? You two talked, right? The hospital exit is coming up fast. I need to decide. Mom and I did talk, and while she took my father's side as usual, we spoke more yesterday than we have in years. I should probably tell her I'm leaving town. I may not be able to mend fences with my dad, but maybe Mom and I have a shot at some sort of relationship. Max takes the exit without a word and follows the signs to Greenville Memorial. Do you want me to come in with you? He asks when we pull into the large parking lot. I nod, and we walk hand in hand into the tall concrete building. I knock on the door to my father's room. Come in, my mother calls. To my surprise, she's the only one in the room. My dad and the bed he laid in were gone. Mom? Fear rushes through me like an icy river. He's fine. They took him back for some tests. My mom gets up and pulls me into her arms. Thank goodness. I thought, I don't want to speak the words out loud. I know. I could see it on your face. She brushes a few strands of hair from my cheek, and for a split second, I feel like I have my mom back. How is he? Max asks, letting go of the hand I didn't realize he'd still been holding. He's strong, is all my mother says, before turning her attention back to me. You and Max? He'll be excited to hear that. Does that mean you're coming back home? No, Mom. I'm not, and neither is Max. We have a life in Wilmington. For now. I don't know where the future will take me and how long Max will be in it. The only thing I know for sure is that we're not getting married and taking over the family farm. Which is all my parents want. Oh, I was hoping. Mom lets go of me and returns to the only chair in the room, all hope gone from her face. I kneel in front of her. I'm sorry, Mom. Sorry, I can't be the daughter you and Dad wanted me to be. I have to live my life, do what makes me happy. But that doesn't mean I can't be a part of your life, okay? You call me if you need anything and let me know how things go with Dad. When she doesn't reply and doesn't look up to meet my eyes, I stand and return to Max's side. He looks stunned. It takes a while to get used to this kind of rejection. Let's go, I say, taking his hand and walking out of the door, relieved when we don't run into my father before we get on the elevator to leave this place. You know what? I'm glad we came back a day early. This is nice. I walk out of the small Wilmington boutique where we've spent the past half an hour looking at dresses and new clothes for Max. The large bag I'm carrying holds a new pair of shorts and 2 short-sleeve shirts for him that look amazing. I don't know about that. Max takes the bag from me. He wasn't excited when I suggested a quick trip into town to freshen up his wardrobe, but he'd been a good sport so far. Let's find you some formal wear, and we can call it a day, I promise, ready to bribe him with lunch at my favorite bagel shop. Why would I need formal wear? We're done with prom, he grumbles. I need to feed the man sooner than expected. You're dating an actress. There will be dinners, award shows, you name it. You need a nice suit. I thought we agreed to keep our relationship private. At least for a while. We will, I assure him. But you're still going to be my +1 for those types of things. I make a beeline for the bagel shop. We can grab a sandwich before we go suit shopping. Alright, but after this, we'll go down to the beach. No argument. If you're worried about getting a tan, I'll buy you some SPF 100 and a beach umbrella, Max says. You've got yourself a deal. The rest of the day passes in a blur of activity. Our only chance to relax is the hour we sit on the beach. It's late afternoon by the time we make it out there, and Max keeps his promise. I'm sitting in the shade of a blue and white umbrella while he's lying on a new beach towel soaking up the sun. We should do this more often, he says, raising up on his arms, his gaze out on the vast ocean. You're not wrong. I close my eyes and let the gentle breeze wash over me, feeling better than I have for days. We're in the middle of dinner when Leo calls to check in. I wanted to make sure you guys made it back okay yesterday. We did. How's Amy? I ask. Still stewing. Don't worry. I'm working on her. My plan is to soften her up and then bring her out so the two of you can make up. I laugh at the man's never-ending optimism. If there's one person out there who can get Amy Lawrence, Sullivan, I correct myself, to change her mind, it's her husband. Let me talk to Leo when you're done, Max calls from across the room. Your brother-in-law wants a word, I say, handing the phone over. Yeah, we're fine. I'm not worried. She'll come around. She's my sister. It's not like she can get rid of me, Max says. I try to ignore the tinge of sadness that rises up in my heart at the memory of how easily family can abandon you when they want to. Hey, I have a favor to ask. Any chance you would be willing to drive that harvester I told you about down here? I think it'll fit on Dad's flatbed trailer. Max listens intently to Leo's reply. That would be great, thanks. It'll save me another trip back and forth. He's silent again, and I wish I'd set the phone to speaker before handing it to Max. Of course. As long as you want. And yes, the sooner the better. I look at Max when he finally hangs up the phone. What was all that? Leo's going to bring down the harvester next week. He's trying to get Amy to come with him. If he can talk her into it, they'll stay for a few days. Maybe through next weekend, so the 4 of us can spend some time together. I hope that's okay. He looks so guilty it makes me laugh. Of course, that's okay. This is your place as much as mine at this point. I have a question for you, though. What's that? He asks, a smile playing around his lips at my reply. Where do you plan to keep this harvester thing? It isn't exactly a small piece of equipment. And he better not park it in the driveway, even if it would possibly fit. I doubt Mr. Kuntz would be pleased. I'll figure something out. I always do. The confident smile never leaves his handsome face. I guess you do. I step into his arms. I'll take care of it tomorrow. For now, I want to enjoy the evening out on the porch before I lose you to the studio all week. he says, pulling me along with him to the place that makes this house a home.
Chapter 23. Max. I wasn't sure I'd find this place, Leo says when he climbs out of my dad's truck. The harvester is strapped to the trailer he's pulled all the way from Linden to Wilmington and into the parking lot of Bill and Claire's store. I can't tell you how much I appreciate this. I wasn't looking forward to making the drive there and back again. I put my arm around my brother-in-law before introducing him to Bill. I can't believe you found this. Not too many of them left. Bill walks around the trailer, admiring the piece of equipment from the 30s. Unlike newer models of combine harvesters, this one has to be pulled behind a tractor, which means we have no means of transporting it without the trailer it sits on. That's not going to make my job of cleaning it any easier. You're gonna try to get it to run again? Leo asks. Not right away. The studio wants it for background shots, and they don't need it to move. You sure my dad won't need the trailer for a while? I ask. We'd talked about it, but Dad, being the man he is, would give his last shirt, whether he actually needed it or not. He said you could keep it as long as you needed it. Your dad does want his truck back, though. He made that pretty clear. Leo grins, and I don't have to try hard to imagine that conversation. I bet. Let's see if we can back it into the shop. What do you think, Bill? Do you have enough room? For now. We can pull right into that place where the Alice Chalmers usually sits. Good thing they want to keep it for another week or two. He turns to Leo. You're not going to believe the kind of money these movie folks are willing to spend on something like that. To rent it. He shakes his head, still not believing the sudden influx of cash. Believe me, I know, Leo says, handing me the keys to my dad's truck. Leo was in the film business until recently. He was one of those producers signing the checks. I jump in and park the trailer in a little bit of open space in Bill's shop, grateful for the years of experience maneuvering farm equipment in and out of tight spaces. I'm guessing this is going back to old Fred when you're done with it, Leo says, helping me unhitch the trailer from the truck. Not exactly. I bought it from him. Sort of. I wrote the man a check and begged him not to cash it for a couple of weeks. By the time the payment from the studio hits, it should clear. It's a risk, but one I'm hoping will pay off in the long run. You better get to thinking then, young man. Once the tractor comes back, I don't have the room to keep this thing around. Bill motions to the harvester before climbing up on the trailer for a closer look. Does it have to be down here in Wilmington? Leo asks. What do you mean? I'm not sure where he's going with this. This kind of farm equipment stuff. I'm assuming they need it in all sorts of different locations. Is there any advantage to storing it here in town? Leo asks. Not really. Peter called me this morning and asked about shipping a plow to Texas for a project a friend of his is working on. Why don't you keep it at your dad's place then? There's plenty of room. If you have the land, it wouldn't take much to put up a building. They have some nice prefab ones that will be up in a day or two. Bill jumps down and cleans his hands on his pants. I thought we were working on this together. You and Claire ready to move to Linden? I ask jokingly. Nah, I'm too old for this. But there's good money in it. I'll keep an eye out for equipment that might work for you, but this is all you, Max. He claps my shoulder and walks into the main store when Claire calls him. This could work. You're close enough to Greenville to ship what you need to ship, and it's not that far of a drive down here, or Georgia. If you can make a name for yourself for this type of prop, you could build a nice little business for yourself. Leo walks around the trailer, taking in the various bits and pieces Bill has collected over the years. Something to think about, I admit, my mind reeling with ideas. How is it being back in the exciting world of film and television? Maeve asks when we're seated at our table at circa 1922. It's been fun, but I'm glad I'm not living that life anymore. I ran into Fiona, though. You remember her from the Moonlit Inn? Maeve nods. She was your assistant, wasn't she? Best one I ever worked with. She's a producer herself and working on a couple of fun projects. I told her to keep you in mind if something comes across her desk that's a good fit for you. I appreciate that. Maybe I should hire you as my manager, Maeve says, opening the menu. Oh no, I'm not getting into that. Plus, Max here would be much better at that. I've heard from a few different people that he's had a good influence on you. I'm right here, you know, I say dryly when the server arrives to take our order. I'm serious. I think you would make a great manager. If you're planning on staying down here or traveling with Maeve as she takes on new roles, it would make a lot of sense, Leo says after our food arrives. Who's representing you now? He asks Maeve. I've been getting by with the agent you got me in touch with. Taylor Renauld. He's done a good job getting me scripts and auditions. Everything else, I can handle myself. She takes a bite of the salad she ordered while staring at my steak. You need someone to look out for you. Max could be good at that, Leo says. Is that something you'd want to consider? Maeve turns to me. I'm not so sure about that. I wouldn't even know what to do. I cut off a piece of my steak and offer it to Maeve. From what I've been hearing, it's basically what you've been doing. Keeping Maeve in line and advocating for her. Only difference is you'd be getting paid. He grins, taking the sting out of his words. I'll think about it. It sounds interesting, but this is a conversation Maeve and I need to have in private. How long do you think Amy is going to stay mad at me? Maeve asks, changing the topic while gratefully accepting the piece of medium-rare beef. I'm working on it. I promise I'll bring her out here soon. And I'm sorry I couldn't make that happen this time, Leo says. Maeve does her best to hide her disappointment. She's a talented actress, but I can tell how much my sister is hurting her.
Chapter 24. Maeve. That's a wrap, Tom Dixon calls. Good job, everyone. A couple more scenes tomorrow, and episode 8 is in the bag. 2 more to go after that. I don't know about you, but I'm ready for a break, Madeline says. She looks as tired as I feel. We've been filming nonstop for weeks, trying to meet the studio's deadline for season 1 of Horton's Cove. I still think it's cheesy to call the show after the Good Doctor's family, but that's above my pay grade. I am. It'll be nice to sleep in and eat something fried. Or cake. I would do anything for a slice of coconut cake. Don't talk about food, Helen groans. With Josh gone back to the West Coast to deal with some supposed emergency with his fiancée, all the attention has been on us girls. Maeve, can you come to my office in half an hour, please? Tom calls from across the room. I nod. So much for getting home early. I wonder what that's about. Well, it can't be about your acting. You were fantastic today, Madeline says, giving me a warm smile. She's become a mentor and a good friend over the past few weeks, and I have a hard time imagining being on set without her. I still don't know how the storyline will play out. She and Tom are among a handful of people who know if her character will leave to make it to season 2. That's if we get renewed. I guess I'll find out in a little while. Go home, get some sleep. I'll tell you what happened tomorrow. I watch her and Helen leave the studio that's set up to look like a cozy little restaurant. I take a seat at one of the tables and pull out my phone. Hey, Maeve. All done for the day? Max asks, cows mooing in the background. Almost. Tom wants to see me. Did something happen? He asks, sounding concerned. Not as far as I'm aware. I have no idea what this is about. I'll find out in about 30 minutes. Do you want me on the line when you talk to him? He asks. I think I'll be okay. If anything important comes up, I'll call you. Keep your phone on you. I hate how needy that sounds. Of course. Everything else going okay? It feels strange being apart. It does, doesn't it? I'm sure your dad is happy to see you. I want to ask about Amy, but think better of it. He is, but I think he's more relieved the trailer is back in one piece. I don't know what he thought I was doing with it. We found some room for the harvester in the hay barn. Did you talk to him about your idea for the farm equipment collection? I ask. It has been Max's obsession for the past few weeks. He and Bill have been scouring auction sites and estate sales within driving distance, looking for old farm equipment and a few antique cars that are popular in movies. And word is getting around. It isn't just Frank and Peter calling him anymore. He's open to it. I don't think he realizes what he's getting into, though. I have people asking for all kinds of stuff. If we want to do this, it'll have to become quite the collection over time, Max says. I can hear the smile in his voice. You could always open it up as a museum. Who knows, it might put Linden on the map. I try to ignore the little voice in my head that tells me this is a bad idea and that I'll lose him to the town if this works out. I'm sure Dad would throw a fit if I suggested that. The last thing he wants is a bunch of people on the farm. Listen, I hate to cut this short, but I'm in the middle of feeding the cows and they're not too happy with the interruption. I can hear that. The mooing has steadily intensified throughout our conversation. Call me the minute you get done with Tom and keep your cool, no matter what he says or does, okay? I will, I promise, before hanging up. Walking around the set, I think about how much has happened and how much my life has changed since becoming Scarlett Myers on Horton's Cove. And how much my life will continue to change once the show airs and I'm back on everyone's radar. Since I still have a few minutes before my meeting, I call my mom to check in. How's Dad? I ask when she picks up the phone. Trying to do too much. He's out there right now, mowing the lawn. At least I talked him out of doing anything in the middle of the day. She sounds tired. And exasperated. He must be feeling pretty good if he's out and about like that. The bypass surgery had been a success, but it took a while for him to recover. He is. I hope he doesn't overdo it. How's everything with you? Still filming that show? She asks. It's nice to see her make an effort since we've been talking more regularly. We are. I'm almost finished for the day. We should be done in a couple of weeks. I'm thinking of spending a little time in Linden if I can. I hold my breath, unsure of her reaction to that particular news. That would be nice. She sounds non-committal, and I try not to let it get to me. Listen, I have to run to a meeting. I'll call you in a couple of days and check on you. I get up and walk toward Tom's office. You do that. And Maeve, it's been nice to hear your voice. You too, Mom. I have to clear my throat a few times and blink away the tears that threaten to spring up in my eyes before I knock on Tom's door. Come in. What kind of trouble did I get myself into this time? I ask with my most disarming smile. Nothing like that. Sit. Can I get you anything? Coffee? Water? He's striding through the small space, pulling out a chair for me before moving to the small kitchenette on the far end. I'm good. What's up? I take a seat, trying not to let his nervous energy affect me. I fail miserably. I'll come right to the point then. A friend of mine called. She's a casting director. I don't know how, but she's gotten her hands on some of our dailies and she thinks you're perfect for one of her projects. He sits down on the corner of his desk in front of me. Who? When? What? I can't form a coherent thought after this news. I don't have a lot of details. All I know is that it's for a supporting role in a movie, and Bridget asked if my team could film it. You'd do that? I ask, stunned. We've gotten along here lately, but I don't think I'll ever be Tom Dixon's favorite person. Of course. She pays well. And this could be a great opportunity for you. If your agent can work out a contract that doesn't conflict with your work on Horton's Cove. Of course. Taylor Renauld will be the second call I make when I get out of here. She wants you to film your audition the day after tomorrow. She's sending over a script tomorrow. So soon? I panic at the thought of doing this without Max by my side. Now or never. What do you want me to tell her? Tom asks, watching me carefully. Tell her I'll be ready, I say with enough confidence to win an Oscar. That's my girl. Now get out of here. I have work to do. Tom gets up and holds the door open for me. I call Max the moment I leave the building. You're never going to believe what happened. What? You're not making me guess, are you? He asks, sounding as anxious as I feel. I catch him up on everything that happened in Tom's office. That's a big deal. Are you excited? Max asks. Excited and nervous. I wish you were here. I could use the moral support. And help practice lines. I'll be back home tomorrow, Max promises.
Chapter 25. Max. It's 1 in the morning by the time I finally pull into the familiar drive of the Marsh house. Maeve has been on my mind every single mile. I walk into the house, and it feels like coming home. It smells like her. And like the Indian food she orders anytime she thinks she can get away with it. The lights are off, as is the TV in the living room. I walk up the stairs, dropping my duffel bag near the ladder that takes me up to the loft I still claim for myself. I walk to the door to her bedroom. It's closed. I press my ear against it. I can't hear a thing. Not wanting to wake her if she's asleep but also worried that the noise I've been making scares her, I knock softly on the wooden door. Maeve? It's Max, I whisper. Max? The door opens, and a sleepy Maeve wearing nothing but an oversized t-shirt and a pair of shorts appears in the door. I'm home. I reach for her and pull her into my arms. I thought you wouldn't be back until tomorrow, she says, sounding confused. The small yawn that escapes her lips makes me feel the slightest bit guilty for getting her up. She has a big day tomorrow. It is tomorrow. Well, Friday, if you want to get technical about it. It's past 1 in the morning. I brush a soft kiss on her lips. They are warm from sleep. I didn't expect you to drive back tonight. Why didn't you tell me? Because I knew you'd stay up. I wanted to surprise you. And nothing could have kept me in Linden, knowing she needed me here. I missed you, she says, snuggling closer. I missed you too. Go back to sleep. We'll catch up in the morning. I extricate myself from our embrace and turn her to face her bed. She's tired and doesn't give me a lot of resistance. I tuck her in and kiss her goodnight before walking out of the room. Leave the door open, please. Maeve looks up, needing that bit of connection as much as I do. I change my plan and put my stuff into the bedroom I occupied for a few days when my ribs were bruised. As my head hits the pillow, I realize that this is exactly where I want to be. Here, with Maeve, building a life together, no matter what that looks like. She's good, Dave, one of Tom's assistants, says. Maeve is filming her audition tape, and he's right. It's like nothing I've seen her do. She's taking to the role of a young single mom down on her luck, like she's lived this life. It gives me a glimpse at a Maeve I haven't seen. A nurturing and vulnerable side of her she tries to hide. She's going to make an amazing mother one day, I mumble to myself. That, or she's a talented actress, Tom adds. I didn't realize he'd step behind me to get a better look. Or both, I say. Either way, I'll eat my hat if they don't offer her the role. Tom walks off, checking on what they've captured on screen. I have no doubt that they will. Dave, do you know where they plan on filming this? I ask. I don't, but I can find out. He walks off, and I find myself lost in a daydream about Maeve and a sweet little girl that looks just like her, but with Amy's freckles across a cute little button nose. Dad would love being a grandpa. What did you think? Maeve asks, startling me out of my thoughts. You were amazing. They'd be stupid not to bring you on. We watch the audition tape before Tom sends it off to whoever this Bridget person is. I make a mental note to get her last name and send her a fruit basket or something. I got a little more info, Dave says when he joins us. They are filming in British Columbia. Exact locations are yet to be determined, but they hope to get rolling in 2 to 3 months. Canada? Maeve asks, looking as surprised as I feel. Yes, I thought I mentioned that when I told you about the audition. It was in the paperwork I sent over, Tom says, eyebrows raised. Is that going to be a problem? Dave asks, phone in hand. Of course not, I say. We're going to need passports, Maeve adds, the excited smile back on her face. Passports shouldn't be a problem, I tell her as we make our way back to her car. For some insane reason, Maeve decided she had to drive this morning, which means I get to fold myself back into that tiny Mini Cooper of hers for the ride home. I did a little research on my phone while I waited for her to wrap things up with Tom. That's great. We can get the paperwork started on Monday. Do you know what they need? She asks, basically skipping to the car at the thought of getting to work internationally. The usual. Pictures, copy of our driver's license, social security number, birth certificate. She stops in her tracks. I'm going to have to get my mom to send that one to me. Do you think she'll give you a hard time about it? I do some mental math, trying to figure out if we have enough time to request a new one from the county. I doubt we do. We'll have to pay for a rushed application for the passports as is. I don't think so. At least I hope not. She shakes her head and forces a smile back on her face. I'm not going to worry about it today. And who knows? I might not even get the role. Yeah, right? Like anyone believes that, including you. I pull her close and hug her to me, pride swelling in my chest. I couldn't have done this without you. Thanks for coming back. You're welcome. I think it's time we make this arrangement of ours a little more permanent, don't you? The old Maeve is back, excitement and confidence rolling off her in waves. You do? I ask, trying to buy myself some time to figure out what she's up to now. Is she hinting that I should propose? I do. I'll call Taylor and see if he can recommend someone to draw up some papers. I think it's time you officially become my manager and get your cut.
Chapter 26. Maeve. How did I get so lucky? I asked Madeline on the last day of shooting season 1 of Horton's Cove. All indications are that it will be a tremendous success. The marketing department is gearing up to go full steam ahead, and each of us has been assigned a social media assistant to help coordinate efforts and get out the word via cute Instagram pics, tweets, and who knows what else. All I know is that my follower counts are blowing up, and I had to uninstall most apps from my phone to stop myself from going crazy with all the attention. Not all of it is positive, but that's part of the game we all play. I'd say it's because of all your hard work. In my experience, there's no such thing as pure luck. How does that saying go? Luck is where hard work meets opportunity. You put in the work, and you got your shot. She takes my hand and squeezes it. I'm going to miss this, I say, my voice full of emotion I don't quite know how to put into words. What? These coats? Madeline quips, opening the warm winter coat she's wearing. I'm sweating in a matching one. No, not the coats. Working with you. I've learned so much these past months. Oh, stop, or you'll make me cry. I can't do this scene with red eyes and smudged mascara. But the feeling is mutual. And who knows? We might work together again. Possibly sooner than you think. She winks, and I'm sure it's a hint that her character is supposed to make a return next season. My mood brightens at the thought, and I do my best to be present and enjoy these last few hours of pretending to be Scarlett Myers from Horton's Cove. When do you start shooting the movie? Madeline asks. Next week. I fly out the day after we wrap. That's not a lot of time to decompress. I know. I won't even be able to pig out at the wrap party. And I've spent a fair amount of time organizing it and choosing the food. It's one of the reasons coconut cake has been on my mind constantly lately. I dream of that white fluffy cake, tasting the sugary goodness, and feeling it melt in my mouth. Until I wake up, stomach growling with nothing but a kale smoothie waiting for me in the fridge. That's a shame, but it's how these things go. When you're hot, you're hot. And when you're not, Madeline shrugs. Enjoy it while it lasts, she says before taking her spot for the next scene. On the way to my car that night, I pull up Amy's email for what feels like the 100th time. We still haven't talked, but when the news broke that I'd gotten the role in what they are calling the big blockbuster of the coming year, she'd emailed me. I reread the message. It's short and sweet. Congratulating me and saying it's well deserved. I replied, of course, but haven't heard anything since. Max reminds me that it's a start, but I want my best friend back. I want her here to celebrate this amazing life that used to be a dream we shared. I have Max, I remind myself as I make my way back to the house. He's there with me every step of the way. I can't imagine doing any of it without that 6-foot hunk of a guy. Max's phone rings for the second time while he's in the shower, getting ready for a dinner out with a few people from the show before they wrap for the season. I glance at the screen. Amy again. I'm tempted to send it to voicemail or let it ring, but a little voice in my head tells me to pick up. It's not like Amy to keep calling instead of texting or leaving a voicemail. Amy. It's Maeve, I say, as if we've been estranged long enough for her to forget the sound of my voice. I was trying to reach Max, Amy says. Her voice is off, and my concern grows. He's in the shower. I can get him to call you back as soon as he's done. Or you can tell me what's wrong, I add, keeping my own voice neutral. It's my dad, she chokes out, taking a second to pull herself together. He fell. The paramedics think it's probably a broken hip. He's in so much pain, Maeve. Where is he now? I ask, moving to find a pen and paper. In the ambulance. We're following it to the hospital. Leo's driving, she adds to reassure me. Which hospital? Greenville Memorial? It's where my dad had ended up. Amy says something to Leo. I can't hear her or his response. Yes, Greenville. Any idea what happened? All I know is that Justin and Kay found him when they went over to bring him dinner. They called the bar. By the time we got here, the paramedics were already here, working on him. I think he fell down the steps, but I'm not sure. Oh, Maeve, I've never seen him in so much pain. The noises he was making. Amy chokes again, and I would give anything to hug and comfort her. You focus on getting there safely. I'll tell Max call us the minute you hear anything, I say. I will. Amy, you've got this, I add, before she hangs up the phone. I'm not sure if she heard me.
Chapter 27. Max. I know something's wrong the minute I walk back into the living room, hair still damp from my shower. Max, sit down. Your sister called. I do as she asks, expecting to hear the worst. What happened? Your dad fell. They think it's his hip. They are on the way to the hospital. Maeve is as white as a sheet. This is more than a minor injury. I'm missing something here. How bad is he? I ask. He's in a lot of pain. Those young people we met on the farm called an ambulance. Amy and Leo are following it to Greenville Memorial. They were en route a couple of minutes ago. That's all I know. Justin and Kay? What were they doing there? My mind jumps to conclusions it shouldn't make. They came by to bring your dad dinner and found him on the floor. Amy thinks he fell down the stairs, but she isn't sure. Maeve sits down beside me and holds my hand. Okay. My mind goes blank. I don't know what to do, feeling helpless being this far away. Call Amy. Leo's driving. She might be able to tell you more if they've made it to the hospital. Maeve dials for me and hands me my phone. Amy? How's Dad? I ask. My sister has no news for me. They barely made it into the hospital and are waiting to hear from the doctors who are checking out our father. She promises to call me the minute she hears anything. Any chance you could come home? I don't know how to deal with this and the farm and the bar, she says, sounding more helpless than I remember since our mother passed. Of course. I'll be there as soon as I can. I love you. We'll get through this. You're leaving? Maeve asks. As soon as I'm packed. I'm sorry. I know the timing sucks with the dinner and the wrap party, I shrug. None of it means anything compared to making sure my dad's okay. Yes, of course. Don't worry about that. I can handle it. There is something she doesn't say. I look around. We only have the house for another week before we're supposed to head to British Columbia for the new movie. The house is in good shape. We can hire someone to come in for the final cleanup. She shakes her head. I have it covered. Do you think you'll be able to come to Canada? Our passports and plane tickets are in the kitchen drawer, waiting for us. To both of our surprise, the production company sprang for business class tickets for both of us. I honestly don't know. Let me get up there and see what I can figure out. I head upstairs to pack. I've accumulated a surprising amount of extra stuff in the past few weeks. New clothes, mementos, a handful of new tools. Even so, it doesn't take long to pack. One sweep of the downstairs, and I'm almost ready to get on the road. Go have dinner with the guys. I'll call you if I hear anything on the drive up, I promise, when I pull her into my arms for one last kiss. I don't really want to go without you, she says, staying close to me. Alistair's habitat catches my eye. Do you want me to take Al to London with me? He could stay with Leo and Amy until we get settled in Canada. If bringing him into a foreign country is even an option. I didn't even think about that. I'm pretty sure I can't bring him on the plane. An image of the snake in her purse escaping in mid-flight pops into my head. It makes me laugh. What's so funny? Maeve asks, her eyes looking at me suspiciously. Alistair reprising snakes on a plane. I don't think it would end well. She cracks a sad smile. No, it wouldn't. He's better off with Amy and Leo if you think they'd take him. They will. Despite what you think, Amy loves you like a sister. I let go of her and start loading up the truck while Maeve says her goodbyes to the reptile who's been a rather boring pet and housemate. At least you'll have someone to talk to during the drive, Maeve jokes when she secures the glass habitat in the passenger seat of my truck. At least I think she's joking. With her and that snake, you never know. I have to go, I say before pulling her to me. I run my fingers through her dark hair, trace the curve of her bottom lip with my thumb, committing every little detail about her to memory. The way she smells. The way her small body fits perfectly against mine. The way everything else fades away when she kisses me. Be careful. I love you, are the last words I hear from those lips before I make myself get in and drive off. Amy is waiting for me at the house when I finally make it to London. How is Dad? I ask when she meets me on the porch. He'll be okay. What's with Alistair? She asks. I was hoping you'd be able to take him for a little while. Until Maeve and I get settled in Canada. I walk into the house and put him on the kitchen counter. I don't know if that's a good idea, she says, pouring us each a cup of coffee. He's not a lot of trouble. Throw him a mouse every couple of days. He doesn't escape the way he used to, I say, trying my best to convince her that Al here won't make any trouble. I know. That's not what I'm talking about. I don't think it's a good idea for you to go to Canada next week. Dad's going to need a lot of help around here. She sits down at the table with her coffee, looking years older than the last time I saw her. That bad? I join her at the table, wrapping my hands around my own cup, soaking up the warmth. His hip is broken. He's out of surgery, but it will take a while to heal. He can't run this place. Dad won't be able to make it up and down those stairs for a while. We need to come up with a plan for his care. We do. I nod, trying to come to terms with the fact that I won't be able to leave. You are looking forward to this. A chance to get out of the country. Amy reaches over and squeezes my hand. That's part of it. I enjoy the work. Did Leo tell you that I've been managing Maeve? I ask. He has. And you're starting your own company, finding props and cars for different film projects. She looks proud. I am. It's a lot of fun. Good. I'm glad. And you could keep doing that from here, right? She asks. I guess. But I like the travel. Meeting new people, helping Maeve with her lines. There was so much more to it. We are a team. A good one. I don't want to break that up. You're happy. With her? Amy asks, her voice tinged with uncertainty. I am. I love her, and she feels the same. Maeve's the one, Ames. She always has been. I just wasn't brave enough to admit that to anyone but Rose. Are you sure? My big sister asks, always the protective one. There's not a doubt in my mind. I'm glad. I'm happy for you. For both of you. And I'm sorry that this is throwing a wrench into your plans. But I don't see a way to do this without you. Mac's dad's going to need a lot of help for the next couple of months. I get up and walk around, giving my mind a chance to catch up and let it all sink in. It's strange being here in this house that represents my old life. And it looks like that's the life I'll have to resume. At least for a little while. I hope Maeve will understand.
Chapter 28. Maeve. This stinks, I say to no one in particular while I mop downstairs. Not even Alistair is there to keep me company. Most of my belongings are in my Mini Cooper. It's packed to the roof, and I'm heading to the small storage unit I've rented first thing in the morning. One more trip, and I hope I'll be down to what I can bring with me to Canada. I rinse out the mop and get to work on the kitchen drawers. I stop in my tracks when I see our passports, plane tickets sticking out of each. Except one of them won't get used. Because Max has abandoned me. I know it's ridiculous, I say out loud. Feeling abandoned at my age is almost as bad as continuing to talk to myself. Well, it's not like there's anyone else here to talk to. I turn on the old-fashioned radio that sits in the kitchen and came with the house. Beach music blares out of the speakers, and I switch to singing to the popular tune about boys without shirts and girls in bikinis as I work on emptying the junk drawer. Below our passports and tickets and an old copy of a script from the show, I find the envelope with the paperwork that would officially make Max my agent. I pull it out. It's still unsigned. I'd assumed he'd long returned it to the lawyer's office or whatever he was supposed to do with it. As if on cue, my phone rings. Hey, Max. I was just thinking about you, I say, trying to keep my tone light. I was thinking about you too, he quips. Could have fooled me. What's up? I shove the paperwork back into the envelope and try not to think about the fact that it's the first item of his I've come across in 2 days of packing and deep cleaning. Even his tools and the mower are gone. I have no idea how this man has extricated himself so quickly out of my life, but he has. A cold shiver runs down my spine when the realization hits me. You're not going to like this. I don't think I can fly out to BC with you next week, Max says. Our tickets are for Thursday. This Thursday. 3 days from now. Seriously? I thought we had another week with them pushing back the schedule. Max sits down in one of the creaky chairs in his dad's kitchen. They did. Otherwise, we'd be up there already. The delay had been a blessing. There's no way I could have gotten this house move-out ready without it. Right. So you're leaving Thursday? I am, I reply, trying not to let the fact that he's basically telling me he's not planning on coming along. How's your dad today? I ask. Moving around a little better, but there's not a chance he can stay by himself. I was hoping we'd come up with some other solution, But with Amy spending her mornings here and her evenings at the bar, and Max takes care of the farm with the help of Justin and his wife. We've been over this on the phone. I get it. I don't like it, and I need you, but I get it. Family comes first. At least it does when you're a Lawrence. I was thinking, why don't you drive up here and stay for a couple of days? You could fly out of Greenville instead of Wilmington. I'd love to see you, I say. But I'm not sure the production company can change the ticket so late in the game. Plus, there's still some stuff to do around here. I don't know how I'm supposed to get everything done with an added trip to Linden. Just try. I miss you, he says. All I can think is that he doesn't miss me enough to drive down for a visit himself. I know it's selfish, but I can't help but feel left out. Amy still won't talk to me, Max won't fly out with me, and I have no idea how to do all this by myself. Max, I need you. Isn't there any way you can fly out? Even if it's just for a couple of days? I hate the way I sound, but at this point, I'm desperate. I don't like the director, I hate the place I'm staying, and I'm a total mess on set. I wish I could, babe, but Dad's finally starting physical therapy this week. Someone needs to be here to get him there and back. Max sounds tired and a little more distant every day. What about Leo? Or Justin and his wife? They've been getting close to your dad, right? I know I sound desperate, but I need him here. What's going on, Maeve? Did something happen on set? He asks. I'm messing this up. It's my big shot, and I'm going to blow it, I say, tears streaming down my face. Maeve, listen to me. You've got this. You're not blowing it. The director loved your audition. I saw what you can do. Go get some sleep, and tomorrow, you're going to show them what you can do, okay? I believe in you. I wish I could be there, and I promise I'll come up as soon as I can. Okay. I'll call you tomorrow, I say, hanging up before I completely lose it. Once I'm in the shower of my crappy hotel room with rust stains running down the tub, I let it all out. I cry until I have no tears left, and the water is going cold. I sit on my bed, wrapped in a bathrobe, polishing off a bag of cookies from the machine down the hall when my phone rings again. Amy? Everything okay? I'm fine. I talked to Max. He said you had a rough day. Figured I'd check in and try to cheer you up for a bit. She's at the bar from the sound of it, taking orders and pouring drinks. You don't have to do that. You're busy. I crunch down on the last of the chocolate chip cookies, trying to decide if I should call it dinner. I know I don't have to. I want to. I miss you, and I'm sorry I've been such a lousy friend these past few months. Shouldn't have taken me this long to realize that you and Max are a good thing. I'm not so sure about that, I say, staring at the stained comforter on the bed and the faded nature print on the wall. What are you talking about? You and Max are great together. You're all he talks about. Amy pours another beer. Are you sure? It feels like he's pulling away. A huge weight lifts off my shoulders. I don't know if it's Amy's words or the fact that I have my best friend back. At least I hope I do. I'm 100% positive. He is mad about you and pacing like a caged lion around here. I'm sorry he can't be up there with you. You're holding your own, though, right? She asks. Sure, I'll be fine. Nothing a good night's sleep can't fix, I lie. The last thing either of them needs is to feel guilty about leaving me to fend for myself. Besides, it's the one thing I'm good at. Alright, I'll let you get back to what you were doing. And don't worry about Max. He loves you. My heart wants to believe her, but I can't shake the niggling doubt that she's wrong. Or telling me what I want to hear. People have been doing that a lot. Unless they're talking about me behind my back, wondering how I could have faked the audition that got me this job in the first place.
Chapter 29. Max. How's Maeve? Leo asks when he and Amy join Dad and me for dinner. Honestly, I don't think it's going great. We've been talking almost every day, and I've been putting my feelers out with the contacts you gave me. Something's off, and I can't quite put my finger on what it is. Maeve has put on a brave face when we chat, but the excitement about the project and the role is gone. A friend of mine, Will, who's involved on the studio side, called. I guess there's some talk about replacing her. He wanted to give me a heads up. When was this? I ask, alarm bells going off in the back of my head. About 30 minutes ago. I guess it's been brewing for a while. Something about temper tantrums and struggling with her lines. Leo looks as concerned as I feel. That doesn't sound good. Anything either of you can do? Amy asks. Leo shakes his head. Not from here. You're right. This could be bad. This movie is her big shot. It'll make or break her career. If she can't pull it together, I feel like I need to throw up. She needs Max, my dad says quietly. She does. It's tough without someone advocating for you. Especially when you're in a tough spot and not getting along with the director, Leo says. Or anyone else on the set from the sound of it. I don't share that bit of information, but even the tabloids are picking up on the fact that things aren't exactly hunky-dory on the set of what's billed to be the big blockbuster hit of the summer. The trailer isn't even out, and there's already talk of Oscar potential. They are putting a lot of pressure on everyone on set, I say. Leo nods his agreement. Maeve needs Max. How can we make this work? Have I mentioned how much I hate being stuck here like this? Dad asks. We can't. You'll need my help for a bit longer. I'll talk to Maeve and see what I can manage for her over the phone. Maybe it'll help. Dad's right. You stayed long enough. It's time for you to get back to your life. Yours and Maeve's. How can we pull this off? Amy asks, looking at Leo and Dad. We could move over here for a while. I can drive your dad to therapy, and you'd be around some during the day. Good. And I can make do without you at the bar. I'm sure Gus wouldn't mind holding down the fort now and then since he's back in town. He's spending most of his evenings at the Tipsy Cow, anyway. Amy grins at the thought of our uncle, the former owner of the bar she now runs. What about the farm? You two can't keep up with the livestock and the gardens. I still don't see how this is supposed to work. All of us have been doing our part, and I've had stuff to do from sunup to sundown. Hold on a minute. Dad pulls out the new cell phone we've bought him, and 10 minutes later, the last of our problems are solved. Justin and Kay are happy to jump in and help. Are you sure he can handle it? I ask. He's a smart kid, but he didn't grow up on a farm like I did, and there's always something you don't expect when you're dealing with livestock. He's picked up quite a bit working with me, and I'm here if he has questions. Besides, I'm sure the Clarks or even old Fred would be happy to lend a hand, if need be, Amy reminds me. And it's not like you're moving for good. Doesn't Maeve have a break coming up in a couple of weeks? Leo is the last to gang up on me. Not that they need to do a lot of convincing. Every fiber of my being wants to be up in Canada with my girl. Especially knowing she's in trouble. I sit at the table, staring at my pork chop, trying to process everything that's happened in the last 20 minutes. What are you waiting for? Book a flight for tomorrow morning. Leo can drive you to the airport, my dad says, slapping the table for emphasis. A last-minute flight isn't going to be cheap, but I have an idea. Do you mind if I use your computer? Leo asks. Of course. Help yourself, son. Dad digs into his food, his appetite returning now that the big problems of the Lawrence family have been solved in his mind. You're all set. Email confirmation should be coming through any minute, but I figured with a last-minute flight, you'd be better off with a printout as well. He hands me a piece of paper. I scan the document. It's a ticket for a flight out of Greenville at 5 tomorrow morning. How? I had a bunch of frequent flyer miles left from my producing days. Figured I might as well put them to good use before they expire. He must have spent all of them and then some on the first-class ticket I was holding in my hands. You can close your mouth, my sister says, grinning. I can't accept this. You better. It's non-refundable and non-transferable, Leo says, the same silly grin on his face. You better go pack and try to get some sleep, son. Dad joins them, the three of them looking like 3 peas in a pod, and I can't help but hope that this might all work out. I knock on the door of Maeve's room, eager to hold her and see for myself that she's okay. She has no idea I'm here, and I can't wait to see the surprised look on her face. It's a little past 9, and I'm hoping she hasn't left for the studio. If you're looking for Ms. Alden, she's gone for the day, a maid pushing a cart filled with linens and toiletries says. Thanks for the heads up. I smile and head down to the reception to arrange for my own room. A quick shower later, I'm on my way to the filming location. Thankfully, I've been keeping up with Maeve's shooting schedule. Sorry, closed to the public, the security guard manning the entry to the small cafe they are shooting in today says. I'm Maeve Alden's manager, I say, pulling out my wallet and holding my driver's license up like it's some kind of badge. I haven't seen you or heard of you. Unless someone from production gives me the green light, you're not going in there. He crosses his arms and uses every ounce of his massive body to block me. I'm about to lose my temper when a man in an expensive suit and leather shoes steps up. Mr. Chambers, I didn't realize you were joining us today. The man jumps to his feet and pulls the door open. Will Chambers? I ask, not believing my luck when he nods. I'm Max Lawrence. I hold out my hand and hope that he recognizes my name. Maeve's manager, right? I was hoping you'd show up. Come on in, we've got a bit of a problem on our hands, but from what I hear, you're just the man to solve it. We walk into the building. The film crew is set up in the first third of the cafe, tables and chairs pushed to the side. They are filming a scene with Maeve behind the counter. Action, the director calls from his chair, and we keep quiet, watching Maeve do what she does best. It's at least as good as her audition performance. That was amazing. I don't know what Keurig's problem is with her. I'll go talk to him. You go say hello to your girl. Will walks off, and Maeve sees me. What are you doing here? She asks, running into my arms. You said you needed me. I don't care who sees us and what rumors are going to start flying around the set or in the press. I hug her tight and kiss her, making up for every single day I've missed. We're both a little breathless when a production assistant taps on her shoulder. We need you for one more scene before we break for lunch, he says, looking apologetic. I've got to go, Maeve says, looking at me with a longing that makes my stomach do somersaults. Go, do your thing. We've got all day. I smile and stand back, watching her transform from the woman I love into a desperate single mother, trying her best to build a better life for herself and her child.
Chapter 30. Maeve. Where would you like to go? Max asks, holding my hand as we walk out onto the street. There's a diner a couple of blocks away. They make a mean cheeseburger. I still can't believe he's here. Max is actually here, on location. In Canada. I squeeze his hand to make sure I'm not dreaming. Sounds perfect. Lead the way. He catches me up on everything that's happened in Linden the past few days. I'm glad your dad is doing better. He holds the door to the small restaurant open for me, and Rebecca smiles when she sees me. Table for 2, she asks. Yes, please. And 2 burger plates and Coke, I add. We don't have a lot of time before I have to be back. Coming right up, she promises, showing us to our table. You come here a lot? Max asks, taking it all in. He let go of my hand when he pulled out a chair for me. I reach across the table and take his hand back into mine, needing the physical connection between us. Only once or twice a day. It's better than what they feed us on set, and it's nice to get away from it all for a little while. I'm sure it is. I'm sorry I haven't been there for you, but from what I can see, you've got it all under control. He looks at me with so much pride in his eyes, it makes me want to kiss him. You know, I had a good cry, and then I asked myself what you would tell me if you were here. It worked. I'm glad. You were amazing in that scene. By the way, did you know Will Chambers is here? He came to check on the progress. He's probably talking to your director right now. Only the twinkling in Max's eyes keeps me from panicking. Having one of the big studio producers show up on set is usually a bad sign. Here you go. 2 cheeseburger plates. I hope the young man likes his the way you take yours, Rebecca says. Max assures her that everything looks great, and she leaves us to our conversation. We both eat in silence for a moment, but I find I can't enjoy my meal if I don't get something off my chest. Max? He doesn't have my problem, chowing down on the burger and fries in front of him like he hasn't eaten in days. After we talked the other day, I thought we were done. What? Why? At least I think that's what he's saying while trying to choke down the food in his mouth. I needed you. I really messed things up before I pulled myself together. When you told me that you couldn't come out here, I thought, I don't have the words to express the desperate feeling of abandonment I'd felt that night. You thought I was leaving you? Kick you to the curb the way your parents have? He asks softly. I nod, tears springing to my eyes. You never even signed the paperwork to officially become my manager. I found it in the kitchen drawer when I cleaned out the Marsh house. He takes my hand and waits for me to look at him. Never. Do you hear me? I'm never leaving you. I may not always be able to be in the same city or even the same country as you, but I'm here for you. I love you, and that's never going to change. I swallow hard and try to speak. A strange croak is the only sound that leaves my lips. I take a sip of Coke and try again. You promise? I swear. It's you and me. Always. Me, too. Good. And I'm so proud of you, Maeve. You did a full 180 on set. There's no way anyone can try to get rid of you after today's performance. He squeezes my hand again, for emphasis. I knew it was bad, but I hadn't realized they were talking about replacing me. I pop a fry into my mouth, trying to get rid of the foul taste the memories from the first few days give me. I'm pretty sure that's why Will is here. He loved you, by the way. I don't think you have anything to worry about. I'll make sure you don't, he promises. How long can you stay? I ask, trying hard to manage expectations. I'm here all the way. I wouldn't mind flying back home for that break coming up. With you, of course, he adds when I raise my eyebrows. We can do that. If you promise to come back with me after, I say. And sign that document. There's nothing short of a natural disaster that could keep me from coming back here with you. This town is nice, he says, making me laugh. You've been here, what? An hour. What have you seen aside from the hotel and this diner? I ask. I know there's a cute cafe a few blocks over and a couple of interesting buildings along that road, he says, a smile playing around his lips. It's all I can do to keep from reaching over and touching them. You are serious, aren't you? What about your dad? And the farm? I have so many questions, but our time together is short. For now. You've got nothing to worry about. We have it all figured out. Actually, Amy, Leo, and Justin do. He fills me in on the plans, both the short and the long term, that will keep the farm running while giving Justin and his wife a chance to build a little something of their own. You think it will work? I ask when he finishes. I don't know for sure, but it sounds like a good plan. It means you and I are free to travel, but we'll have a place to come back to whenever we want. And you would have a place to build that shop or museum or whatever it is you keep talking about, I say, earning me another smile. I don't know about the museum part, but, yes. Dad and I are drawing up plans for a building, and I have feelers out for a couple of tractors and a Ford truck from the 40s. Max sounds excited, and even if it means I'll have to let him leave for a few days to go scout out new equipment, it makes me happy to see him like this. We can make this work, I say. We can if we want to, he adds. Oh, I want to. I want to make this thing between us work until we're both old and tired, sitting in rocking chairs on the front porch of the Lawrence house. And Max Lawrence will sign that piece of paper and officially become my manager the moment I get my hands on those files. Epilogue. Linden, SC 18 months later. Rose. Boy, this place hasn't been this full since. I honestly don't remember ever seeing the Tipsy Cow this crowded. Gus's going away party? Amy asks, looking as surprised as I am about the turnout. Maybe. I guess it's not every day that one of our own is nominated for an Oscar. I still can't believe that Maeve, someone I went to high school with, is becoming a movie star. I talked to Max this morning. Don't expect her to win. They are both over the moon with the nomination. She hands me a Coke with a cherry floating in the tall glass. I know. But can you imagine if she does? I shake my head and look around, trying to decide who I want to go talk to first. My entire family is here, as are most of our neighbors. Even old Fred is perched on a bar stool, eyes glued to the TV where stars are arriving and doing the red carpet thing. Are your folks surprised you didn't go out to LA for this? Amy asks. Max offered to buy me a ticket and be his official date, but I declined. I'd been tempted to go for the experience, but today was about him and Maeve. No, as far as they are concerned, this is a work thing for Max. I can't believe those two have been able to keep their relationship out of the press. What are you going to do when it breaks? Because it will, especially with all this extra attention on Maeve. Amy looks at me with concern in her eyes. Over the past few months, we've become good friends. I'm taking it one day at a time. Honestly, I hope my dad will realize that I'm capable of taking over by myself. I don't know what his hang-up is, and why he's so set on keeping this silly old tradition alive. He wants to make sure you have the support you need and that the property stays in the hand of someone local. Someone who grew up here. There are a lot of folks who feel that way. Your daddy just happens to take it another extreme. Tell me about it. If I'd turned out to be a boy or had a brother, I wouldn't be in this position. And really, I don't know what his issue with Caleb is. He spent most of his life in Linden. To my surprise, I see Dad and Caleb standing in the back of the room, heads together, deep in conversation. That's new. And it can't be good. They are starting, Pam calls out to the crowd, turning the volume on the TV up. Leo walks over to the jukebox and unplugs it, cutting the country song that was playing short. Everyone in the bar turns to watch the Oscars. It's going to be a long night, and I'm grateful I was able to snag one of the stools. An hour later, the crowd gets restless. Folks are wondering out loud when we'll see Maeve. Looks like they are about to start, and the best supporting actor and actress should be up first, Leo says, looking up from his phone. I text Max, wishing him and Maeve good luck when the door opens, and Maeve's parents walk in. I thought they were estranged. Lex Clark, who is a few years older than me and set to take over his grandparents' farm, says. They are, but I have a feeling that's about to change, Amy says. All eyes are on George Alden, Maeve's father. And here are the nominations for Best Supporting Actress in a Major Motion Picture, the host says. Clips of various movies play, intercut with shots of the actors in attendance. That's my little girl up there, Mr. Alden yells out when Maeve and Max appear on the screen. It has to be blatantly obvious to everyone that they are in love. One look at Max, and you know he's a goner. The crowd cheers and hollers as Maeve's clip plays. They are slow to calm down as two actresses whose names I don't remember walk up to the microphone in their floor-length gowns. And the award for Best Supporting Actress goes to. You could hear a pin drop in the Tipsy Cow. It's almost eerie how quiet everyone got in no time flat. Maeve Alden in the summer, that wasn't. The camera pans to a stunned Maeve. It takes her a full 10 seconds to realize what's going on. She finally gets up to walk on stage to accept her award. "Go, Maeve," someone yells to my right. Maeve turns and holds her hand out to Max, dragging him up on stage with her. I can see the pride shining in his eyes, and I am so happy for them I could burst. I didn't expect this. At all. I don't know what to say. That's a first. Maeve is beaming and looks completely stumped. Max steps up to the microphone, a hand on the pocket of his suit jacket. They are both dressed to the nines, Maeve in a sleek and sexy silver gown that touches the floor, matching sandals peeking out just enough to get a glimpse of the dark red nail polish that matches her lips. Hair and makeup are perfect as always. And Max is in a black designer suit with a black shirt and tie, channeling Bradley Cooper. "I have something I'd like to say," he says, his voice sounding a little shaky. Maeve takes a step to the side, but instead of getting in front of the mic, Max gets down on one knee and pulls a small velvet-covered box out of his pocket. "Maeve, will you marry me?" he asks as cheers erupt at the Oscars and here at the Tipsy Cow. Without a moment's hesitation, Maeve nods her head. "Yes. Of course." The camera pans to the stunned audience. I look for Maeve's parents. Both are beaming, looking as happy for their daughter as the rest of us. I watch Max slip the large diamond ring on her finger before the happy couple is rushed off stage. "He didn't say a word about any of this," Amy says. I don't know when she stepped out from behind the bar, but Max's big sister is standing next to me. Me neither. I guess he was worried the news would leak or something? Maybe so. She pulls me into a tight hug. It feels good to share the joy and happiness I feel for these two. Until I look over Amy's shoulder and see my father, still at the back of the room. Our eyes meet, and I know I'm in trouble. The end. This has been Mitigating Maeve, written by Susanne Ash. Copyright 2022 by Susanne Ash. Production copyright 2023 by Susanne Ash. Thanks for listening. Please like and subscribe if you want me to put more of my books on YouTube. Visit my website at www.susanneash.com for more of my books or find me on Amazon.